Chapter 253. Everyone was dumbfounded by Marquis Xianping's actions. What was going on? The great Marquis Xianping was helping an examinee tidy up his clothes? This was not as simple as ordinary affection. Usually, only people who were very close to him or someone who valued him would do this. Xiao Liulong's reputation in the capital could not be considered great, but in the imperial examination circle, he was completely famous. He came from a poor family, but in the spring examination, he was tied with Junwang for first place. This made him famous. In addition, he was not good at walking, which made people pay more attention to him. He was very easy to recognize. After all, there was no second cripple participating in the court examination. Most people's first reaction when they saw him was, "Isn't this brat too good looking?" Their second reaction was, "How could he be a cripple?" And after these two reactions, this little cripple actually passed the Huiyuan exam. Everyone felt pity for him, envy, disdain, in short. Their emotions were very complicated. But no one present expected him to enter Marquis Xianping's eyes. That's right, even though Marquis Xianping had shown that he valued Xiao Lulang, no one guessed that they were father and son. Everyone muttered to themselves, wasn't Marquis Xianping a general? Didn't he look down on those pedantic scholars the most? How many outstanding talents had appeared in the past spring examinations? Why didn't Marquis Xianping favor any of them? What part of this little cripple moved Marquis Xianping to make Marquis Xianping, who never went to court early, get up early to send him to the examination hall? Xiao Lulang still did not change. There was no joy or gratitude. Marquis Xianping was not angry, and continued to tidy his clothes. Marquis Xianping had never been a very good father. He spent most of his time in the military camp and paid little attention to his son at home. Xiao Heng was able to become the most talented youth in the capital. Other than his talent, it was mostly due to Princess Xinyang's efforts. Princess Xinyang was both a loving and strict mother. She had studied poetry and books since she was a child. She hoped that her son would also be full of wisdom in the future. She taught him with all her heart. Thus, Xiao Heng was born in the eyes of the world. When Xiao Heng was very young, he would wait at the entrance of the residence every day and recite poems to him. But he always came back very late, and Xiao Heng would fall asleep on the doorstep. Otherwise, Xiao Heng would recite it. He listened perfunctorily and nodded. Xiao Heng was very angry and said, "You didn't listen, you didn't listen. I clearly memorized 3 words wrongly." The young and impetuous Marquis Xianping could not lose face in front of his son. Thus, to cover up his lack of talent, he would bluff and get angry at his son. What's so great about reciting poems? A real man should go into battle, kill the enemy, and protect the country. Can you hold a gun, or can you wield a knife? Xiao Heng was very hurt. Before Marquis Xianping had learned how to be a good father, Xiao Heng had died in that fire. Only he knew how much regret he had. Marquis Xianping looked at the expressionless Xiao Lulang, and was momentarily absent-minded. He quickly came back to his senses and patted Xiao Liulong's shoulder, then pinched his sleeve. "Go in." This was the first time he had sent someone into the examination hall. He did not have much experience and did not know what to do. He had learned from Grand Tutor Zhuang and Grand Secretary Yuan when he got off the carriage. Xiao Lulang entered without looking back. Behind Xiao Lulang, Du Ruhan was a bit dumbfounded. He was the person closest to Marquis Xianping apart from Xiao Lulang. Marquis Xianping was taller and more handsome than the rumors said. His every movement was noble, and his gaze was deep and dignified. This was a man who did not fear the collapse of heaven and earth when he stood beside him. His aura was too strong. Du Ruhan felt like he was about to suffocate. But such a strong man actually stopped for Xiao Lulang and treated Xiao Lulang like a parent. Du Ruhan was about to go crazy. He was really jealous. What kind of dog's hit luck did this guy have? Xiao Lulang did not know that he was receiving Du Ruhan's jealous eye rolls the entire way. They entered the main hall of Taihe Palace and found their seats according to their exam numbers. It was no different from the small exam. The court exam only lasted for 1 day, and only tested 1 subject. The exam papers were handed out at 7 in the morning, and collected at 5 in the afternoon. They could hand in their papers early, but they were not allowed to eat in the middle. They were also not allowed to bring their own dry rations. Examinees who had passed the provincial and provincial exams all had good physiques. They would not suffer from hunger for a day, but they were worried that they would not perform well. After all, the emperor was personally invigilating today. The emperor would only come after the morning court, but no one knew how long the morning court would last. What if the emperor suddenly appeared behind them while they were writing? That scene was quite scary just thinking about it. After a series of greetings, the exam officially began. The officials of the Ministry of Rites handed out the exam papers to each examinee. The Minister of Rites, the Minister of Ceremonies, and 4 cabinet scholars sat on 2 stools at the front of the exam room. There was a table and chair in the middle, which should have been reserved for the emperor. Other than the invigilators, there were also imperial guards and eunuchs on duty. Thus, even though there was no separate exam room, it was still very difficult to cheat in front of so many pairs of eyes. Moreover, the policy questions were not fixed questions like the scriptures. There was not much point in cheating. Xiao Lulang quickly received his exam paper. This was a question set by the emperor. Ask the emperor's policy and the emperor's heart. How to govern the country. After experiencing the question of removing the vassals and the virtuous, this question was much more gentle. At least no matter how one answered it, it would not be wrong. At most, the content of the question would not be practical. It could be boastful, as long as the writing was flamboyant enough. It could also be to the point with clear flags. It was true that the emperor was selecting talents, but these examinees had never been an official before. To put it bluntly, they were all armchair strategists. The emperor did not expect a court exam to solve a problem that the civil and military officials could not solve. Otherwise, why would he need so many experienced court officials? What the emperor really wanted to see was the mindset of an examinee. A prime minister could hold a boat. The bigger a person's mindset, the wider their future path. Most of the examinees did not realize this point. They were all racking their brains, scratching their ears and cheeks, thinking of new ways to govern the country. Xiao Lulang was not in a hurry to write. He first wrote a draft in his mind. He did not have the habit of writing drafts, but drafts were an important piece of evidence when checking the results. He would usually leave 1 or 2 drafts. After about 2 hours, he deliberated over his wording, deleting and deleting. After about 2 hours, he began to answer the exam paper. This was a policy question. Before answering, one had to be matched by an official to show that one was answering the emperor's question. The official matches when the official hears that the emperor is in control of the world. There must be a manager of real governance, and then can restrain the crowd, intricate 10,000 machines, and have a rule of Yong 11. There must be a solid heart to advocate, and then can temper the 100 workers, shake up the affairs of the common people, and have a reason to achieve prosperity. Establishing rules and regulations, enforcing laws and regulations, suspending the various images on the way's surface, placing them in the middle of the command armor, first in the rocky corridors, then scattered in the various departments and hundreds of manors, reaching to the corners of the seas of the commanderies. Passing through the latitude of the great and the great, there is nothing not prepared. Everything is strictly guarded, there is no leak. What is a solid heart? Shake up laziness, encourage shrewdness. It originates from the depths of the abyss, rises in the midst of the secret, begins in the palace, the wind in the chariot, pouring into the wilderness of the frontier, falling into harmony, the mind, the body, the shape, the bones, the consort. Xiao Lulang mainly emphasized the importance of governing the country according to law and the implementation of evidence. Laws and regulations must permeate the people, and the voice of the people must be heard by the heavens. At the same time, he also proposed to use Confucianism to educate the people, vigorously punish corrupt officials, and let the national treasury be filled. Of course, he also emphasized that the emperor was the son of heaven, and everything he did was ordered by the heavens. Setting up an official position was the emperor appointing a virtuous person on behalf of the heavens. Getting rid of an evil person was the emperor crusading against a sinful person on behalf of the heavens. Xiao Lulang only realized later on that this question was really difficult. Everyone's relaxed attitude when they first received the test paper had disappeared. Everyone buried their heads in writing, and no one handed in their papers early. Perhaps because he was too engrossed in writing. Even when the emperor stood behind Xiao Lulang for a long time, Xiao Lulang did not notice. From the emperor's point of view, He could only see Xiao Liulong's skull. The emperor did not look for too long. He did not have the bad taste of adding pressure to the examinees in the examination room. He had just come in and happened to pass by Xiao Lulang, and saw Xiao Liulong's delicate and pretty handwriting. He hurriedly glanced at it. The handwriting was not bad. He then looked at the examinee's name, Xiao Lulang. Oh, was it the poor student who was ranked first with Royal Princeton? There was a walking stick beside him. Was he injured or disabled? Actually, the selection of officials in the current dynasty was based on one's appearance. It was mainly because Marquis Xianping's appearance had pulled up the emperor's appreciation of the civil and military officials. Those who were too ugly would be sent out after a few years. The emperor was a little disappointed when he saw the walking stick. He was worried that the examinee's appearance was not good. It was not that the emperor only looked at the face. The old chancellor was not good-looking, but he was still chosen by the emperor. It was because the old chancellor's ability was too valiant. The emperor quickly walked past Xiao Lulang and sat on the chair at the front. The invigilators all knew that the examinee was noticed by the emperor, but they did not know if the impression was good or bad. After the emperor sat on the invigilator's seat, he did not pay attention to Xiao Lulang. After all, he was too far away and could not see clearly. He asked someone to bring over the memorials. While invigilating, he silently read through the memorials until the end of the exam. The examinees stood up and bowed to the emperor. The emperor casually picked a few examinees and asked a few questions. Royal Prince and Grand Secretary Yuan's grandson were both called out. Xiao Lulang was not called out. At 5:45 p.m., everyone left the palace. Although it was only a day, everyone was more tired than the provincial examination and the imperial examination. Their hearts were tired. Other than a few examinees, most of the examinees had never seen the emperor in their lives. Being under the same roof as the emperor, they almost could not write. So nervous. Feng Lin's back was drenched in sweat. His number was closer to the front. He sat in the first row. That was really under the emperor's eyes. However, he did not dare to raise his head to look at the emperor. He was afraid that he would be accused of being disrespectful. I feel like I failed the exam. I don't even know what I am writing towards the end, he said dejectedly. Du Ruhan comforted him. Don't be discouraged. Everyone is like you. When His Majesty came, he forgot what he was thinking. The emperor sympathized with them. He came after noon. At that time, everyone was almost done with their drafts. Otherwise, he would have been sitting there from the beginning. It was guaranteed that half of the examinees would not even be able to finish their drafts. When the emperor stood behind Xiao Lulang, he was also startled. Their numbers were next to each other. Behind Xiao Lulang was in front of him. He could smell the ambergris on the emperor's body. He was so nervous that his scalp went numb. However, thanks to being stimulated by Marquis Xianping early in the morning, his endurance seemed to be a bit stronger. How did Lulang do? Feng Lin asked Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang said, not bad. I wrote everything I wanted to. Feng Lin asked Du Ruhan and Lin Qingye. The two's performance was normal. However, the questions were too subjective. Whether or not they could pass the exam depended on the examiner's preferences. This was not something they could control. They could only do their best and leave it to fate. The group returned home. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the examiner started to mark the exam papers. The Minister of Rights and the Minister of Honglu were the examiners. The 4 Grand Secretaries were the examiners. This time the exam papers were not divided into groups. Every paper would be marked by 6 examiners. The top 20 examinees would be sent to the emperor. Doing well in the spring quarter examination did not mean that they would do well in the court examination. Being able to withstand the emperor's pressure was a part of it. Being able to do well in one's field of expertise was also a part of it. However, examinees like Xiao Lulang, who had tied for first place with Prince N, had received the emperor's attention. Furthermore, the emperor had stayed by his side for a while during the court examination. Therefore, if his exam papers were not in the top 20, the emperor would definitely ask about it. It was very likely that he would ask someone to bring his exam papers over to see how he fell out of the top 20. The court examination papers were not copied. After all, They had to be presented to the emperor. The emperor wanted to see the examinee's handwriting. However, before presenting it to the emperor, the examiners would simply paste the name. In other words, the examiners would not see the examinee's name. However, if the examiners wanted to see it, it was not difficult. Moreover, after the small exam, the examiners had already memorized some of the examinee's handwriting. Xiao Liulong's exam papers quickly reached the hands of the minister of Honglu Temple. He immediately recognized Xiao Liulong's handwriting. Grand Tutor Zhuang had already given the order to not let Xiao Lulang surpass Prince N. If Xiao Liulong's essay was not outstanding and did not pose a threat to Prince N, the minister of Honglu Temple would be assured to place him in the top 20. However, it was clear that Xiao Liulong's essay was too outstanding. This was an essay that the examiners, regardless of taste, could not find fault with. It was definitely a huge threat to Prince N. During the meal, the minister of Honglu Temple quietly went to the toilet. Near the toilet, Grand Tutor Zhuang had been waiting for a long time. "How is it?" Grand Tutor Zhuang asked. "I haven't changed it to Prince An's," the minister of Honglu Temple said. "I only changed Xiao Liulong's." Grand Tutor Zhuang handed him a piece of draft paper. This was what Prince An had written from memory after returning to the Fu. It was almost the same as the court exam papers. After the minister of Honglu Temple finished reading, his expression became serious. "The two papers are about the same. How could it be that they were about the same?" Grand Tutor Zhuang frowned. He thought of something and asked, "What's going on with Marquis Xianping? I think he seems to have taken a liking to this child." The minister of Honglu Temple said, "Grand Tutor, I'm afraid you didn't look closely at Xiao Liulong's appearance." Grand Tutor Zhuang did not understand. What's wrong with him? He was too handsome, so Marquis Xianping took a liking to him? Although Marquis Xianping was dissolute, he was not into men. The minister of Honglu Temple said, "He looks like the young marquis who has already passed away." When this official saw him for the first time, I was shocked. Perhaps because of this, Marquis Xianping favored him. Grand Tutor Zhuang sneered. His son is dead and he found someone who looks similar to him to replace him? The emperor wanted to suppress the Zhuang family. If there really was someone who was about the same as Prince An, the emperor would not have chosen Prince An to be first. Before today, the emperor would not have chosen Xiao Lulang to be first either. Xiao Liulong's background was too poor. If he was too famous, he would be hated by others. If the emperor really cared about Xiao Lulang, he would not have given him the top scorer. The emperor would have personally chosen someone else to be the top scorer. If the officials had any objections, the emperor would have used Xiao Liulong's exam papers and said that if someone like him did not get first place, how could Prince An get first place? As for the top scorer's exam papers, the emperor would not let anyone see them. This was the imperial court. This was the examination room. However, Marquis Xianping appeared. He was telling everyone that Xiao Lulang was someone he wanted to protect. Anyone who dared to touch Xiao Lulang would have to think twice. This matter would spread to the emperor's ears sooner or later. The emperor would know that Xiao Lulang had a backer, and would not have any worries. A cold light flashed through Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes. This brat is fawning on my grandson and also fawning on Marquis Xianping. What a way to play both sides. I despise people like him who are in one camp but are in another. 5 days later, all the exam papers were marked. The top 20 were placed in a box by the Minister of Rites and sent to the emperor. The emperor was in the throne room and was not far away. However, the Minister of Rites was halfway there when he bumped into Marquis Xianping. The Minister of Rites was slightly surprised. Why was Marquis Xianping in the palace so early in the morning? Didn't this guy laze in bed recently? A faint smile appeared on Marquis Xianping's handsome face as he said politely, "Minister Li, where are you going?" The Minister of Rites said, "I'm going to deliver the exam papers to the emperor." "Oh, you're out." Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows and reached out to touch the box containing the exam papers. The Minister of Rites took a step back and his face darkened. "Marquis Xianping, what are you doing?" Marquis Xianping smiled faintly. "I'm going to see if you did anything to the exam papers." The Minister of Rites frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about? We are all examiners personally appointed by the emperor. How could we do such a thing? Aren't you afraid of being beheaded?" Marquis Xianping said, I'm afraid there are people who aren't afraid. Marquis Xianping is talking about who isn't afraid? Grand Tutor Zhuang strolled over. Marquis Xianping turned around and looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang with a faint smile. Oh, Grand Tutor Zhuang is here. The Minister of Rites bowed. Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang nodded in return and then looked at Marquis Xianping. Is Marquis Xianping dissatisfied with Minister Li? Or with the cabinet? Or dissatisfied with the emperor? Marquis Xianping smiled faintly. Don't accuse me too much. I just want to see if these exam papers have been tampered with. In this world, only Marquis Xianping dared to question the cabinet. Grand Tutor Zhuang chuckled. If Marquis Xianping doesn't believe me, you can take a look for yourself. Minister Li looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang in surprise. Grand Tutor Zhuang said, I believe that Marquis Xianping wouldn't take the opportunity to tamper with the exam papers. Minister Li, please let Marquis Xianping take a look. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Since he said this, Minister Li couldn't not let Marquis Xianping take a look. Marquis Xianping opened the box and flipped through each exam paper. There were names on the exam papers, but he could still recognize Xiao Liulong's handwriting. After all, he had seen it many times in private. He saw Xiao Liulong's exam paper. Grand Tutor Zhuang looked at the exam paper and then looked at Marquis Xianping. He sneered, is there a problem? Marquis Xianping looked deeply at Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang said calmly, if there's nothing else, I will send these exam papers to His Majesty. His Majesty is still waiting to review them. Marquis Xianping put down the exam paper and hesitated for a moment. His doubtful gaze rested on Grand Tutor Zhuang for a moment. From beginning to end, Grand Tutor Zhuang was incomparably magnanimous. In the end, Marquis Xianping let Minister Li leave. He also stepped out of the palace. Gazing at his retreating figure, Grand Tutor Zhuang smiled coldly. He knew it would be like this. He had long been on guard against Marquis Xianping. Did Marquis Xianping really think that he was looking at Xiao Liulong's exam paper? The handwriting was exactly the same. Even the content was similar. It was just that a few key points had been changed. Marquis Xianping, this boorish fellow, couldn't see it. Don't underestimate these small details. They were enough to anger the emperor. So, what was the point of putting him in the top 20? Xiao Lulang probably wouldn't even be able to pass the second-tier Grand Scholar exam. Grand Tutor Zhuang proudly left the palace. His carriage was waiting at the palace gates. When the servants saw him, they hurriedly opened the curtains for him. He was in a good mood and smiled as he got into the carriage. But he never expected that there would be someone sitting in the carriage. Grand Tutor Zhuang trembled in fear. Marquis Xianping. What was his coachman doing? Why did he let Marquis Xianping get in? Someone come. He shouted sternly. Marquis Xianping calmly said, let's go. The carriage left. Grand Tutor Zhuang's face paled. He lifted the curtains and looked at the coachman sitting in front of him. Only then did he realize that the other party wasn't his coachman. Where was his coachman? Where did he go? His carriage had always been parked at the palace gates, and there were imperial guards there. How did Marquis Xianping swap out his coachman? Grand Tutor Zhuang angrily looked at the other party. Marquis Xianping, what do you want to do? Marquis Xianping sneered. Put Xiao Liulong's exam paper back. Otherwise, your horse will be frightened. This marquis can't guarantee that you'll be able to land safely. After all, you don't know martial arts, do you? Grand Tutor Zhuang was stunned. You, Marquis Xianping chuckled. You want to ask how this marquis found out? This marquis doesn't understand exam papers, but this marquis still understands you, Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang's face turned ashen. Marquis Xianping's arrogance often made people think that he was a boorish man. But look at what he did today. They left the palace almost one after the other. Marquis Xianping didn't have time to catch people after checking the exam papers. In other words, Marquis Xianping was certain that he would touch Xiao Liulong's exam papers before checking the exam papers. So he caught Royal Prince and early on. Grand Tutor Zhuang gritted his teeth. You have guts. Marquis Xianping replied, same to you. Grand Tutor Zhuang snorted coldly. You think you can threaten this official like this? Marquis Xianping spread his hands. No, I'm just giving you a suggestion. Since you don't want it, this marquis has another set for you. Grand Tutor Zhuang's heart surged with an ominous premonition. The carriage quickly stopped on an empty official road. There were no pedestrians coming and going. Only one carriage stopped in front of the two. Grand Tutor Zhuang opened the curtains. Someone in the other carriage also opened the curtains, revealing Royal Prince and who was tied up and gagged with a cloth. Royal Prince and looked excitedly at Grand Tutor Zhuang. He kept mumbling but couldn't say a complete sentence. Grand Tutor Zhuang's jaw almost dropped from shock at Marquis Xianping's audacity. Do you know what you're doing? You're not holding the imperial palace hostage. You're kidnapping the royal prince of Zhao country. Marquis Xianping indifferently leaned back in his chair and looked at him calmly. So, there wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes. He was as arrogant as a wild horse that could trample on everything at any time. Grand Tutor Zhuang wasn't in the right either. It was a crime punishable by beheading. It was just a matter of who could last until the end. Grand Tutor Zhuang clenched his fists and glared at Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping said carelessly, I don't have much patience. I'll tell you one last time. Send the test papers back. Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't admit that he had touched the test papers. However, this didn't seem to affect Marquis Xianping's threat. Grand Tutor Zhuang felt that he was a scholar meeting a soldier. He couldn't explain himself. If it was a scholar, he could still beat around the bush to get the other party in. However, Marquis Xianping wouldn't. He wouldn't give you a chance to beat around the bush. Grand Tutor Zhuang felt a deep sense of powerlessness. However, he didn't admit defeat so quickly. Marquis Xianping, don't be too arrogant. Marquis Xianping looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang and lightly raised his finger. In the other carriage, Chongjing pulled out a dagger and stabbed Royal Prince in's thigh without hesitation. Fresh blood spurted out. Royal Prince gritted his teeth but still let out a shrill cry. Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression changed. Hunger. Marquis Xianping lazily leaned against the wall of the carriage and raised his eyebrows. Remember, this is arrogance. Grand Tutor Zhuang was so angry that his entire body trembled. He flew into a rage. Aren't you afraid that someone will die? If my grandson dies, do you think you won't have to pay with your life? Marquis Xianping laughed coldly. Do you think I'm afraid? Grand Tutor Zhuang was stunned. Chapter 254. All the novels that you can't find online are available here. The Emperor was marking the exam papers in the throne room. The Minister of Rites, the Minister of Honglu Temple, and a few cabinet scholars were all present. Although the exam papers had been marked by them, the Emperor would still ask them if he had any questions. They were all very nervous, and the Minister of Honglu Temple was the most nervous. Of course, not all the exam papers presented to the Emperor were clean. There were a few papers mixed in with the exam papers from the various parties. Of course, they weren't bad, but those who were too weak wouldn't be able to pass the court exam. They were afraid that the Emperor wouldn't pick them out and reselect them from the exam papers after the 20th place. This situation was rare, but it wasn't unheard of. Every time the Emperor finished reading an exam paper, if he placed it on the right, it meant that he passed and could keep it. If he placed it on the left, it meant that he had an objection. Those who had an objection wouldn't be able to pass the first grade, but they wouldn't fall into the third grade either. The Emperor had finished reading 10 exam papers, and there were no failures yet. The weather was good today. The imperial study was quiet, and only a warm spring breeze blew in from outside the door. A corner of the exam paper was blown up. Eunuch Wei quickly took a yellow jade paperweight and pressed it down. The Emperor didn't look up, but he enjoyed Eunuch Wei's attentiveness. No wonder he was an old man who had been by his side for so many years. The Emperor coughed softly, and Eunuch Wei quickly handed him a cup of hot tea. Look, even the temperature of the tea was just right. Your Majesty, you've been marking all morning. Take a rest. Minister Li worriedly advised. Your health is more important. I'm fine. He was just a little heaty. This was the downside of being an emperor. Even the slightest disturbance would cause him to fall off his horse. Therefore, he didn't like to admit that he was unwell. The Emperor took a sip of tea and continued to mark the exam papers. He had just finished marking Yuan Yu and Ning Zion's exam papers. Their exam papers were currently in the top 3. The overall strength of the examinees in this round was much more outstanding than the previous rounds. Thus it was much more difficult to choose. The minister of the Honglu temple was one of the people who had tampered with the exam papers. He knew that the emperor would soon mark Xiao Liulong's exam papers. Xiao Liulong's score was not high and was at the bottom of the top 20. Of course, there was a reason for this. He had written some treasonous words, but the reason why he was still allowed to enter was because he was a Huiyuan. Huiyuan did not fall behind the curtains. This was an established rule. Even if they wanted to fall behind, it would not be up to them. It would have to be done by the emperor himself. Everything was flawless. The Chamberlain of Dependencies kept staring at the second set of papers. After the emperor finished correcting Song Ping's exam paper, he was not satisfied and placed it on the left side. Minister Li's heart sank. Song Ping was his disciple. It seemed that there was no hope. The emperor raised his hand to take one of the exam papers. This was the exam paper of an examinee named Zhu Guangmao. He came from a humble family and had no background. His performance in the spring examination could not be considered outstanding. In the provincial examination, his ranking was only in the top 10. For the time being, he did not attract the interest of any party. After correcting his exam, it would be Xiao Liulong's. The minister of the Honglu temple's heart was in his throat. Although there shouldn't be any problems, he had done something wrong. He felt a little guilty. He wondered what he would do if the emperor recognized that it was not Xiao Liulong's handwriting. In reality, the imitation was very good. He was afraid that even if Xiao Lulang himself came, he would not be able to see that it was an imitation. Of course, the emperor would not be able to see it. Just as the minister of the Honglu temple was feeling nervous, a eunuch suddenly came from outside the door. Your Majesty, Grand Tutor Zhuang requests an audience. The minister of the Honglu temple's gaze moved away from Xiao Liulong's exam paper and looked at the door. Why had Grand Tutor Zhuang come at this time? The emperor had just picked up the exam paper and put it back. He said to the door, "Summon him." Yes, the eunuch replied. Your Majesty summons Grand Tutor Zhuang for an audience. Eunuch Wei furrowed his brows. This was a newly appointed eunuch. He had promoted him and he did things too strictly. In front of the emperor there were not so many rules. Summon what? Just directly let him in. Grand Tutor Zhuang was also stunned. He had originally planned on walking in openly and cupping his hands in greeting. However, this new eunuch had made the scene so formal that he had to kneel and greet the emperor after entering the imperial study. The emperor waved his hand lightly, indicating for Grand Tutor Zhuang to rise. Grand Tutor, what is the matter? The officials also saluted Grand Tutor Zhuang. After Grand Tutor Zhuang saluted, he looked at the emperor and said, I have something to report. Now, the emperor looked at him. Yes. Grand Tutor Zhuang saluted. Minister Li tactfully said, Then I will take my leave first. The emperor agreed. Minister Li and the others left the imperial study. They did not go far, and they drank tea in a nearby side hall. The emperor's gaze once again fell on Grand Tutor Zhuang's face. What is it that is so urgent? Can't you wait for me to finish marking the exam papers? Grand Tutor Zhuang discreetly glanced at the exam papers on the table. When he saw that Xiao Liulong's paper was the second one that was about to be marked, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. He stepped forward and said, When I was on my way back, I suddenly remembered that the Empress Dowager's birthday is in a few days. I dare to visit the Empress Dowager in the summer palace. The emperor's expression froze. He put down the imperial brush, lowered his eyes, and took a sip of tea. Then, he looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang and said, Mother's phoenix body is not well. The imperial physician said that she should not be exposed to the wind or receive guests. In a moment, I will send someone to the summer palace to see if Mother has improved and then inform Grand Tutor Zhuang. Thank you, Your Majesty. Grand Tutor Zhuang saluted deeply. The moment he stood up, he seemed to accidentally bump into the exam papers on the table. A stack of exam papers knocked into the emperor's teacup. The teacup fell over, and the exam papers also fell to the ground. I deserve to die. He hurriedly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. He also hurriedly picked up the exam papers. Eunuch Wei hurriedly went to check if the emperor had been scalded by the tea. The emperor also lowered his head and brushed off the water droplets on his body. While the two boys were not paying attention, Imperial Tutor Zhuang hid Xiao Liulong's examination paper in his left sleeve, while from his right sleeve he took out Xiao Liulong's original paper and clipped it between the examination papers. After leaving the imperial palace, Grand Tutor Zhuang saw Marquis Xianping with his hands wrapped in a hand warmer. It was already the 4th month. He didn't know why this person was still using these things. Marquis Xianping's eyes were cold and his temperament was deep. However, the moment Grand Tutor Zhuang walked over, his eyebrows rose very wantonly. Oh, Grand Tutor Zhuang walks quite quickly. Your treasured sword is still young. Grand Tutor Zhuang was so angry that his breath was stuck in his throat. He couldn't go up or down. I've already put the exam papers back. Why aren't you quickly releasing the royal prince? I'll release him. Marquis Xianping turned his head and asked for a beating. Chongjing. Chongjing directly threw royal prince and out of the carriage. Grand Tutor Zhuang was speechless. The Zhuang family's coachman was also released. He hurriedly carried royal prince and back to his own carriage. Royal prince and was injured and one of his legs was bleeding. Grand Tutor Zhuang clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Marquis Xianping said, "Hurry up and treat his injury. Do you want him to become a cripple? TSK. Tell me, how are you a grandfather? You don't care about your own grandson at all." Grand Tutor Zhuang almost exploded on the spot. Don't you know how my grandson got injured in your heart? How do you have the face to say such things? It's so infuriating. This guy really infuriates me to death. Humph. Do you think he'll definitely get first place like this? Grand Tutor Zhuang had seen Xiao Liulong's exam papers. To be honest, he didn't do much. Unfortunately, Royal Prince had already discussed this policy question with the Chan Kingdom's monarch when they were in the Chan Kingdom. At that time, Royal Prince didn't know that the imperial examination would have a similar question. He was only listening to the Chan Kingdom's monarch talk about how to stabilize the country. Xiao Lulang was indeed a person with real talent. His literary talent was brilliant. His words were meaningful, and he quoted from classics. It was very convincing. However, he wasn't a real politician. He wasn't as experienced as the monarch when it came to governing a country. Thus, what the Honglu Temple officials said was true. The two exam papers were indeed neck and neck. Moreover, Jiangnan scholar Ning Xian and Grand Secretary Yuan's grandson, Yuan Yu, also had excellent exam papers. Even if His Majesty didn't praise the Zhuang family, wouldn't he praise Grand Secretary Yuan as well? Grand Secretary Yuan was an official who had served 3 emperors. Grand Tutor Zhuang snorted coldly. Don't be happy too early. The top score might not necessarily be that kid's. Marquis Xianping's face was calm. I'm not listening. Bastard, keep chanting. Grand Tutor Zhuang was speechless. You're the bastard. What kind of person was this? Grand Tutor Zhuang couldn't stay any longer. If he stayed any longer, his life would be shortened. Grand Tutor Zhuang left in a huff. Marquis Xianping tilted his head and curled his lips. Take care. I won't see you out. At this time in the imperial study, the emperor was indeed hesitant about how to rank the top 3. Grand Tutor Zhuang had been loyal to the emperor for many years, so he had a certain understanding of the emperor. In terms of the depth of the essays, Royal Prince Anne's paper was the most thought-provoking. In terms of literary talent and the structure of the examinees, the emperor liked Xiao Liulong's paper more. However, Ning Xian and Yuan Yu's papers weren't bad either. Of the 4, the youngest was Xiao Lulang. He was 18 years old. Royal Prince was 19 years old. Yuan Yu was 25. Ning Xian was the oldest at 30. As for their family backgrounds, Ning Xian and Xiao Lulang came from humble families, while Royal Prince and Yuan Yu came from noble families. Oh right. Xiao Lulang was that little cripple, wasn't he? Thinking of the crutch he saw, the emperor frowned. All the examinees and their families in the capital began the long and anxious days of waiting for the results. Although everyone was basically a jinsher, and the worst was a jinsher, no one was willing to be a jinsher. The incense in Puji Temple flourished again. It was said that all the examinees came to pay their respects. In Chishui Alley, the family seemed to be calm, but in fact they couldn't sit still. Old Madam didn't secretly eat candy plums or play cards. She ordered the old chancellor to buy skewers on the street every day. In fact, she was just asking for news. Madame Yao didn't make snacks these days. At dawn, she went to the neighbors' houses to visit. In fact, she was also waiting for news. Little Jing Kong studied very hard these days. He was always worried that his bad brother-in-law couldn't pass the exam. If that happened, his family would have to rely on him. When he grew up, he would take the exam for Jiao Jiao and bring him back. The day of release was April 27th. Because the Jinsha ranking was written on yellow paper, it was also called the Jin ranking. The tributary scholars couldn't wait at home for the announcement. They had to go to the palace to accept the conferment. After they were conferred, the results would be released in all the government offices and tributary courtyards in the capital. At 5 o'clock, Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang woke up. The two had a simple breakfast. Gu Jiao sent Xiao Lulang to Lu Quan's carriage. It's still early to release the results. Don't wait. Xiao Lulang said to Gu Jiao. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiao Lulang put down the curtain. He thought of something and opened the curtain again. Gu Jiao looked at him. What's wrong? Xiao Lulang wanted to say something but hesitated. Nothing. It's still early. You go and sleep for a while. Gu Jiao smiled. Okay. Xiao Lulang looked at her and didn't say anything. He put down the curtain and took the carriage to the palace. The tributary scholars had almost arrived. Feng Lin, Lin Qingye, and Du Ruhan were also there. It was unknown if Feng Lin was too nervous during the court examination. When he returned, he fell ill. Fortunately, Lin Qingye and Steward Zhou took care of him. That was why he was able to pull through. It was said that there were people who fell ill and died. Therefore, the road to the imperial examination wasn't easy. Feng Lin had just recovered and his face was still pale. They exchanged a few words. There was a sudden commotion at the back of the crowd. Then, they saw Royal Prince and walk over with the help of several servants. Du Ruhan's eyes widened strangely. Why is his leg crippled? Xiao Lulang was also surprised. He looked at the other person. Coincidentally, Royal Prince An was also looking at him. Their eyes met. Xiao Lulang could clearly feel a trace of coldness in Royal Prince An's eyes. Xiao Lulang didn't understand and didn't take it to heart. He was just an insignificant person. What did it matter if he liked or disliked him? The group of people still entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the order of the quotation marks. The tables and cushions of the palace examination had already been removed. The palace hall was bright and spacious, simple and unadorned. Because of the presence of the Emperor, Grand Tutor Zhuang, Grand Secretary Yuan and other cabinet ministers, it appeared especially solemn and respectful. The group of people kowtowed to the Emperor under the lead of the ceremonial officials. Then, Eunuch Wei presented the name list to the Emperor. The examinees were about 3 meters away from the Emperor. In reality, it was still a bit far. Some people wanted to see the Emperor's face, but before they could raise their heads, they were suppressed by the Emperor's aura. The Emperor didn't like to do things that were deliberately mysterious. He directly began to announce the top 3. Examinee Ningdian from Jade City of Guangzhou, 3rd place in the 4th month of the Zhengu year. He is bestowed the title of Grand Scholar. Ningxian was stunned. The examinees were shocked. Was there a 3rd place candidate? Cough. The eunuch at the side gave a look to the stunned Ningxian. Ningxian quickly came back to his senses and stepped out of the line. He walked to the Emperor and stopped at the designated place. He lifted his clothes and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. He said with a choked voice, I, Ningxian, thank the Emperor for his kindness. Long live the Emperor. The Emperor asked him to rise and continued to read. In the 4th month of the Zhengu year, the 2nd place of the first scholar, Zhuang Yuheng, is bestowed the title of scholar. Everyone looked at Royal Prince and Prince An was 2nd place? This was a bit unexpected. A trace of disappointment flashed through Prince An's heart. He dragged his injured leg and came to the Emperor under the envious and surprised gazes of the crowd. He also kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. I, Zhuang Yuheng, thank the Emperor for his kindness. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. The Emperor glanced at Prince An and didn't say anything. Next was the top scorer. The Emperor's gaze stopped for a moment on Grand Secretary Yuan's grandson, Yuan Yu. He opened the name list and said loudly, in the 4th month of the Zhengu year, The first place of the first scholar Xiao Lulang. Combikugu mobile reading website. emshbqg.com. Chapter 255. This year's court examination was a complete surprise. First, Princeton didn't become the top scorer. Then, Grand Secretary Yuan's grandson didn't make it into the top 3. Xiao Lulang and Ning Zuan, these two dark horses who had come from the humble class, directly stunned all the candidates present. Originally, the 3 most popular candidates were Prince and Yuan Yu and Wang Yuan, the scholar from Jiangnan. Everyone guessed that the 3 of them would make it into the top 1. Princeton would be the top scorer, Yuan Yu would be the second, and Wang Yuan would be the third. But they were all wrong. In fact, Xiao Lulang and Ning Zuan's results had been very stable, especially Xiao Lulang. He didn't get first place in the college examination, but he was the top scorer in all the other examinations. It was only natural that he would become the top scorer. However, he met Princeton, who was even more popular. Princeton overcame all the difficulties and didn't get second place. Who would believe that he would lose to Xiao Lulang? The Zhuang family had so many highly educated people, but their children couldn't beat a poor boy from the countryside. Forget it, it wasn't their turn anyway. They just needed to watch. The top 3 and the top 1 were the top scorer, the second and the third. They would be given the title of Jinshi. This was the highest honor in the court examination. There were 72 people in the top 2 and they would be given the title of Jinshi. The remaining 135 people were all Jinshi, and they would be given the title of Jinshi. Du Ruhan was 13th, 2 places higher than in the metropolitan examination. He was quite satisfied. Feng Lin was 176th in the metropolitan examination. He didn't have much confidence at that time, and he was too nervous in the court examination. He didn't perform well and expected that he wouldn't be able to make it into the top 2. As expected, he was ranked 200th. Even though he expected it, he couldn't help but be disappointed when he saw it. As for Lin Qingya, he was ranked 123rd in the metropolitan examination. This time he was ranked 99th in the top 100. Lin Qingya was also very satisfied with his results. He wasn't a gifted examinee and was only able to get to where he was today because of his hard work and Xiao Liulang's guidance. His father's initial expectations for him was only to pass the high scholar examination. Now that he was able to pass all the way to the capital, even if he was also a grand scholar, his father would be overjoyed. He was also very happy. Finally, he didn't have to go back to inherit his family's wealth. The top 3 of each family were announced by the emperor himself, and the rest were announced by a special messenger. After the announcement, the messenger led the 3 first-class Jinshi to the steps in front of the emperor's throne to receive the ranking of Jinshi. Most importantly, it was the top scholar who received it. The other 2 followed behind him and bowed. The positions of the 3 were also particular. The champion was in the middle, slightly ahead of the other 2. He stood on the giant turtle head engraved in the center of the first Tao control stone, also known as the Soul Champion. The emperor stared at Xiao Liulang's face, which was almost within reach, for a long time. Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes and calmly allowed the emperor to examine him. "Your Majesty?" Eunuch Wei reminded him in a small voice. The emperor made a sound of acknowledgement and retracted his gaze. He handed the ranking to the messenger, and the messenger handed it to Xiao Lulang. After receiving the ranking of Jinshi, Xiao Lulang led the Jinshi to once again thank the emperor for his kindness. After the release of the results of the court examination, there was an important event, which was the parade of Jinshi through the streets. All the Jinshi changed into the Jinshi robes issued by the court. Under the leadership of the new champion, they walked through the streets of the imperial city to receive the congratulations of the people. Among them, the champion's robes were red brocade, also known as Fei Luo brocade. It was the only pure red. The second place and third place wore black brocade robes, while the rest of the Jinshi wore dark blue official robes. The emperor gave Xiao Lulang and the other 2 flower hairpins. The 3 of them wore the flower hairpins on their official hats. To be honest, Xiao Lulang and Princeton were extremely beautiful. Wearing the flower hairpins didn't make them look feminine. Instead, they looked valiant, as beautiful as peaches and plums. On the other hand, Ning Xuan, who came in third place, was barely satisfactory. He was dark and skinny, and his looks were ordinary. The flower hairpin on his head made his dark skin look unbearable to look at. It directly interrupted the fine tradition of the third-place winners being handsome men. The imperial guards led the way, and the officials from the Ministry of Rites followed closely behind. Xiao Lulang rode on his horse, leading more than 200 jinshi on the back of a beautiful horse. They were majestic, receiving the cheers and gazes of all the people. He had returned to the capital, and in this way, he was not allowed to hide or retreat. He was completely standing under the sun, standing in front of everyone. The Imperial City Guards army had long filled the entire Imperial City Imperial Street. Even so, they could not stop the passion of the people. Many people rushed in, but the Imperial City Guards army blocked them with their bodies. They could stop people, but they couldn't stop the things in their hands. The people originally came for Prince N, but who would have thought that the new champion was so beautiful? Was he really human? Was he not a fairy that descended to the mortal world? Was he? Was he the world's literary star? Champion! Look at me, look at me! Champion! Look over here! A bold girl actually shouted at the top of her lungs. There were also people who shouted for Prince N, but it didn't sound like it was the case. The titles Zhuang Yuan in third place were easy to shout, but the second place Ningxian, why was it so strange? One girl didn't know if she was too nervous or she couldn't speak clearly, but she suddenly shouted, "Ungrateful wretch," and Prince N's face turned black. Feng Lin-Chi wasn't happy at first, but in the midst of the cheers and congratulations, he suddenly felt his blood boil. This was what it meant to bring glory to the face, this was it. So what if they were both jinshi? All the people in the capital came to celebrate for them, so any hardship was worth it. Suddenly, a sachet was thrown into Feng Lin's arms. Feng Lin was shocked at first, but then he picked up the sachet and looked in the direction it came from. Up there, a girl wearing a veil waved at him. Feng Lin's face turned red. This was the first time a girl gave him something. It was good to study and it was good to become a jinshi. There was only one champion and only one prince in. Everyone couldn't snatch him, so they went to snatch other jinshi. Feng Lin was hit by the sachet a few times, and his face was as red as a monkey's butt, making the girls laugh. There were many sachets on Prince An's body. He didn't deliberately catch them, but he couldn't throw them away. Give them to me if you don't want them. Ningxian, who was riding beside him, took the sachets from his saddle. They're all high-quality thread, so they can be sold for a lot of money. Prince N, Xiao Lulang received the most sachets, but he didn't take any of them and threw them away without hesitation. Moreover, he had a cold face the whole time, which really broke the hearts of the girls. Why was it so hard to hook up with the champion these days? The young ladies didn't really want to get married, but this was the tradition of the parade. It would be best if they could get a jinshi, but if they couldn't, it would be good to have some fun. Xiao Lulang was a bit absent-minded. So many women came to see him, why didn't she come? Before he left, he told her not to wait for the results to be released, so she really didn't come to see? At that time he wanted to say something, but he stopped. In fact, he wanted to tell her that the new champion would lead the jinshi on a parade, but he was too shy to say a word. That was true. She wasn't a girl from the capital, so she didn't know about the parade. That was why she didn't come. What if she came? Did he want to take a look? No. He thought no in his heart, but his hands tightened on the reins. His head slowly looked to the sides of the street. He first looked at the crowd on the street, then looked at the room above the shop. The champion is looking at me. He's looking at me. Nonsense. He's clearly looking at me. It's me. Champion. With just a small glance, it caused a terrifying commotion. The Imperial Guards nearly failed to stop them, and dozens of scented sachets suddenly flew over. Xiao Liulong's body trembled, and he no longer dared to look at the crowd. She really didn't come. What a joke, what was he disappointed about? Pa! Another sachet landed on his saddle. He didn't look at it and planned to throw this sachet away. But when he picked it up, he felt that something was wrong. He paused and looked at the sachet in his hand. The stitches were very fine, but the thread was on the outside. His heart shook and he looked up in disbelief at a tea house on the right. He suddenly tightened the reins and stopped the horse. No grand scholar could walk in front of the new champion. When he stopped, all the grand scholars behind him had to stop as well. The imperial guards that were responsible for escorting them also had to stop. The entire group and the entire street stopped for one person. Xiao Lulang held the sachet in his hand and looked at the young girl in the tea house. The young girl was wearing a blue dress and had a slender figure. Her eyebrows were picturesque and the red birthmark on the left side of her face was like the clouds in the sky. It was also like a begonia flower falling in the wind. It was beautiful to the heart. Gu Jiao leaned against the window and looked at him with her chin in her hand. Her lips were slightly curved. Xiao Liulang's mood suddenly became better. The coldness in his eyes disappeared and he also smiled. His serious face was already charming to death. When he revealed a smile, it was like ice and snow flowers blooming. All things coming back to life, and the morning light coming. This moment of amazement was hard to describe. Then everyone saw Xiao Lulang hang the only sachet he received today on his waist. The girls were jealous to death. Didn't the new champion not accept sachets? Why did you make an exception? Why didn't you reject it? Also, why are you smiling? You're not allowed to smile. Just when the girls thought that this was enough to make them despair, something even more despairing happened. The new champion actually took off the royal flower hairpin. Everyone was stunned. It can't be? The champion wasn't going to give her the flower hairpin? No, they wouldn't allow it. Chapter 256. In Zhao country, there was a tradition of the top scholar receiving a flower hairpin. At first, it was just the top scholar receiving a flower hairpin, but it slowly evolved into the 3-tripod hairpin. These hairpins were bestowed by the emperor and had a very special meaning. Every daughter of Zhao country was proud to receive a 3-tripod hairpin. That's right, the 3-tripod hairpin was not given to men. But generally, it was not given to women casually. First, it was bestowed by the emperor, and everyone cherished it. Second, they were afraid of offending someone by favoring one and discriminating against another. Such a thing happened in the previous dynasty. A top scholar gave his flower hairpin to a famous brothel prostitute. As a result, he angered the daughter of an aristocratic family who secretly had feelings for him. That daughter's father was a powerful official in the court. The result was obvious. The top scholar's career was not smooth for many years. The second and third place of the imperial examination all entered the cabinet. Only he was sent to a small county to be the county magistrate. Of course, this was an exception. But no matter what, the flower hairpin was very rare. There were 2 ways to get a flower hairpin. One was to give it to the top scholar willingly. The other was to challenge the top scholar to a competition. If you won, you could win the other person's flower hairpin. In the past, the crown princess used this method to win 2 flower hairpins from the top scholar and the second place of the imperial examination. It was a popular story in Zhao country. If no one challenged Xiao Lulang, then Xiao Lulang could give the flower hairpin to anyone he wanted. But if someone challenged him, he had to accept the challenge and win. Only then could he give the flower hairpin to the person he wanted to give it to. If he didn't want to accept the challenge, it was fine. But he couldn't give the flower hairpin away. This was the rule. He took out the flower hairpin. It seemed that he was going to give it away. This was something that made people jealous. In the tea house next to Gu Jiao's, it was also on the 2nd floor. The window was open, and a girl in purple with a veil on her face was leaning against the window. Judging from her attire, she was either rich or noble. Her temperament was also not bad. There was also a maid beside her. She should be the daughter of an aristocratic family. She didn't even look at Gu Jiao next door. She just raised her chin and raised her eyebrows. Her gaze fell on the handsome new top scholar and said, "My daughter has a couplet that she would like to consult with the top scholar. I wonder if the top scholar would do me the honor?" This meant that he wanted to challenge the top scorer. Every year, when the Zhuangyuan paraded through the streets, there would be daughters challenging the top 3. However, not many people actually accepted the challenge and even fewer lost after accepting it. Up until now, only the crown princess had successfully won 2 flower hairpins. This girl is really bold. Who is she? Everyone couldn't help but look at the purple-clothed girl. The purple-clothed girl didn't seem to mind being stared at. She smiled and arrogantly and innocently said, "What? Is the new top scholar afraid that he won't be able to match a girl's couplet? It's fine if you don't get it right, but you won't be able to give it away. Everyone finally understood. This lady couldn't have it herself, and she didn't want anyone else to have it. Alright, even though it sounded a little hateful, they were a little happy. That's right, the top scholar, you can only keep your hairpin for yourself. You're not allowed to give it to other women. Xiao Lulang nodded slightly at Gu Jiao, and then looked at the young girl from afar. His eyes regained their coldness. Miss, please enlighten me, the purple-clothed girl said proudly. River-gazing tower, river-gazing tower, river-gazing tower, river-gazing tower, river-gazing tower for eternity, river-gazing tower for eternity, river-gazing tower for eternity. Everyone was astonished. This young lady had such literary talent. Xiao Lulang didn't even think about it as he said indifferently, moon imprinted well, moon imprinted shadow, moon imprinted well, moon imprinted shadow and moon imprinted well for 10,000 years, moon imprinted shadow for 10,000 years. Everyone clapped and cheered. Great! She was indeed worthy of being the new top scorer. This pair was amazing. The purple-clothed girl choked. She didn't expect the other party to match her so quickly. She wasn't convinced and threw out another couplet. Fog locks up the mountain. Fog locks up the mountain. Xiao Lulang. The sky connects the water, the tail water connects the sky. The purple-clothed girl. The moon shines on the screen window. All the pavilions are bright. Zhuge courtesy name Kongming. Xiao Lulang. Snow flies on the plum mountain. Everywhere is fragrant mountain by Letian. By Jui courtesy name Letian, nickname fragrant mountain. The purple-clothed girl anxiously scratched her head. She wanted to continue, but Xiao Lulang said indifferently, Miss, you've used up all your questions. She was the first person to challenge, so she could ask 3 questions. The challengers after her could only ask 1 question each. This was also the rule. She was furious. She turned around and said to the other young Taoist nun in the room, Elder sister, you do it. The young Taoist nun took a sip of tea and said leisurely, don't make a fool of yourself. Come back. If the new top scholar can be stumped by a few couplets, then he doesn't deserve to be the top scholar. But the purple-clothed girl stomped her feet and sat back down on her chair with a cold snort. The purple-clothed girl took the lead. After that, a few bold daughters challenged the new top scholar, but without exception, they were all defeated. Then came a ruthless test. She didn't test him on couplets or poems. Instead, she made Xiao Lulang recite a passage from Left Turn Backwards. She used a book to test Xiao Lulang. Left Turn had more than 90,000 words. How proficient did he have to be able to recite it from where she pointed and backwards? This was too cruel. The crowd was originally gloating, but now they sympathized with the new top scholar. The official from the Ministry of Rights broke out in cold sweat. He knew that there should be rules in the competition. For example, only couplets or poems could be recited. There shouldn't be such a deviant question. Wasn't this just embarrassing? Only those who had studied would understand how difficult this question was. However, the common people didn't understand. The common people would only think, aren't you the new top scholar? How come you can't even recite a book? The daughter stood on the second floor and said with a smile, you can't answer it, right? Top scholar, your flower hairpin is mine. Xiao Lulang calmly said, White feather, analyzed by Su Shangzi, the king's envoy Chu Dong. The daughter was stunned. She stared at the book in her hand. He actually didn't make a single mistake. Thank you for letting me win. Xiao Lulang politely and distantly looked away. Is there anything else? He asked. The scene was silent. Everyone was shocked by his recitation of Left Turn. For a moment, no one dared to come forward and embarrass themselves. Xiao Yulong's eyes fell on Gu Jiao's face. His eyes had a temperature that made people jealous. Miss, please give me your question. Ah, it was her turn? Gu Jiao was stunned. Everyone was reciting poems, but she didn't know how to recite poems. Actually, she did. It was just that she was so focused on looking at the handsome man that her mind was blank. Gu Jiao blinked her eyes and rolled her eyes. White sun against the mountain. Everyone staggered. No, miss, what kind of question did you set? Even a 3-year-old child could do it. The new top scorer was a godly person who could recite Left Turn Backwards. Xiao Lulang made an O sound and looked at her steadily. He said in all seriousness, "This humble one doesn't know how to. This humble one loses." Everyone. Are you kidding me? The new top scorer? You can't even. The crowd didn't know what to say. At this moment, another young lady stepped forward and said something that most of the people present couldn't understand. Xiao Lulang looked at her coldly and said something that most people couldn't understand. The purple-clothed girl was confused. Sister? What were they talking about? The young Taoist nun raised her eyebrows and said, "That young lady just now said to the new top scorer in the language of the state of Chan, 'White sun against the mountain.'" Ah! The purple-clothed girl was shocked. The young Taoist nun said slowly, "Then the new top scorer used the languages of the state of Chan, the state of Liang, the state of Zhao, the state of Jin, and the state of Yan." Oh right, the next sentence, "The yellow river flows into the sea." Did that girl really think that the new top scorer couldn't match this sentence? Did she think that she could pick up the scraps? Did she think that she was better than the girl in green? Did she think that the new top scorer would look at her differently? In the end, she was slapped in the face. What others asked, he would answer. What you asked, he wouldn't answer. Winning against everyone in the world only to lose to you. Most people didn't know what had happened. They just looked at the girl who was speaking in the language of birds, and her face suddenly turned the color of pig liver. The Taoist nun's words were spread by the maidservants. Then, everyone knew what was going on. In order to watch the lawsuit parade, they didn't even eat breakfast. Now they were all full and their teeth were about to fall out. In the end, Gu Jiao received the new top scorer's hairpin. She looked at the hairpin in her hand and couldn't bear to put it down. It was so beautiful. Xiao Lulang looked at her from afar. There was a gentleness in his eyes that he didn't even notice. Suddenly, a little head popped out from under Gu Jiao's arm. Flower? Jiao Jiao, I want to wear it. Little Jing Kong said as he patted his little bald head with his two little hands. The daughters of wealthy families all reached out their hands. Little brother, you don't have hair. You should give it to your sisters. Their hair is so thick. Little Jing Kong snorted and turned his face away. No, he wanted to wear it himself. Gu Jiao made a headband for little Jing Kong with a veil, and put the flower into the headband. Little Jing Kong wore a big red flower and shook his little bald head happily. Then the new top scorer's face darkened. Gu Jiao's goal was to get 3 hairpins. She already had the top scorer's hairpin. Next was the top scorer's hairpin and the top scorer's hairpin. Facing Royal Princeton, she was very calm. She didn't feel like she was in a mess at all. She directly threw an arithmetic question. Royal Princeton was speechless. Royal Princeton had planned to lose to her on purpose like Xiao Lulang did from the beginning. However, he didn't expect her to give him such a difficult question. Who taught her? Xiao Lulang? Why was she so merciful to Xiao Lulang and so serious when it came to him? Royal Princeton took a deep breath and said, "I admit defeat." Xiao Lulang narrowed his eyes and watched Royal Princeton throw the hairpin to Gu Jiao. His eyes were frighteningly cold. But soon Gu Jiao set her eyes on Ningxian, who came in third. Because of Ningxian's appearance, no one had challenged him yet. Therefore, he could choose to give the hairpin to Gu Jiao. However, Ningxian didn't want to give it to her. He had made up his mind. If anyone challenged him, he would reject them all and keep the hairpin for himself. Seeing that Gu Jiao wanted Ningxian's hairpin, Xiao Lulang wasn't angry anymore. Ningxian clutched his hairpin tightly. He wasn't going to give it to her. He wanted to keep it as a family heirloom and pass it down to his descendants. Give the hairpin to her. The new top scorer threatened. No, Ningxian refused. There will be serious consequences if you don't give it to her. The new top scorer continued to threaten. I'm the top scorer. I'll make things difficult for you. Ningxian was speechless. The top scorer was qualified to enter the Hanlin Academy directly. The top scorer's position was higher than the top scorer's position. Therefore, the top scorer could make things difficult for the top scorer. In ancient times, Go Jian, the king of Yu, endured hardships. Today, Ningxian gave the hairpin to her with tears in his eyes. Ningxian swallowed his humiliation and gave the hairpin away. Oh, the family heirloom was gone. Gu Jiao received 3 hairpins and became the first woman to collect 3 hairpins since the founding of the Zhao kingdom. She was in the limelight for a while and even the crown princess paled in comparison. Xiao Lulang was the new top scorer. He was the most popular man today, and Gu Jiao was undoubtedly the most popular woman today. Needless to say, there was a lot of heated discussion among the people. The parade lasted for nearly 2 hours. Then the new top scorer led them through Chang, an avenue, and arrived at the imperial palace. He was enthroned and had lunch before going home. Lu Lang, I feel like this is unreal. In the main hall of the imperial palace, Feng Lin said to Xiao Lulang excitedly, I've seen so many people looking at me along the way. I've never been so popular in my life. His glory was not worth mentioning compared to the new top scorer, but he had never thought of comparing himself with Xiao Lulang. The disappointment of being the same Jinshi had long disappeared in the process of riding a horse and parading through the streets. He was full of enthusiasm and only wanted to do his best to serve the imperial court. Chapter 257. In fact, Xiao Lulang also had a feeling that it was as if a lifetime had passed and that it was not real. He had been to the palace so many times, but this was the first time he came out from the main gate of the Meridian Gate. This gate was only open for the master of the palace. However, Shi Yi, who was the top scholar, the second scholar, and the third scholar, was qualified to use it once. He thought he didn't care. The moment he came out, he felt different. However, he wasn't as excited as Feng Lin. He was calmer. He said to Feng Lin, there will be many opportunities to serve the court. Feng Lin whispered, but I don't want to go back to the county to get an official position. I want to stay in the Hanlin Academy. I envy you for being able to enter the Hanlin Academy. The top scholar wasn't the highest rank of scholar. The Hanlin Academy was. There's a saying, if you're not a Jinshi, you can't enter Hanlin, and if you're not a Hanlin, you can't enter the cabinet. Since ancient times, Hanlin Academy has been known as the place of the heir apparent. Be it Grand Tutor Zhuang, Grand Secretary Yuan, or even the old Chancellor, they were all from Hanlin Academy. Entering the Hanlin Academy didn't guarantee success. However, if you didn't enter, you wouldn't have much hope as a civil official. Xiao Lulang said, the top 2 scholars and top 3 scholars will take the imperial exam next month. As long as you pass the exam, you can stay in the capital. After 3 years, the school will be closed. Those with good results can also enter the Hanlin Academy. Feng Lin could only look forward to it. After Gu Jiao saw her husband leave, she didn't go to Lu Yixing immediately because she didn't know where Lu Yixing lived. She could only wait for Lu Yixing to come to her. However, she didn't go back to the clinic. She went to the Qingfeng gang. The Qingfeng gang lost a lot of money this time. Many people bet on Prince and Yuan Yu, but not many bet on Xiao Lulang. Gu Jiao's 5,000 taels suddenly became 25,000 taels. This was because there were more than 10 people who took risks. Otherwise, the odds would be higher. Furthermore, those who had bet on Zhuang Yueshi and Gu Jinyu winning the flower hairpin had lost everything. The one with the highest odds was Gu Jiao. On the lonely hairpin list, only 2 people had bet on her. One was Zhuang Mengdai and the other was Prince and Royal Prince, and earned a fortune, but he wasn't happy at all. Zhuang Mengdai was also not happy. If she had known that this girl would win the flower hairpin, she would not have bet a single copper coin. She would have bet all her assets. Gu Jiao was very happy. The Cool Breeze gang gave her cash. She put the shiny silver in a sack and went back happily. Jadewater Alley had also received the good news of Xiao Lulang becoming the top scholar. The number of people who came to congratulate him was almost enough to break the doorstep. Aya, brother Hua. How did you two raise your child? Why was Lulang so powerful? It's harder for my son to study than to take his life. Uncle Zhao thought of his youngest son, who only knew how to fool around all day. He really had given birth to this son for nothing. Don't say that. Brother Yang is very good. The old chancellor comforted Uncle Zhao. He even forgot to apologize to the former emperor in his heart. He and the Empress Dowager were not husband and wife. They had a pure monarch and vassal relationship. The old madam was very happy today. She deliberately went easy on the game so that the neighbors would lose less money. Madame Yao was also very happy. She personally cooked the desserts. After she became pregnant, she rarely cooked. Today, she was so excited that Nanny Fong couldn't stop her. Nanny Fong had to help her. Madame Yao made walnut cakes. The children didn't like to eat them, but she found that Xiao Lulang liked them very much. She kneaded the dough and said, "At first, I saw that he was good to Jiao Jiao and was hardworking and willing to endure hardships. However, I never expected that he would become the top scholar. Now Jiao Jiao is the top scholar's wife. Isn't that so?" Nanny Fong added a handful of firewood to the stove with a smile. To be honest, Nanny Fong didn't think highly of the son-in-law at first. Like Marquis Gu, she felt that the son-in-law wasn't good enough for eldest Mississippi. Although eldest Miss grew up in the countryside, she was still the descendant of the Marquis's household. What did the son-in-law have? He didn't have a good family background and was still a little cripple. Although all things were inferior, only studying was good. However, there was a saying that scholars were useless. Nanny Fong was always worried that this son-in-law would achieve nothing in the end, and that eldest Miss would be wronged by him. Fortunately, although she was unhappy, she didn't show it on her face. Otherwise, if she offended the top scholar's son-in-law, her life would be awkward. Gu Jiaojiao and little Jingkong arrived home first. Everyone didn't know what to say when they saw the money she brought back with a sack. Xiao Lulang, on the other hand, was only sent back when the sky turned dark. It wasn't Feng Lin or Lin Qingya. It was Ning Xuan who was cheated by Xiao Lulang today. Today was a big day for all the scholars, so they should drink a few cups. Xiao Lulang was the new top scholar, so he should drink a lot. Xiao Lulang had never drunk before, so he couldn't hold his liquor well. However, the few cups of wine at the lunch banquet weren't enough to get him drunk. The problem was that after the banquet, some of them went to other places in twos and threes. It was a bit difficult to talk about what happened. Xiao Lulang didn't want to stay there and insisted on going home. Everyone was unhappy and asked him to punish himself by drinking 3 cups before letting him go. This guy really dared to drink. After drinking, he passed out. Ning Xuan had a family and he didn't like that kind of occasion, so he suggested to send the new top scholar back. "It's to the left, right? Is it that alley?" Ning Xuan asked Xiao Lulang in the carriage. Xiao Lulang was so drunk that he ignored him. Ning Xuan shook his head and asked the coachman to go forward. Perhaps he was in a hurry, so he almost bumped into someone when he reached the entrance of the alley. It was 2 women, one in a Taoist robe and the other in purple. I'm sorry. The coachman hurriedly apologized. Ning Xuan also lifted the curtain and got out of the carriage. He bowed to the 2 and apologized. "Are you all right, ladies? I'm sorry, I was in a hurry and bumped into you." Ning Xuan was still wearing the 3rd-place official's robe. The girl in purple recognized him at a glance. She smiled and whispered in the Taoist nun's ear, "Sister, it's that black 3rd-place official." Ning Xuan. "Am I black?" Then his face darkened even more. The Taoist nun gave the girl in purple a warning look. The girl in purple stuck out her tongue. The Taoist nun looked away and bowed slightly to Ning Xuan. "It's okay, goodbye." Then she took her sister's hand and walked away. When the 2 of them passed by the carriage, the night wind suddenly blew the curtain of the carriage open, revealing a young man who was half leaning against the carriage wall and resting with his eyes closed. The moonlight flowed and fell on his red-embroidered top scholar's robe, reflecting a faint glow. His eyes were closed, and his facial features were as exquisite as jade. There was a hint of drunkenness, and he was so handsome that it was suffocating. The Taoist nun grew up in a Taoist temple and thought that she had cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the human world. But at this moment she had to admit that this young man was really tempting. Of course, she was just looking at him. She didn't forget that this young man was taken. She didn't care about other people's things. When the 2 of them were far away, the girl in purple suddenly came back to her senses. She touched her hot cheeks and said, Sister, did you see that just now? The one in the carriage is the new top scholar." "Oh my God. He's too what?" The girl in purple suddenly couldn't find the words to describe it. Her heart was pounding. She already thought that he was handsome when she saw him from afar during the day. But when she saw him from such a close distance, she realized that he was more than handsome. She was simply mesmerizing. She shook the Taoist nun's hand excitedly. Sister, you don't have a chance." The Taoist nun poured cold water on her. The girl in purple's heart broke. Wah. The 2 of them got into their own carriages. Ning Xuan also helped the drunk Xiao Lulang out of the carriage. What they didn't notice was that there was another carriage parked at the other end of the alley. The crown princess was sitting in the carriage. She was passing by and accidentally saw the top scholar of the imperial court get off the carriage to apologize to a daughter of the Yuan family and a Taoist nun. She knew who the top three were. However, she didn't go see the top scholar parade on horseback, so she didn't know Ningxian. She recognized him only because of his official robes. There was nothing to see about an ordinary-looking top scholar. She was about to leave when Ningxian helped a young man out of the carriage. That was the new top scholar, which was him. A young and tender face involuntarily flashed across the crown princess' mind. The 13 or 14-year-old young duke was still a young man who had just lost his childishness. He was very likable, but not in the way that men and women liked each other. The young man in front of her had a face that was almost identical to his, but seemed to be completely different. He was taller, and his facial features had matured. He had the air of a young man and also the strength of a man. He was beginning to exude the charm of a man. Knock, knock, knock. Ningxian knocked on the door of a family's courtyard. With a creak, the door was opened. Who are you looking for? Excuse me, is this Xiao Liulang's house? Ningxian asked. Isn't this Lu Lang? Auntie Lu recognized Xiao Lulang and hurriedly ran out. She ran forward a few houses and said, Jiao Jiao, Lulang is back. Then, the crown princess saw a girl in green walk out of a house. She quickly walked up to Ningxian and Xiao Lulang and took Xiao Lulang from Ningxian's hands. Xiao Lulang was a bit drunk. The moment the girl put her arm around his waist, he opened his eyes warily. It's me, Gu Jiao said. Jiao Jiao. I'm here. Oh. Xiao Lulang gave up resisting and was helped back to the courtyard by Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao should have thanked Ningxian. But the crown princess didn't notice. Her gaze had been fixed on Gu Jiao's arm that was wrapped around Xiao Liulang's waist. She suddenly felt a bit irritated. Crown princess? The female official to the side cautiously called out to her. Only then did the crown princess notice that she had torn her handkerchief. She loosened her grip and said with a smile, My stomach felt a bit uncomfortable just now. Let's go back to the palace. The female official quickly said, This servant will quickly call an imperial physician for you. The crown princess nodded. She took one last look at the two people holding each other in the night. He wasn't Aheng, he wasn't. Aheng wouldn't fall in love with another woman, nor would he let another woman get close to him. Never. Gu Jiao helped him into the courtyard. Xiao Lulang was this drunk. Naturally, he couldn't sleep in the same room as little Jing Kong. If something happened during the night, little Jing Kong would be scared, and he wouldn't be able to take care of him. Gu Jiao helped Xiao Lulang back to her room. She helped Xiao Lulang lie on her bed and took off his official hat. It was already not cold at the end of April. The thick top scholar's robes felt heavy and stuffy on his body. Xiao Lulang was sweating. Gu Jiao went to fetch some water and planned to wipe him down. Just as she sat down, she heard him mutter, Jiao Jiao, I'm hot. Normally, his words were cold and clear. Now that he was drunk, he suddenly had a bit of a seductive charm. Speaking of which, when they first arrived here, his voice was still going through puberty. It didn't sound bad, but it wasn't too pleasant either. Later on, his voice gradually matured. It was just that Gu Jiao was with him every day, so she didn't notice the change. Until that voice just now. Gu Jiao was startled and her ears went limp. Gu Jiao put down the basin of water and unbuttoned his clothes. Just as she undid his collar, his slender neck was revealed. The delicate Adam's apple on his neck moved. It was a bit seductive. Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao used her strong willpower to unbutton his clothes and remove his thick official's robes. Then Gu Jiao began to wipe his face. He drank wine and his cheeks were slightly red. His lips were very moist, and there was a glint of water from the wine. Perhaps he was woken up by the wipe, as he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was a bit hazy and it was extremely seductive. Gu Jiao, I didn't drool. No. Xiao Lulang asked drunkenly. Why are you looking at me like that? Gu Jiao said honestly, you look good. He smiled gently. Which part of me looked good? You look good everywhere. His eyebrows were good, his eyes were good, and his nose was good. Gu Jiao glanced at his red lips and silently added in her heart, his lips are good too, the best. He laid on the bed and looked at her, revealing a hazy and seductive gaze that would never appear on a normal day. He curved his lips. Just looking. Huh. Gu Jiao was stunned. In the next second he raised his slender arm, and his jade-like hand clasped the back of Gu Jiao's head. With just the right amount of force he pulled her towards him. Chapter 258. Gu Jiao was stunned by this sudden action, but she didn't resist. The moment his hot palm clasped the back of her head, she seemed to be unable to move. She opened her eyes wide and let him press her down. In her 2 lives she had never been so intimate with anyone, and no one had ever been so presumptuous in front of her. Her code name was Shadow, and she was a killing machine in the organization. She liked to collect handsome men, but she had never been addicted to them, because her godfather said that men were poison, bitter and astringent, and it was good to keep them in a bottle and look at them. But tonight she tasted this poison. It was soft and moist, with a hint of flower-brewed wine fragrance and a sweetness that was unique to him. It was not bitter at all. Her godfather was lying. Men were clearly delicious. Oh no, he was very delicious. The night was gentle, and the moonlight was soft. Gu Jiao pressed down on his body, one hand holding her chin, and looked at him without blinking. Her mind was thinking about the taste just now, and the corners of her mouth were slightly curved. Xiao Lulang fell asleep, his chest gently rising and falling, and his even breathing came from his nose. The young man's body was full of vitality, and the sun was like fire, burning the whole room as if it had been rolled by a heat wave. Was he asleep? Then he couldn't hear anything she said. Gu Jiao's eyes darted around. She crouched down and hugged his hand with one of her small arms. She smiled evilly in his ear and said bewitchingly, "Brother's waist is not a waist. It's the scimitar of Killer San Lang." Xiao Liulong's breathing was even. Gu Jiao glanced at his long and slender legs again and naughtily climbed up with 2 fingers. She walked a few times and continued to whisper in his ear, "Brother's legs are not legs. They are the spring water of the Seine River." After saying this, she buried her head in the blanket. Xiao Lulang slept soundly. Gu Jiao's courage grew. She crawled out of the quilt and whispered in his ear, "You're really good at eating." Then she laid down beside him, closed her eyes and fell asleep. While she was half awake, a warm breath came close to her, and her lips were lightly pressed again. Oh, it must be because it was so delicious that she was dreaming. What Gu Jiao didn't know was that she really had a dream after she fell asleep. She dreamed of Xiao Lulang again. This time it was not some unspeakable scene, but Xiao Lulang going to the palace to participate in the Deer Cry banquet. The Deer Cry banquet was a banquet that the emperor held for the grand scholars on the 2nd day of the release of the results. Xiao Lulang came over to help, but Madame Yao didn't let him. How could a Zhuangyun go to the kitchen? However, since Madame Yao didn't let Xiao Lulang do this, Xiao Lulang went to do other things, such as watering the vegetable field and cleaning the chicken coop. In short, he wasn't idle. She didn't know what to do with Xiao Lulang. Soon, the family members got up one after another. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan congratulated their brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong was rarely picky. After all, that flower was quite beautiful. Among the 3 flower hairpins, the Zhuangyuan's flower hairpin was the most complicated, the best quality, and also the most beautiful. The Zhuangyuan would have a beautiful flower hairpin. Little Jing Kong equated the 2 in his heart. He was even more determined that he must be the Zhuangyuan in the future. At this moment, no one knew that the future 6 Nations Divine General had set himself up as the Zhuangyuan just for a flower hairpin. Old Madame Fu gave Xiao Lulang a red packet, and also gave Gu Jiao a red packet. Old Madame Fu's principle of giving out red packets was that if Lulang had it, Jiao Jiao would also have it. If Lulang didn't have it, Jiao Jiao would still have it. The family sat at the dining table and ate breakfast. Xiao Lulang sat opposite Gu Jiao. The interaction between the 2 was no different from usual, especially Xiao Lulang. He looked serious and calm, as if he didn't remember what happened when he was drunk. Little Jing Kong was eating the buns in his bowl. Suddenly, he tilted his head and said, "Jiao Jiao, your and brother-in-law's lips are so red. What did you eat?" Xiao Lulang didn't know what to say. Gu Jiao didn't know what to say. After breakfast, Xiao Lulang sent little Jing Kong to school. In the morning, he went to the government office to register his household registration. After becoming the Zhuangyuan, his household registration would be transferred to the Hanlin Academy. From now on, he also had a household registration in the capital. It was said that this was the treatment of the top 3. At noon, the old chancellor would take him out to meet a friend. They wouldn't come back in the afternoon. They would go directly to the deer banquet. Gu Jiao asked about his schedule and didn't say anything. She watched him go out and turn to the medical center. Xiao Lulang registered his household registration and met an elder in the court. He didn't enter the palace until the afternoon. It was still early, but many Jinshi had come to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. They were talking with each other. Some of them might become colleagues in the future. It was always right to establish a good relationship with them in advance. Feng Lin and the other 2 didn't leave early last night. They watched a lot of singing and dancing to their heart's content, satisfying the craving of being a romantic scholar. Today, the 3 of them woke up late, but they still arrived earlier than Xiao Lulang. Lulang. Feng Lin was about to step into the Hall of Supreme Harmony when he saw Xiao Lulang from the corner of his eyes. Among the 3 of them, Feng Lin had known Xiao Lulang for the longest time. He owed Xiao Lulang the most and also spent the most time with Xiao Lulang. Therefore, he was always the first to notice Xiao Lulang. Lulang. Lin Qingye also turned into a little fan and greeted him. Only Du Ruhan curled her lips and snorted. "You drank too much yesterday. Are you okay?" Feng Lin asked with concern. Then he felt ashamed. "I should have sent you back yesterday. Cough, I'm okay," Xiao Lulang said seriously. Du Ruhan snorted. "Didn't I say he was okay? He has a wife. When he goes back, his wife and children will warm his bed. Why do you need to worry?" Xiao Yulong's expression changed slightly. He cleared his throat and said, "Let's go in." The 4 of them entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Yesterday, Xiao Lulang left early, which made some people unhappy. This was the way of the world. If you were too clean, you would make others seem dirty. What's so great about him? Why didn't he think about how he became the top scholar? Lower your voice. Be careful not to let others hear you. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, a few grand scholars were talking with their backs to the door. The one who snorted was called Wang Yuan. He came from a noble family in Jiangnan. Like Lin Qingye, he was a concubine's son. However, he was more famous and promising than Lin Qingye. He had entered the top 10 in the spring examination. Concubine Shu had bet on him to be the Tanhua, but he didn't receive the emperor's favor. The paper that entered the top 20 but was kicked out by the emperor was his. In the end, he was ranked 75th at the bottom of the second rank. Hearing the grand scholars around him trying to persuade him, he didn't listen. Instead, he said with disdain, "Why are you afraid of being heard? I didn't say anything wrong. Only he can do it and no one can talk about it? Isn't it because he looks like Marquis Xuanping's youngest son that he was favored by Marquis Xianping? He really thinks he's the Marquis's son." In the end, they were in the imperial palace. Wang Yuan didn't dare to be too explicit. Otherwise, he would be openly questioning the emperor's unfairness. However, just because he didn't say it here didn't mean he didn't say it elsewhere. In fact, right after Xiao Lulang and Ning Xian left last night, rumors about him spread like wildfire in the brothel. Thus, there was a reasonable explanation for Marquis Xianping coming to fix Xiao Liulong's clothes on the day of the court examination. Not only that, Xiao Liulong's past results were all dug up. He entered Tianxiang Academy with the lowest score. After that, he was always at the bottom. Just like that, he took first place in the county examination a few months later. Can you believe it? Why is that? Why else? The dean of Tianxiang Academy is the old chancellor's eldest disciple and the marquis's eldest martial brother. He looks like the marquis, so Dean Li took care of him and bribed the county magistrate to let him take first place. Then, what about the prefectural examination? Needless to say, the chief examiner of the prefectural examination is Provincial Governor Zhuang. You've all heard of him, right? He used to be the crown princess's teacher. The marquis and the crown princess grew up together. He also attended Provincial Governor Zhuang's classes, so he can be considered half a student of Provincial Governor Zhuang. Do you think Provincial Governor Zhuang won't remember the marquis when he sees this face? Then, why didn't he take first place in the college examination? Because the first place in the college examination is the Luo family's relative, He Jinghong. Who dares to touch him? This was simply illogical. Not to mention that Xiao Lulang was first place in the college examination. It was He Jinghong who switched Xiao Liulang's examination papers. Even if Xiao Lulang really did use unscrupulous means to get first place, why did he lose to He Jinghong in the college examination, and then win against He Jinghong in the provincial examination? If he was afraid of a small college examination, why wasn't he afraid of a big provincial examination? This conversation was spread last night. Fenglin and Lin Qingye drank too much and didn't remember clearly, but now that they were mocked by Wang Yuan, they remembered everything. The two were furious and wanted to rush up to argue with Wang Yuan, but were stopped by Xiao Lulang. Don't cause trouble in the imperial palace. Fenglin gritted his teeth. But, Du Ruhan looked at Xiao Lulang and said to Fenglin and Lin Qingye, he's not angry himself, so why are you angry? Besides, their mouths are on their bodies, can you sew their mouths shut? How many people's positions had been affected by a poor student becoming the top scholar? Slander and discrediting were only the most insignificant injuries. The real ostracization had yet to come. The Dear Cry banquet was about to begin. Everyone found their seats and sat down. There were no clear rules regarding the order of the seats, but everyone agreed to sit according to their results. For example, the lower left seats were for the top scholar, second place and third place. The lower right seats were for the first place and the second place and the first place and the third place. However, after Prince An walked into the hall with injured steps, he didn't sit next to Xiao Lulang. Instead, he walked to the opposite side and sat in the seat that originally belonged to Jia Er. With such a clear distinction, the only thing missing was the word, I am the top scholar and I are each doing our own thing written on their faces. He didn't sit next to Xiao Lulang and no one dared to sit. The seat next to Xiao Lulang was empty. Chapter 259. Everyone was surprised to see him sit next to Xiao Lulang instead of his own seat. However, on second thought, he left early last night and sat late today. He probably didn't hear the rumors about Xiao Lulang. He also came from a poor family and didn't know the rules of the seats. He probably thought that the top scholar and the second scholar sat on opposite sides. This was the tragedy of poor students. They couldn't see the situation clearly and didn't understand the rules. They didn't know when they offended someone. However, everyone hated Xiao Lulang the most. They didn't hate Ning Xian that much. Ning Xian had neither looks nor background. Compared to Xiao Lulang, he wasn't even worth mentioning. Everyone quickly turned their cold gazes to Xiao Lulang again. They whispered to each other from time to time, mostly criticizing Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang sat upright on the cushion. He didn't seem to hear it, but he also seemed to ignore it. The hall was noisy, but his figure was a bit thin. Ning Xian took a sip of tea and suddenly said to him, I went to the Ministry of Rights to check the test papers. I read your essay. You are indeed worthy of being the top scholar. Don't worry about other people's opinions. Royal Prince An also did a good job in his essay, but compared to you, he lacked a bit of innocence. I think that's what really moved His Majesty. On the other hand, my essay wasn't as good as Yuan Yu's, but in the end I got third place and he got fourth. Maybe it's because Yuan Yu is the grandson of Grand Secretary Yuan. It's easy for him to get ahead. For a poor student like me, if I don't get into the top 3, I have almost no hope of getting a meteoric rise. Xiao Lulang looked at Ning Xian in surprise. He had threatened him so much yesterday, but he could still say this to him. It seemed that he wasn't unaware of the rumors. Xiao Lulang looked away. You still have the guts to sit here and talk to me. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble? Ning Xian was silent for a while before he said in a low voice, If it weren't for you, I would be the one being ostracized. Ning Xian was also born into a poor family. Unlike Xiao Lulang, who was favored by a wealthy family, he had no one to back him up. If he was ostracized, he might not be able to stay in the capital anymore. Xiao Liulang's results were better than his, and his halo was bigger than his. He attracted everyone's jealousy, and almost no one had the time to ostracize him. Hang in there. Ningji took a deep breath and said, Otherwise if you fall, I'll be next. Xiao Lulang, who was almost touched by him. After the emperor came over, everyone was silent. When the emperor saw Prince An's seat, he didn't say anything. After he sat down, he had the musicians play the song Dear Cry. Then, all the scholars chanted the song Dear Cry together. Finally, he selected 3 scholars to each write a poem, which set off the academic atmosphere very well. The meals for the Dear Cry banquet were all prepared by the imperial kitchen. This was much more sumptuous than the simple meals on the day of the small exam and the court examination. Many people had never eaten palace food in their lives. Today was probably their first and last time. Even though the emperor's power was terrifying, they still ate with relish. After all, it was really too delicious. The emperor left after a while, leaving the scene to the officials of the Ministry of Rites. Near evening the banquet ended, and the scholars left one by one. Xiao Lulang, Feng Lin, and the other 3 walked out of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Not long after they left, a eunuch came over with a smile. "Excuse me, is this Xiao Zhuang'an?" Xiao Lulang looked at him indifferently. "Who are you?" The eunuch smiled. "My surname is Huang. I am the Crown Prince's servant. The Crown Prince wants to see Xiao Zhuang'an. Please come to the Eastern Palace." Xiao Lulang paused. "Why does the Crown Prince want to see me?" The eunuch smiled. "I am just a messenger. If Xiao Zhuang'an has any questions, you can ask the Crown Prince face to face." Du Ruhan frowned. He couldn't refuse the Crown Prince's summons. Feng Lin was very happy. "Lulang, the Crown Prince wants to see you." "Yes, I know." Xiao Lulang nodded. He said to the eunuch, "Please lead the way." The eunuch made a gesture of invitation. "Xiao Zhuang'an, please. You go back first, no need to wait for me. Lu Quan will come to pick me up in a while." Xiao Lulang finished speaking and walked towards the Eastern Palace with the eunuch. Feng Lin smiled and said, "The Crown Prince has heard of Liulang's talent and wants to win over Lulang. Right?" He couldn't be blamed for thinking so. The Crown Prince was Marquis Swamping's nephew. If Xiao Lulang looked like Marquis Swamping's son, then wouldn't he look like the Crown Prince's cousin? They were a family. Du Ruhan curled his lips and said, "The Crown Prince married his cousin's fiancée. Who knows how the Crown Prince will feel when he sees someone who looks like his cousin?" Feng Lin trembled. I forgot about that. The capital, the Lu residence. The once magnificent Lu residence had long been confiscated. Now the Lu residence was squeezed into a small shabby house. Although it was called the Lu residence, it was only left with one master, Lu Yisheng. There was also a mute slave and an old woman who was too old to do anything. When Gu Jiao stepped into the Lu residence, Lu Yisheng was squatting on the ground. He was using an old brush soaked in water to practice writing on a broken stone slab he picked up from outside. He didn't have money to buy a pen and paper, so he could only practice in this way. When he saw a small figure suddenly appear in the courtyard, he was slightly startled. A trace of embarrassment flashed in his eyes, but it was replaced by self-mockery in an instant. He was already lowly to the dust. What dignity did he have to speak of? He continued to practice, ignoring Gu Jiao. The mute slave in the courtyard vigilantly grabbed a stick and stood in front of Lu Yisheng. It seemed that Lu Yisheng was often bullied. Lu Yisheng smiled coldly. "Back down, Anu. You can't beat her." Anu didn't back down. He stared at Gu Jiao like a tiger watching its prey. He was young, about the same age as Gu Shaoshan. Gu Jiao took a piece of candy from her pocket and handed it to him. "Do you want to eat?" Anu's eyes lit up. He drooled, but he didn't go forward. Instead, he stood his ground. Lu Yisheng sneered. "Go ahead and eat. If she wants to kill you, she doesn't have to go through so much trouble." Anu hesitated for a while before putting down the stick. Like a little monkey, he grabbed the candy that Gu Jiao handed to him. It was as if he would be killed by Gu Jiao if he was a second slower. After he took the candy, he took a small bite of it and put the rest into his pocket. "What are you doing here?" Lu Yisheng asked. "Here's your medicine." Gu Jiao threw a bundle of medicine to him. "It's the last course of treatment, but I don't feel pain anymore." He was referring to his cholecystitis. "You have to take it even if it doesn't hurt. This is the treatment," Gu Jiao said. Lu Yisheng said, "I don't have money." Gu Jiao said, "I know you don't have money. Sell me the information, and I won't charge you for the medicine." Neither of them mentioned the bet or the hairpin, as if they had both forgotten about it. Lu Yisheng's hand, which was practicing calligraphy, paused. "What information do you want?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Did your Lu family really rebel? Lu Yixing chuckled. So what if they did? So what if they didn't? Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. If they did rebel, they should know a lot about the imperial palace. For example, do you know how to enter the imperial palace? Lu Yixing was speechless. Meanwhile, eunuch Huang was leading Xiao Lulang to the eastern palace. Just as they were about to pass by the imperial garden, Xiao Lulang suddenly stopped in his tracks. Eunuch Huang asked Scholar Xiao, "What's the matter?" "Nothing." He thought he heard a cat meow. It was a very faint sound, but it made his hair stand on end. Eunuch Huang smiled. "If there's nothing else, let's go quickly. Don't keep the crown prince waiting." Xiao Lulang nodded with an indifferent expression. Not far away, a white cat was lying on a banyan tree. It was happily gnawing on the dried fish on the tree. The two of them passed through the imperial garden. Just as they were about to pass by the banyan tree, a young palace maid suddenly ran over from the other entrance of the imperial garden. "Aya, not good, not good. Someone's coming." Xiao Lulang turned around. Eunuch Huang frowned. He pointed at a young eunuch beside him and said, "Go and see what's going on. I'll bring Scholar Xiao to see His Highness." Yes. The young eunuch quickly left. Unexpectedly, the young palace maid pushed him aside and ran all the way to Eunuch Huang. She fell to her knees. "Eunuch Huang, it's great that you're here. I beg you, please save His Highness. His Highness is about to die." "Who's she?" Xiao Lulang asked Eunuch Huang. Eunuch Huang was furious. He tried to break free from the young palace maid, but she hugged his leg tightly. "Eunuch Huang, please save His Highness." Eunuch Huang was flustered and exasperated. "How can I manage His Highness? You have to report this to His Majesty." The young palace maid cried. "If I could see His Majesty, why would I beg you? Please take me to see the crown prince. Although His Highness is a hostage, he's still a prince of Chan's state. You can't just ignore him. His Highness has been sick for a long time." "What happened?" Princess Ning, who was taking a walk near the imperial garden, also heard the commotion. She slowly walked over with the help of a servant. Noble consort Zhuang valued Princess Ning's pregnancy very much. She especially asked the emperor for grace to allow her to raise the fetus in her everlasting palace. Eunuch Huang saw noble consort Zhuang walking over and looked at the banyan tree not far away. A dark light flashed through his eyes. He secretly cursed the young palace maid for ruining things. If a hostage of Chun's state is sick, then so be it. He's here as a hostage, not as a prince. Don't you know that? He was so angry. Chapter 260. This servant greets Princess Ning. Eunuch Huang bowed. The little maid hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. "Greetings, Princess Ning." Xiao Lulang saluted Princess Ning with his hands folded in front of his chest. He looked calm and magnanimous. Xiao Lulang was wearing the top scorer's uniform, so it was easy to recognize him. However, Princess Ning had never seen the young Marquis of Zhaodu. In addition, noble consort Zhuang didn't tell her about the outside world in order to let her take care of the fetus. Therefore, she didn't know about the rumors about the new top scorer for the time being. Princess Ning nodded politely. After all, he was an outsider, so it was inconvenient for her to have too much contact with him. Her eyes fell on the little maid kneeling on the ground. "I remember you are the maid of the 6th prince of the Chan state. Did something happen to your prince?" The little palace maid sobbed and said, in reply to Princess Ning, "His Highness the 6th prince is sick and no imperial doctor has come to treat him. I'm worried that if this goes on, His Highness the 6th prince will get sick." Princess Ning's hand gently touched her belly. A trace of complexity flashed through her eyes. "You go back first. I will report this to my mother." It was fine if she didn't encounter this kind of thing. But if she did, she couldn't ignore it. Moreover, she should consider it as accumulating good karma for the child in her belly. Yes. Thank you, Princess Ning." The little maid kowtowed a few times, thanked her, and got up to leave. Princess Ning also left the imperial garden accompanied by the maid. "Farewell, Princess Ning." Eunuch Huang bowed. He didn't straighten up until Princess Ning disappeared at the end of the path. He smiled at Xiao Lulang and said, "Xiao Lulang, this way please. Xiao Lulang nodded and continued to walk in the direction of the East Palace with eunuch Huang. Xiao Lulang noticed that when they passed by the tall banyan tree, eunuch Huang glanced at the tree intentionally or unintentionally, as if he was looking for something. However, there was nothing on the tree. Xiao Lulang retracted his gaze. For some reason, he had a feeling that he had dodged a calamity. It was very strange. After Princess Ning returned to the palace, she reported her encounter with the little palace made of the Chan state to noble consort Zhuang. Noble consort Zhuang hated the hostage of the Chan state because the children of the Zhuang family had been taken hostage in the Chan state and suffered a lot in the Chan state. She wanted the hostage of the Chan state to experience the pain that Commandery Prince and had suffered. However, she was only thinking about it in her heart. She wasn't that stupid to actually do anything. Noble consort Zhuang went to the imperial study and told the emperor about the serious illness of the Chan state's hostage. The emperor instructed eunuch Wei to arrange for an imperial physician to go over. Lu family house. The sun was shining brightly. Lu Yixing sat on a small bench in the front yard and made hemp rope. A new and the old woman were weaving baskets on the side. This was the main source of income for the family. A basket could be sold for 10 copper coins, and a hemp rope could be sold for 1 copper coin. If they were lucky, they could make 4 baskets a day and make 10 hemp ropes, which was 50 copper coins. However, because Lu Yixing was often bullied, there was no guarantee that he could work every day. There were 2 people sitting across from Lu Yixing. One was Gu Jiao, who was stroking the white cat, and the other was a young man in a blue robe. The young man's eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to Lu Yixing's. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. The young man was handsome. He was a bit less exquisite than Lu Yixing, but he could still be considered an elegant and handsome man. His luxurious clothes didn't fit in with the dilapidated courtyard, and he didn't look like the down-and-out Lu Yixing at all. However, such a person was sitting on a rattan chair, playing with the fan in his hand while leisurely talking to Lu Yixing. "You finally contacted me," he said with a smile. Lu Yixing was sweating profusely from making hemp rope. It wasn't clear whether he didn't have time to talk to him, or whether he was too lazy to talk to him. The young man didn't get angry. He opened his folding fan, fanned himself, and closed it with a snap. He looked at Gu Jiao and asked, "Who is she?" "Doctor." Lu Yixing finally spoke. His eyes were fixed on the hemp rope in his hand. He didn't look at the person he was talking to, but he guessed that he was asking about Gu Jiao. The young man patted his palm with his folding fan and said meaningfully, "There are still doctors who are willing to talk to you these days? Not ordinary doctors, right?" Between the lines, it was clear that he knew Lu Yixing's situation like the back of his hand. Gu Jiao was happily stroking the cat. She turned her head and looked at the young man indifferently. "Of course I'm not an ordinary doctor. I'm a miracle doctor." The young man was speechless. Do all the women from the Zhao kingdom like to flatter themselves so much? "Do you know who he is?" the young man asked Gu Jiao this time. "Lu Yixing." Gu Jiao continued stroking the cat. The young man smiled and pointed at Lu Yixing with his folding fan. "He's my cousin." "Huh." Gu Jiao blinked. This young man was none other than the 6th prince of the Chan kingdom, who had pretended to be ill in the palace. Gu Jiao had planned to sneak into the palace herself, but Lu Yixing said that she couldn't enter, but she could send news in. Not long after, the man who claimed to be the 6th prince of the Chan kingdom came to Lu Yixing with the white cat he had caught. Gu Jiao looked at Lu Yixing. "You're from the Chan kingdom?" Oh, was it really okay to tell her such an important thing? Gu Jiao's reaction was calmer than the 6th prince had expected. However, she wasn't surprised when he told her his identity, so the 6th prince was relieved. She was a calm and collected little girl. Gu Jiao continued stroking the cat. "Why aren't you leaving?" Lu Yixing said to the 6th prince. The 6th prince smiled. "It's rare for you to contact me. How can I not come and stay for a while? I almost thought that you wouldn't contact me for the rest of your life." As he spoke, he turned to look at Gu Jiao, not hiding his relationship with Lu Yixing at all. "I came to the Zhao kingdom as a hostage to persuade him to go back with me. He won't listen to me. You might as well help me persuade him." Gu Jiao. "I really don't want to know so much. Anu, see the guest out." Lu Yixing didn't even look up as he ordered the guest to leave. Anu put down the basket she was weaving halfway, got up and came to the sixth prince's side. She bowed to him and motioned for him to leave. The sixth prince, who had come to this shabby place, was actually kicked out. The sixth prince helplessly patted the rattan chair and left with a sigh. The white cat was too cute. It was chubby and its fur was soft and shiny. Gu Jiao was very satisfied with stroking it. The white cat was also very comfortable. It lay on Gu Jiao's lap with its four paws in the air, exposing its most vulnerable belly to Gu Jiao. Lu Yixing didn't ask Gu Jiao to leave. He continued to knit the hemp rope for a while and suddenly said, "My mother is from the Chun kingdom." Gu Jiao stopped stroking the cat and turned to look at him. Lu Yixing lowered his head and continued to knit the hemp rope. His hands were slender and beautiful, but they had been worn out by life. She is sisters with Yuan Tang's mother. Oh, so the prince of the Chun kingdom was called Yuan Tang. Gu Jiao understood. Two sisters. One entered the palace as a concubine, and the other went to the enemy country to become a spy. The family that could cultivate these sisters was not simple. Does the emperor know? Gu Jiao asked. Lu Yixing shook his head. I don't know if he knows. When the Lu family was convicted, Lu Yixing was too young. No one told him what happened to the Lu family. He watched as the Lu family was confiscated, beheaded, and exiled. In the end, only he, a child, and an old woman with a weak body were left. Anu was picked up along the way. Lu Yixing thought for a while and said, he probably doesn't know, but it doesn't matter. I'm already a stray dog. Why don't you leave? Gu Jiao asked. Lu Yixing said self-mockingly, where should I go? The Chun kingdom? In the Zhao kingdom I'm a stray dog. It's the same in the Chun kingdom. Half of the Zhao kingdom's blood flowed in his body. In the eyes of the Chun kingdom, he was not clean. Gu Jiao didn't try to persuade him again. Everyone had their own life and their own choices. Gu Jiao put down the white cat and got up to say goodbye. I'm leaving. Lu Yixing looked at the confused white cat on the ground and asked her, you're not taking the cat with you? You can take care of it. Gu Jiao said. Before he could say that he didn't have the money to take care of the cat, she took out a money bag and put it on the table. It's for its food. After saying that, she stepped out of the courtyard. Lu Yixing didn't understand. He had been stroking the cat for 2 hours. He obviously liked it very much. Why did he have to take care of it? How could such a big clinic not be able to take care of a cat? Of course he was just puzzled. He didn't ask Gu Jiao. He didn't even ask why Gu Jiao went to the palace to catch a cat. Why would he ask this? Some people didn't know each other well, but they could trust each other. The white cat had been stroked for the whole afternoon. Suddenly no one stroked it. It was very lonely. It jumped on Lu Yixing's leg and asked for a pet. Lu Yixing didn't have time to stroke the cat. He ignored it and continued to make the hemp rope. Do you know what will happen if you don't catch the cat in time? It was Yuan Tang's voice. Lu Yixing looked back and saw Yuan Tang coming out of the central room. It seemed that he came in from the back door. Lu Yixing frowned. You haven't left yet? I told you that you finally came to see me. I have to stay a little longer. Yuan Tang lay down on the rattan chair where he had been lying before. He played with the folding fan with one hand and put the other hand behind his head. He continued the previous topic. If you don't catch the cat in time, the new top scorer will be hit by the cat. The cat will scare the top scorer, and the top scorer will also scare the cat. In the end, the frightened cat will knock down Princess Ning, who is passing by. Princess Ning is pregnant, and the child will most likely be lost. The new top scorer, Princess Ning, and the cat's owner. It's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. What a beautiful plan. Gu Jiao wanted to catch the cat, but Lu Yixing really just wanted to catch the cat. He looked at Yuan Tang in confusion. How do you know? Yuan Tang waved at the white cat. The white cat jumped down in disgust and reluctantly jumped on Yuan Tang's leg. Yuan Tang stroked it and said, because this is my cat. Someone tricked my cat with dried fish. As he spoke, he picked up the white cat and said coldly, you stupid thing, you almost got me into trouble. Next time, don't blame me for stewing you into a pot of cat meat. Gu Jiao's dream was only related to Xiao Lulang. She didn't see the fate of the white cat and its owner. Meow, the white cat meowed guiltily. Yuan Tang poked the white cat's belly. The cat was guilty and obediently allowed him to poke it. Compared to how I know, shouldn't you be more curious about how that girl knew? I guessed it based on the situation at the scene, but that girl seemed to have expected it. Lu Yixing thought of something and suddenly fell silent. Yuan Tang smiled mysteriously. Do you want me to investigate that girl? Lu Yixing said seriously, you better not. Yuan Tang asked, what's wrong? Are you angry? Lu Yixing looked down and twisted the rope. I have nothing to do with her. Why would I be angry? But if you investigate her, it will bring her trouble if you expose yourself. She helped you by accident. Yuan Tang thought for a moment and nodded. You're right. He looked at the sky. It's getting late. I really should go now. This is for you. Yuan Tang took out a few banknotes and placed them on the table. Lu Yixing said without hesitation, take it away. Yuan Tang's teeth hurt. He sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at him in confusion. You take what the girl gives you, but you don't want what I give you? You'd rather not have enough to eat than accept my charity. You don't want to have anything to do with the Chan state? Are you really going to give it to me? Lu Yixing looked at him and asked. Yes. Yuan Tang opened his eyes wide and nodded. Lu Yixing said, leave the cat. Take the rest. Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang took the banknotes away in the end. He knew that if Lu Yixing said he didn't want them, he would rather throw them away than take them. He left the white cat behind. After everyone left, Lu Yixing put the cat on the table. At the same time, his gaze fell on the money pouch. He hesitated for a moment, then picked up the money pouch. He opened it and found that there were not only a few ingots of silver inside, but also 3 hairpin flowers. Eastern Palace. Xiao Lulang met the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince looked at the youth in front of him in a daze. He didn't speak for a long time. He stood up and walked in front of Xiao Lulang. He walked a circle around him and looked at every strand of his hair from top to bottom. After a long time, he finally found his voice. You're the new top scorer? The examinee with the surname Xiao? Yes. Xiao Lulang looked straight ahead. Compared to the Crown Prince, he was much calmer. After all, it wasn't his first day in the capital. There were some things he had to face sooner or later. He had thought about it many times and had learned to be calm. The Crown Prince returned to the main seat in disbelief. He stared at the face that was so similar to the one in his memory. He opened his mouth and said, What's your name? Xiao Lulang. How can you have such a simple name? Xiao Lulang said, The elders in my family can't read. I was born on the 6th day of the new year, so I was called Lulang. The Crown Prince asked suspiciously, You said you were born on the 6th day of the new year? How many months? Xiao Lulang said, November. Cousin, it's New Year's Eve. The Crown Prince murmured. He pinched his fingers and looked at his crutches and legs. What's wrong with your legs? Xiao Lulang. I was injured a year or 2 ago. The Crown Prince. You can't get better? Xiao Lulang, I don't know. He was a cripple, so he wasn't perfect. The Crown Prince cleared his throat and said, What is your relationship with Marquis Xianping's manor? It doesn't matter. Xiao Lulang said calmly. He didn't look like his cousin, not at all. His cousin wasn't so cold. His cousin respected him and always looked happy when he saw him. His cousin's smile was warm. Unlike this fellow who was cold from head to toe, this face was too similar. It was like his cousin had come alive. The only difference was that he was missing the mole under his right eye. The Crown Prince's face was pale. Eunuch Huang said in a small voice, Your Highness, are you okay? Why don't this servant take Xiao Zhuangyuan away first? You can summon him for questioning another day. The Crown Prince waved his hand, indicating for Eunuch Huang to leave. He looked at Xiao Lulang again and said seriously, Do you like to eat chestnuts? I like them. Xiao Lulang said. His cousin didn't like them. The Crown Prince said again, Do you eat spicy food? Xiao Lulang said yes. The Crown Prince made a hand signal to a palace servant. The palace servant brought over a bowl of spicy meat. Xiao Lulang looked at the meat that was covered in spicy food. He didn't even raise his eyelids. His jade-like slender fingers picked up a small piece and slowly ate it. The crown prince looked at him without blinking. He didn't want to miss any of his reactions. His cousin couldn't eat spicy food. The slightest bit of spicy food would make him spit out his tongue. This kind of meat would make his face turn red. However, Xiao Lulang ate it very easily. The crown prince didn't know why he let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Lulang left the imperial palace. Dusk was endless. The imperial city was shrouded in a warm orange glow. Lu Quan's carriage was parked near the imperial palace. Xiao Lulang walked over with his cane. He had just gotten into the carriage when he found Gu Jiao sitting in the carriage waiting for him. Gu Jiao leaned against the wall of the carriage. Her eyes were slightly closed like she was asleep. She was a little quiet and a little obedient. Xiao Liulang's gaze swept past her soft lips. His Adam's apple moved. He quickly moved his gaze away and got into the carriage. The carriage shook slightly. Gu Jiao woke up. She opened her eyes. When she saw him, her eyes lit up. "You're here." And Xiao Lulang sat down on the bench across from her. Lu Quan waved the horsewhip and the carriage wheels started to turn. When the old chancellor first bought this carriage, he didn't consider that it would be used by a second person. Therefore, the space wasn't big. When the two sat in the carriage, their breaths quickly mixed together. It was really hot at the end of April. Xiao Lulang thought to himself, "Last night, I drank too much," he said. And Gu Jiao didn't mind. Xiao Lulang composed himself. "I won't do it again." And Gu Jiao looked at him with a puzzled expression. Xiao Lulang didn't look at her eyes. He just clenched his fists on his thighs and said seriously, "I won't drink too much again." "And treat you like that?" Oh, Gu Jiao was disappointed. Looking at the disappointment that flashed through her eyes, Xiao Lulang didn't know why but his head heated up. "I will when I'm sober." Gu Jiao. Xiao Lulang was dumbfounded after he said that. He swore that he didn't want to say that at first. He wanted to tell her that he wouldn't do anything rash and frivolous to her when he wasn't sober. However, when the words were about to come out of his mouth, why did it become another sentence? "I will when I'm sober." Is this something that a human should say? Too rash. I've really studied the books of sages in vain. Xiao Liulang's face suddenly flushed red. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. I didn't mean that. I didn't want to. Xiao Lulang found it hard to say those two words. Gu Jiao said on his behalf, "Didn't you want to kiss?" Xiao Lulang was embarrassed. And Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said to her fingers, "Then do you want to sleep with her?" And Xiao Liulang's body trembled. He shook his head violently. "No." Chapter 261. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. The kind that cannot be explained clearly and cannot be defended. Even during the imperial examinations, her brain did not cramp up like this. When the carriage reached home, Xiao Lulang got off the carriage as if he was escaping. Gu Jiao tilted her head and happily took out her little notebook. Flipping to the last page, she wrote down an important entry. "The first day my husband wanted to sleep with me. The day to report to Hanlin Academy was the end of May." After the second and third place exams, Xiao Lulang basically did not need to go to the Imperial College. Even if he went, it would be to settle the transfer procedures. That's right, entering Hanlin Academy was to become an official on the surface, but in reality, it was still to study. Gu Jiao did not go to school in ancient times, but from what Xiao Lulang had told her, entering Hanlin Academy was equivalent to studying at public expense in her previous life. The top 3 places were already guaranteed to be a graduate student and had the honor of becoming a civil servant of the country. The top 3 places were to take the exams again 3 years later. If one passed, they would become a civil servant of the country. If one failed, then sorry, they would have to go back to where they came from. If one was lucky, they could get the position of a county magistrate. If one was unlucky, they could only be a teacher in a provincial school or a prefectural school. With Du Ruhan's knowledge, it would not be a problem for him to pass the exams. However, Feng Lin and Lin Qingya were in a bit of danger. Every day, they would visit Xiao Lulang to ask for guidance. Xiao Lulang naturally did not spare any effort to teach them. Occasionally, when the old chancellor was cooking for the old lady, he would not give them any guidance. Feng Lin whispered to Xiao Lulang, "Lulang, Your granduncle is very impressive. I feel that he explained the question more thoroughly than you. This sentence actually had a very high evaluation of Xiao Lulang. In any case, Feng Lin was someone who had studied at the Imperial College and had the best teaching resources in the entire Zhao country. However, Feng Lin still thought that Xiao Lulang spoke the best. It wasn't that Feng Lin had never met someone who was more knowledgeable than Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang was a genius, but he was only 18 years old. His life experience and knowledge foundation were there for all to see, but his teaching methods and perspective were the most beneficial to Feng Lin. Feng Lin had only seen one person more powerful than Xiao Lulang, and that was his son-in-law. Xiao Lulang thought to himself. That was the former chancellor of the Imperial College. How could he not be good at teaching? Feng Lin sighed. With your granduncle's knowledge, it's a pity that he didn't take the imperial examinations. Xiao Lulang, do you know about the 6th Yuan dynasty? Apart from the founding of Zhao country, he was the only person who had conquered all 3 major and minor states. However, at this time, the top scholar of Zhao country was wearing an apron and busying himself in front of the stove. The old lady wanted to eat brown sugar glutinous rice cake sprinkled with white sesame. Gu Jiao went to the medical center early in the morning. Recently, the medical center's business was booming. On the one hand, it had a good reputation, so there were a lot of patients coming to see them. On the other hand, there were a lot of orders from the pharmaceutical factory, so they were very busy. Jiang Shi's body was almost healed, but he had been lying in the hospital bed for too long. Plus, he had some surgery, so he needs to do some rehabilitation for a while. Gu Jiao taught Dr. Song the movements of rehabilitation, and asked Dr. Song to take him to do rehabilitation twice a day. After Gij recovers, are we going to leave? Dr. Song and Jiang Shi were doing rehabilitation in Gu Jiao's courtyard. Little Jiang Li, who was watching from the side, suddenly asked. Jiang Shi's body slightly stiffened. Dr. Song smiled and said, Little Jiang Li, are you reluctant to leave? Little Jiang Li nodded seriously. She and her brother had been wandering for too long. They were sold from one place to another. They often didn't have enough to eat and warm clothes. They were also beaten. After coming to the medical center, they were the happiest days in the past few years. No one bullied her and her brother. She ate well every day and slept well. The people in the medical center were very good. I can work. Can I stay? Little Jiang Li asked. Dr. Song was dumbfounded. Although he also liked the brother and sister very much, the medical center can't let them stay. The brother and sister were illegal residents. After being discharged from the hospital, they must be sent back to their residence. This was the law. The medical center was not qualified to let them stay. Jiang Shi said to little Jiang Li, Don't talk about it, let's go out and play. Little Jiang Li sighed. Okay. Little Jiang Li went to the counter to help get the medicine. Gu Jiao saw dozens of patients in the morning. It was not easy to send away the last patient, but another distinguished guest came. Miss Gu. It was Imperial concubine Rui Wang, who she hadn't seen for a long time. Imperial concubine Rui Wang was 4 months pregnant. Her body was rounder, and her cheeks were chubby. Her complexion was ruddy, but her clothes were loose, so it didn't show that she was pregnant. Gu Jiao checked her pulse. The pulse is very stable. The fetus is very healthy. Imperial concubine Rui Wang didn't have much joy on her face. She said in a low mood, My sister-in-law's child is gone. Today, she didn't come to Gu Jiao to check her pulse. She came to complain. There was no one in the house that she could talk to. She had to be more cautious in the palace. After thinking about it, only Gu Jiao could make her let down all her guard. Gu Jiao asked, You which sister-in-law? Princess Ning? The young madam of the Du family was also her sister-in-law. Imperial concubine Rui Wang nodded sullenly. Yes, it's Princess Ning. She didn't feel well last night and didn't sleep well. In the morning, there was news in the palace that she had a miscarriage. It's a boy. Gu Jiao was not surprised. In that dream, Princess Ning didn't look good. Whether she was knocked down by a cat or not, the fetus would be miscarried. It was just a matter of whether it was sooner or later. Imperial concubine Rui Wang said sadly. They all blame Princess Ning, saying that she shouldn't eat the chili. But what's wrong with eating chili? I also ate it. So many pregnant women ate it. This is the third time that she has a miscarriage. I don't know if she can get pregnant again in the future. Many people were staring at Princess Ning's belly. Princess Ning also knew that she had a lot of responsibilities. She carried too much pressure, which was not a good thing for a pregnant woman. Gu Jiao handed her a handkerchief. You are pregnant. Don't be too sad. Well, Imperial concubine Rui Wang took the handkerchief. She cried and tried to calm down. You are right. I can't be sad. I can't hurt the fetus. Imperial concubine Rui Wang felt better after crying in front of Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao originally thought that the white cat incident was that someone wanted to kill Princess Ning's fetus through Xiao Lulang. It was killing 2 or 3 birds with one stone. But if Princess Ning's fetus was so bad that she could miscarry naturally, there was no need to do it. Therefore, no one knew whether someone wanted to get rid of Princess Ning's fetus or Princess Ning wanted to frame someone else with a fetus that could not be saved at all. Obviously, Princess Ning's target was not Xiao Lulang. Otherwise, there would have been trouble in the Imperial Garden just now. Gu Jiao didn't care about the internal strife in the palace. She only cared about the person who used the white cat to scare Xiao Lulang. The other person seemed to know Xiao Lulang very well, and knew that he was afraid of cats. Imperial concubine Rui Wang. Gu Jiao paused and asked her, is there anyone in Marquis Xuanping's mansion who is afraid of cats? For example, Marquis Xianping and his sons? Well, Imperial concubine Rui Wang racked her brains to think. Marquis Xianping is definitely not afraid of cats. He has been on the battlefield. He is not afraid of cats and dogs. As for his sons, I don't know. Why do you ask this? Just asking. Gu Jiao said. Oh. Imperial concubine Rui Wang didn't suspect anything. She said, our Du family doesn't interact much with Marquis Xuanping's mansion. But that woman when Linlang cough. Halfway through her words, she realized that she was speaking without thinking. She lowered her voice and corrected herself. The Crown Prince consort often goes to Marquis Xuanping's mansion. She and the young Marquis were engaged when they were young. They grew up as childhood sweethearts. She knows the people in the Marquis's mansion better. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, I heard that the Crown Prince consort does not have a high birth. Why was she able to form a marriage alliance with Marquis Xuanping's mansion? Imperial concubine Rui Wang twisted her lips and said, isn't it because she saved the young Marquis when he was young? That was when I was 5. When Linlang coughed, the Crown Prince consort was also 5 years old. The young Marquis at 2 years old fell into an ice hole. It was the Crown Prince consort who was lying on the ice, holding him with both hands to prevent him from sinking. Later on, the young Marquis was saved, but the Crown Prince consort's hands were ruined from soaking in the ice water. According to the Grand Physician, she had to cut off her hands to save her life. Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping probably both felt that they owed her, so they decided on this marriage. However, Marquis Xuanping's mansion found the best physician in Zhao Kingdom, and healed the Crown Prince consort's hands. Is that so? Gu Jiao murmured. Imperial concubine Rui Wang snorted. She and the young Marquis had a good relationship when they were young. Do you know why she was able to take Zhuang Xianji as her master? That's right, you still don't know that she became the disciple of Grand Tutor Zhuang's 4th son, Zhuang Xian. He only accepted her because of Princess Xinyang. I admit that she has talent, but if it wasn't for Marquis Xuanping's mansion and Princess Xinyang's mansion, who would know who Wen Linlang is? But look at what she's done. Once the young Marquis died, she married the Crown Prince. Gu Jiao didn't object to a person pursuing their own happiness, but the prerequisite was that she didn't hurt others. As Imperial concubine Rui Wang spoke, she went off topic and started to ridicule all kinds of Crown Prince consorts. Gu Jiao already knew what she wanted to know and had a rough idea. In the afternoon, she went to the Imperial College to pick up little Jingkong from school. Little Jingkong came out with Qin Chuyu and Su Tsongkong ever since they caused trouble in the Eastern Palace and beat up Ming Er. The 3 of them hadn't gone to the Imperial Palace for a long time. But today, Qin Chuyu couldn't hold back anymore. He found a huge bird's nest on a big tree in the Imperial Palace and wanted to dig it out with his friends. Little Jingkong ran to Gu Jiao and hugged Gu Jiao's leg. He rubbed his little head against her body. Jiao Jiao, I missed you. Gu Jiao patted his little bald head. Did you have fun today? Yes, Little Jingkong looked up at Gu Jiao and said, Jiao Jiao, can I go to the imperial palace to play? Marquis Xianping didn't tell Gu Jiao about what happened last time. So Gu Jiao didn't know that the children caused trouble in the imperial palace. But even if she knew, Gu Jiao wouldn't give up eating for fear of choking. The emperor had lost his horse in front of Gu Jiao. As the emperor's son, Gu Jiao was well aware of Qin Shuyu's identity. Gu Jiao didn't answer immediately. Instead she asked, does your family agree? Qin Shuyu nodded repeatedly, yes, yes. If you don't believe me, my sister-in-law will come to pick me up later. You can ask her. Speak of the devil. The crown princess's carriage stopped at the entrance of the imperial college. A young eunuch walked down from the carriage and came to Qin Shuyu with a smile. Seventh young master, I'm here to pick you up. Qin Shuyu asked immediately, is my sister-in-law here? The young eunuch froze and said with a smile, young madam, something came up today and she can't come. She asked me to pick you up. Qin Shuyu was frustrated. She said she would pick me up. How can she break her promise? The young eunuch said immediately, young madam didn't break her promise. To be honest, young madam went to buy sesame cakes for you. Didn't you say that you liked the sesame cakes from last time? Hearing that she was going to buy cakes for him, Qin Shuyu was relieved. Okay, let's go. Qin Shuyu and little Jingkong were about to get into the carriage, but Su Kanji was hesitant. Ever since his father took him home and beat him up, his father had told him not to go to the imperial palace to cause trouble again. He didn't dare to go. Little Jingkong said, why don't we go to my house? There's an orchard near my house with bird nests. Su Kanji agreed. Qin Shuyu sighed helplessly. If you insist, then okay. He said to the young eunuch, I'll go back after playing for a while. The young eunuch said, oh, but what? Qin Shuyu threw off his backpack and ran away with his two friends like a hurricane. He was just a little fatty, but she didn't know how he could run so fast. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. It was a pity that she couldn't go to the imperial palace with them. Gu Jiao followed the kids to the orchard. With the Su family and the eunuchs in the imperial palace watching over them, Gu Jiao didn't have to worry about anything. They ran out of rice and spices at home. Gu Jiao planned to go to the market to buy some spices, but the market was out of spices. There was a spice shop on Chang'an Avenue which wasn't far from here. Gu Jiao carried a small basket and went to Chang'an Avenue. Chang'an Avenue was more crowded than Xuanwu Avenue. There were many carriages and pedestrians. It was close to dinner time, and all the tea houses and restaurants were filled with the aroma of delicious food. Steamed buns. Fresh meat steamed buns. A hawker shouted on the side of the road, Miss, do you want a steamed bun? The hawker looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao shook her head. No. She went into the spice shop and bought some spices. When she came out, she saw someone selling tonghulu. She bought one for the kids, the old lady Gu Yan and Xiao Shun. The small basket was heavy. She turned to go home. After a few steps, she saw a familiar figure from the corner of her eye. She knew the person because the person was wearing a white robe and a white bamboo hat with a veil. There were two female officials with her. She had seen one of them before. That was when the brothel collapsed. She was led to the basement of the brothel by Fei Shuang and bumped into the meeting between the crown princess and Marquis Xianping. At that time, the crown princess was wearing this robe, and she had that female official with her. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance without any effort. Miss. The tonghulu hawker ran after her. Gu Jiao turned to look at him. What is it? I overcharged you just now. Here. The hawker awkwardly handed 5 copper coins to Gu Jiao. I'm really sorry. No matter, Gu Jiao said. With this distraction, the crown prince consort disappeared without a trace. Gu Jiao looked at the endless stream of people and narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. In a side room of a tea house, the crown princess saw Marquis Xianping, who was wearing a heavy purple robe. Marquis Xianping was sitting upright on a chair with an official's hat. Next to him was Chong Jing, who was holding a sword. All of you wait outside. The crown prince consort ordered the 2 accompanying female officials. The 2 of them complied and obediently waited outside the door. The crown princess entered the room and gave a junior's bow to Marquis Xianping. Uncle. Marquis Xianping said, Crown princess, This subject doesn't deserve this. The crown princess said, Uncle, don't say that. In this room there is no crown princess, only Linlang. Linlang will always be your junior. Saluting you is something that should be done. Marquis Xianping sighed. Sit? Yes. The crown princess sat down across from Marquis Xianping. Chongjing would not pour tea for people. He was an assassin. His hands were used to kill people and play with marbles. He stood there very arrogantly. The crown princess' eyelashes trembled. She personally reached out to pick up the teapot, but Marquis Xianping was one step ahead of her and poured her a cup of tea. The crown princess warmly said, Many thanks, uncle. Marquis Xianping put down the teapot. Why did you seek me out today? The crown princess lowered her eyes and smiled bitterly. Raising her eyes to look at him, she said, Uncle, is he really not Ahung? Marquis Xianping's expression froze. Didn't housekeeper Lu tell you? He is my illegitimate son in Song County. The crown princess said dejectedly, but he looks so similar to Ahung. Marquis Xianping picked up the teacup in front of him. I also hope that he is Ahung. I also asked him in person. The crown princess' eyes moved. What did he say? Marquis Xianping faintly said. What else could he say? He naturally said that he is not. As Marquis Xianping spoke, he pulled out a draft from his sleeve. This is his draft for the imperial exam. Take a look. It looks like Ahung's handwriting. The crown princess received the draft and carefully looked it over. Her face was filled with disappointment. It is completely different from Ahung's handwriting. There are times when I really hope that the New Year's Eve from 4 years ago was just a nightmare. When I opened my eyes, Ahung was still in the manor. Marquis Xianping tightened his grip on the teacup in his hand. The crown princess guiltily said, Apologies. I should not have brought up that sad matter. It's all in the past. Marquis Xianping said. The crown princess smiled bitterly and said, If Ahung can come back alive, Princess will definitely be very happy. Speaking of these things now is meaningless. Marquis Xianping said. If there is nothing else, this official will be leaving first. The crown princess stood up and sent him out with her eyes. Chongjing walked in front and opened the door for him. Just as he stepped over the threshold, the crown princess called out to him, Ahung is afraid of cats. Does uncle know? If uncle wants to know if he is Ahung or not. Marquis Xianping cut her off. Ahung is dead. Ahung no longer exists in this world. After Marquis Xianping left, the crown princess sat in the tea house for a little under an hour before going downstairs. Just after she left the room, the door to the room next door opened. Gu Jiao walked out of the room. Gu Jiao's eyes were very dangerous. The carriage stopped in the alley next to the tea house. The crown princess had come out in plain clothes and did not bring many guards. She only brought an expert from the imperial palace as her driver. The carriage was just ahead. She walked over to the carriage. Just as she was about to get in, a small figure suddenly jumped down from the roof. Landing behind her, a gunny sack was placed over her head. Chapter 262. Putting a gunny sack over someone was something she was familiar with. She had done it with money last time, so it was about the same this time. The crown prince consort didn't even have time to shout before she was carried away with a whoosh. The two female officials had clearly been following behind the crown prince consort, but the crown prince consort had disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was true that the crown prince consort had turned into the alley before the two of them, but she shouldn't have disappeared in the blink of an eye, right? Was it this fast? The two quickly walked in front of the carriage and lifted the curtain, only to see that the carriage was empty. One of them asked the imperial expert, "Have you seen the crown prince consort?" The imperial expert said strangely, "Isn't the crown prince consort with you?" The female official said, "The crown prince consort just came over. Did you not see her?" The imperial expert said, "When did the crown prince consort come over?" The female official said urgently, "She clearly came over." The imperial expert snorted, "Would I not know if she came over?" "You, forget it, Sister Ming." The other female official with the surname Qing shook her head. "Don't argue. Let's hurry and find the crown prince consort. Maybe she is nearby and went to see someone." Female official Ming muttered, "How could the crown prince consort leave us behind to go see someone alone?" Female official Qing said. Let's search first. Split up and search. The three split up to search, but this was a straight alley without any forks. There were many carriages parked here. They searched the carriages one by one, but there was no trace of the crown prince consort. Did you really see the crown prince consort walk into the alley? The imperial expert asked. Female official Ming said anxiously. The crown prince consort was in front of us. She turned a corner. If she didn't enter the alley, where did she go? The imperial expert raised his head in suspicion and looked at the roofs on the two sides. Had she been kidnapped? The curtain of night fell. The last sliver of orange light of the sunset stubbornly floated on the cornices of the dugong, reflecting a dazzling light. Gu Jiao tiptoed, her body as light as a swallow. Carrying a large sack, she flew down from the eaves and entered the orchard near Jadewater Alley through the back door. The orchard was half open, and the children in the nearby alleys loved to go in to play. If they picked the fruits, they had to buy them by the caddy, which was cheaper than the ones on the market. At the back of the orchard, there was a tool shed that had been converted from a horse shed. It had been in disrepair for a long time and was leaking in and out of use. Gu Jiao pushed open the door and casually threw the sack inside. He did not show any mercy to the woman. The crown princess was jolted all the way, and her intestines almost broke from the jolting. When she suddenly fell to the ground, she cried out in pain. Who are you? Gu Jiao didn't want to talk nonsense with her. She took the sack off her head. After being tossed all the way in the sack, her hair bun had come loose and her pearl hairpin had fallen off. She was in a sorry state. She subconsciously raised her hand to block the light in front of her eyes. When she realized that it wasn't too glaring, she looked at the robber standing in front of her. It was actually a woman wearing a gaudy peacock plume mask. A trace of indescribable astonishment flashed across her eyes. Who exactly are you? What do you want to do? Gu Jiao casually walked in front of her and looked down at her. She reached out and grabbed the front of her clothes, lifting her up. Following that, she gave her a big slap and directly threw her against the wall. Using a cat to scare her husband? Haha. The crown princess had never been treated like this before. Although her maternal family was not worth mentioning compared to the Du family and Duke Luo's residence, it was still a scholarly family. The young ladies in her family were all pampered and raised. When she became the little marquis's fiancée, she was the moon surrounded by the stars and everyone tried to curry favor with her. The biggest grievance was that she was ignored by other countries when she went to the kingdom of Liang, but that wasn't targeted at her. She was put in a sack, lifted up like a little chick, and even given a big slap. This was simply inconceivable, alright? She fell to the ground and looked coldly at Gu Jiao, trying to use her powerful aura as the crown princess to intimidate the other party. However, Gu Jiao grabbed her. Duang, duang, duang. Again and again, like driving a stake, she wished she could plant her into the ground. You're crazy. I'm a crown prince, The crown princess was beaten until she broke down and couldn't even speak properly. Gu Jiao's little fists beat her from sunset until the sky turned dark, and successfully beat her into a pig's head. Gu Jiao blew on her little fists. It's really not easy for me. I'm really tired. The crown princess with a crooked nose and slanted mouth. Who exactly was the one who wasn't easy? Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the room. Immediately after, the half-closed door was kicked open, and the imperial court expert beside the crown princess rushed in. He glanced at the crown princess who was in a sorry state, and the veins on his forehead popped. Stop! Let go of the crown princess. Gu Jiao clapped her hands. Oh! The imperial court expert didn't care if the other party was a little girl. He rushed over and started fighting with Gu Jiao. Every move he made was a killing move, and the two were instantly entangled in a fight. The imperial court expert would quickly realize that stopping Gu Jiao was his biggest mistake tonight. Actually, Gu Jiao was almost done with the beating and was about to leave. If the imperial court expert didn't attack Gu Jiao, he could immediately take the crown princess away. Unfortunately, the two started fighting. As expected of an imperial court expert, Gu Jiao found it difficult to ward off his attacks at the beginning. However, after a few dozen moves, Gu Jiao gradually entered a good state and slowly reached a tie with him. After a while she seemed to be gaining the upper hand. From the looks of it, the imperial court expert probably couldn't restrain this girl. Whether or not he could restrain her, Gu Jiao didn't want to beat the crown princess anymore. However, the crown princess didn't think so. She thought that if she didn't leave now, she would definitely be beaten later. Therefore, she used all her strength to escape while the imperial court expert was holding off Gu Jiao. She was quite lucky. She ran into Qin Chuyu, who was playing in the orchard, even though she was escaping in a panic. Qin Chuyu, little Jing Kong, and Su Dangsong shook off the young eunuch and the Su family's servants and ran to a large jujube tree. Little Jing Kong loved to eat jujubes from this tree. Unfortunately, there weren't any jujubes right now. However, there was a large bird's nest. "I'll climb up first," Su Dangsong said. He was the youngest son of the Minister of War, and had practiced martial arts since he was a child. He wasn't too spoiled and climbed up the tree quickly. Little Jing Kong also quickly climbed up the tree. Only Qin Chuyu was left. Qin Chuyu was chubby and spoiled. He couldn't even climb up a stool, let alone a tree. "I like this." Little Jing Kong anxiously showed him how to climb up the tree. "Wrap your arms around it and cross your legs. Move your arms first, then move your legs. Lift your butt and you'll be up." Qin Chuyu tried a few times and really climbed up a little. At this moment, the crown princess appeared. She was usually a very calm person, but people's fear of the unknown could always overwhelm their rationality. Gu Jiao didn't want anything and just kept beating her up. She was so terrified that she didn't even care about her manners and status. When she saw Qin Chuyu, she saw him as her savior and suddenly pounced on him. Qin Chuyu finally climbed a few feet. When he turned his head, he saw a pig's face. He was so scared that he screamed, "Ghost!" Then he kicked his opponent's face. The crown princess's nose, which was intact, was crooked by Qin Chuyu's kick. Her nose was bleeding. Qin Chuyu was even more scared. "Ah! I can't do it. I'm going to fall down." Qin Chuyu's limbs turned to jelly, and he fell to the ground. Little Jing Kong and Su Kanji saw this and hurriedly climbed down to help him. The crown princess held back the pain and covered her bleeding nose. "Little Qi, it's me. I'm the royal sister-in-law. Where are your servants and carriage? Leave with the royal sister-in-law." She was so excited that she even forgot to hide her and Qin Chuyu's royal identity. Little Jing Kong and Su Kanji didn't understand what she was talking about. "Ah! Don't come over." Qin Chuyu was so scared by the crown princess's ghost-like appearance that he kept stepping back. Little Jing Kong was a smart kid. With his rich life experience, he instantly came to a conclusion. "Brother Little Qi, brother Kanji, she's a prostitute." The prostitute used this trick to kidnap him and Ming-er's brother. She pretended to know them and said that they were their children. No one would suspect her even if she took them away. Su Kanji thought Little Jing Kong was right. Plus, this wasn't the royal sister-in-law in Qin Chuyu's memory. Therefore, the three of them agreed that she was a prostitute who kidnapped children. They couldn't tolerate a prostitute. The three little kids had a strong sense of justice. They found a stick and gave the man a good beating. Therefore, after being beaten up by Gu Jiao, the crown princess was beaten up by the three bitches of the imperial college with sticks. Qin Chuyu was the leader. Who could reason with them? On the other side, Marquis Xianping didn't know about the crown princess's tragic experience. He got on the carriage to return home. The coachman was Chong Jing. Halfway through the journey, he suddenly asked Chong Jing to stop the carriage. "Chong Jing," he said. "Yes." Chong Jing turned around and lifted the curtain to look at him. There was no light in the carriage, so it was a little dim. However, there were candlelight and moonlight on the street. The moonlight shone through the gaps in the curtains and fell on Marquis Xianping's handsome face that had been sculpted by time. Chong Jing couldn't see what was good about this person. Marquis Xianping sighed. "Is there anything you're afraid of?" Chong Jing thought about it seriously and shook her head. "No." Marquis Xianping looked at her suspiciously. "Nothing?" Chong Jing lowered her head. "Cockroaches." Marquis Xianping. "You're the #1 assassin of the Dark Knight sect. You're afraid of a few cockroaches?" "Dirty," Chong Jing explained, feeling wronged. When Chong Jing was very young, she ate a few cockroaches in her food. That was someone who deliberately disgusted her. In the end, she was really disgusted. Ever since then, she would remember that she ate cockroaches. Her scalp would feel numb. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows and said with some pride, "At least Ahung is afraid of cats. She's better than you." The corner of Chongjing's mouth twitched. What sense of existence are you looking for in this? Speaking of which, Marquis Xianping really didn't expect Ahung to be afraid of cats. Thinking carefully, he really wasn't a good father. He didn't even know about his son's taboos. Marquis Xianping was conflicted for a moment. Making up his mind, he said, "Don't go back to the manor first. Go to Baishui Alley. Also find me a cat." Chongjing quickly found a stray cat on the side of the road. Marquis Xianping picked up the pitiful little stray cat and frowned. Could this thing test whether or not he was Ahung? Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong still hadn't returned home when it was dark. Xiao Lulang decided to go out and look for them. Just as he crossed the threshold of the front yard, he saw a familiar carriage stopped at the door. Marquis Xianping sat outside the carriage, holding the stray cat in his hand with disdain. He had made up his mind to use this cat to test Xiao Lulang. However, just as Xiao Lulang walked out of the door, he instinctively stuffed the cat into Chongjing's arms and used his broad body to block Chongjing. His movements were too fast. Xiao Lulang didn't see the cat and only felt that his actions were strange. Xiao Lulang ignored him and walked out of the alley expressionlessly. Chongjing looked at the stray cat that was suddenly stuffed into her arms and asked, "You're not going to test him?" Marquis Xianping sighed. "I'm not going to test him. At least he didn't need to test him like this." "Why?" Chongjing didn't understand. Marquis Xianping sighed. "I'm afraid that he really is Ahung." Chongjing looked at the stray cat in her arms and then looked at Marquis Xianping. "If it's Ahung, isn't it good?" Marquis Xianping bitterly said. "Not good. If it was him, he would be frightened by this cat." Understanding complex emotions was a killer's weakness. Just like how Gu Jiao couldn't understand Yao Shi's choices in love, Chongjing also couldn't understand Marquis Xianping's caution in front of Xiao Lulang. Chongjing asked, "Then do you still want this cat?" Marquis Xianping faintly said, "No. Also get rid of all the stray cats in the manor." The two female officials finally found the crown princess who had been mistaken for a prostitute in the orchard. The crown princess could no longer be described as unrecognizable. The female officials saw that Qin Chu Yu was the one leading the beating and didn't know what to do. Giving the order to arrest was impossible. The crown princess was the emperor's daughter-in-law, but Qin Chu Yu was the emperor and empress's son. Also, being beaten like a prostitute was too shameful. If this got out, would the crown princess still have any face? In the end, the two female officials took the crown princess away with the excuse of going to the authorities. Dragged her away. After Qin Chu Yu returned to the palace, he bragged to his father emperor about how he had chased away a prostitute and received great praise from the emperor. The Zhuang Manor. The physician removed the stitches for royal prince and changed the medicine for the last time. He reminded him to stay in bed and rest more before taking his medicine box and bidding farewell. The servants sent the physician out of the manor. Grand Tutor Zhuang gave Wu Yang a look. Wu Yang understood and walked out of the room, closing the two doors from the outside. Royal Prince leaned against the head of the bed and pulled the blanket over his injured leg. He calmly said, "It's late. Grandfather, you should rest early." Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes were slightly cold. "Marquis Xianping has gone too far. I will avenge you sooner or later." Royal Prince looked down and sneered. "Easier said than done? He is the emperor's brother-in-law and also the emperor's elder brother-in-law. He also has military power and can command hundreds of people. Who can do anything to him?" Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes became even colder. If the Empress Dowager was still in the imperial court, Marquis Xianping wouldn't have the chance to stir up trouble. Royal Prince didn't refute the mention of Empress Dowager Zhuang. She was indeed a strategist and controlled the affairs of two dynasties. When Marquis Xianping was still playing in the mud, she was already the most favored empress. However, no matter how powerful a person was, there would be times when the horse stumbled. How did she get leprosy? Grand Tutor Zhuang coldly said, "You've misjudged Xiao Lulang. I'm afraid that he already recognized the Empress Dowager. From the beginning, his goal of getting close to the Empress Dowager wasn't simple. It's a pity that we were all kept in the dark. In order for him to bring the Empress Dowager to the capital, he persuaded the emperor to reopen the Imperial College. Fortunately, the Imperial College hasn't fallen into the emperor's hands. There is still room for redemption. However, no matter what, the Empress Dowager can't remain in their hands. This time, he didn't refute his grandfather's words. However, he seemed to have thought of something and was silent for a moment. Then he asked, "Grandfather, what do you plan to do?" Grand Tutor Zhuang flicked his wide sleeves, openly visit the Empress Dowager and acknowledge her. In Baishui Alley, the matriarch had just finished playing a game of cards. She pushed the card table. "That's all for today. I'm not playing anymore." The neighbors reluctantly returned to their homes. That's right, although they lost money, they still had a good time playing. This was mainly due to the matriarch's strategy of winning money. The matriarch wouldn't play cards with the same table every day, and she wouldn't always take advantage of one person. For example, Auntie Zhao lost yesterday, so she let her win a little today. Everyone felt that it was normal to win and lose. However, if they carefully calculated the accounts, they lost their own money and won their companion's money. No one had ever won money from the matriarch. The matriarch stretched and went next door to see Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun. Gu Yan lazily lay on the bed and fell asleep. Gu Shaoshun sat on a small stool and obediently did woodwork. The matriarch was very satisfied. Shaoshun, this child, was very sensible. She didn't have high expectations for Gu Yan. It was good that he was alive. Madame Yao was doing embroidery. Lu Lang and the other two were doing something outside. It was already dark, but they still hadn't returned. The matriarch was hungry, so she went to the kitchen to find food. Nanny Fong went to the embroidery building to get clothes, and the old chancellor cooked at night. The old chancellor stir-fried a few home-cooked dishes, stewed a pot of asparagus chicken soup, and fried a few brown sugar glutinous rice cakes. Next was the food that was specially made for little Jingkong: lily egg soup, tofu vegetarian meatballs, and stir-fried vegetable shrimp. "Have the children come back?" the old chancellor asked. His tone was familiar, and his address was natural. It was exactly the same as when Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao talked about their children. Not yet. The matriarch began to look for food. Here. The old chancellor seemed to have known that she would be hungry, so he took out a small plate of brown sugar glutinous rice cakes. This plate of glutinous rice cakes was sprinkled with white sesame seeds. The children didn't like to eat brown sugar glutinous rice cakes sprinkled with white sesame seeds. The matriarch didn't feel that there was anything wrong. She held the plate, sat down on a small stool, and slurped the glutinous rice cakes. One was busy in front of the stove, and the other was eating behind it. The oil in the pot sizzled, and the room was filled with the smell of crispy oil and scallion. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door outside. "Who is it?" Yao Shi put down her embroidery and walked out. The old chancellor quickly walked out of the kitchen and said to the naked Yao Shi, "Let me do it, let me do it." "Okay." Yao Shi obediently returned to the room. The courtyard door was actually half closed, so it shouldn't be a neighbor. Otherwise, they would have directly pushed the door open and entered. "Who is it?" he asked as he opened the wooden door. He immediately saw Grand Tutor Zhuang at the door, and his brows twitched. He closed the door and smeared some wall dust on his face before opening the door again. He squeezed out a strange voice and asked, "Who is it? What's the matter?" Grand Tutor Zhuang sized him up strangely. It was clear that he was baffled by his actions of opening and closing the door. Then, he saw that his face was covered in dirt and his clothes were plain. He instantly treated him as a servant in the courtyard and didn't look at the old chancellor directly. Otherwise, if he looked at him a few more times, he would still be able to recognize him. Grand Tutor Zhuang said indifferently, "Call your matriarch out. I have something to talk to her about." The old chancellor had calculated everything, but he didn't expect that Grand Tutor Zhuang would come personally and that Empress Dowager Zhuang wouldn't be able to recognize the Zhuang family. One had to know that before Empress Dowager Zhuang lost her memory, the junior she doted on the most was Royal Prince An. When Royal Prince An went to Chan Empire as a hostage, Empress Dowager Zhuang was so angry that she couldn't eat for a few days and nights. She even fell sick. Now that Lu Lang had snatched away the position of the new top scholar that should have belonged to royal prince and, if her memory was awakened by the Zhuang family, Lu Lang would be in trouble. The old chancellor puffed out his chest and said, "What matriarch? Who are you? Have you found the wrong person? Go. If you don't go, I will report it to the officials. A dog servant dares to block my master's path. Move aside." The guard beside Grand Tutor Zhuang took a big stride forward and pushed the old chancellor away mercilessly. The old chancellor staggered and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, a hand reached over and supported him in time. He turned his head and saw that it was over. The demon empress who brought disaster to the country had come out. The matriarch didn't even look at the guard. Her cold gaze landed on Grand Tutor Zhuang's face. She was dressed in plain clothes and didn't have any extra pearl ornaments on her head. However, her noble aura seemed to burst out from her bones. Even the old chancellor who was supported by her couldn't help but shiver. This was the first time he was terrified after being with her for so long. It was even fiercer than when she came to rob his private stash with a knife. Chapter 263. The matriarch felt that in this situation she should say kneel. Although she didn't understand what was going on, before she could speak, the guard had already knelt down. The matriarch was speechless. Grand Tutor Zhuang also walked forward with an excited expression and cupped his hands in greeting. "Who are you?" the matriarch asked. "This official." Grand Tutor Zhuang was about to say something when he remembered that she didn't remember the past and changed his words. "I am your older brother. You are Zhuang Jin's, I am Zhuang Boyang, do you still remember me?" "Older brother?" The matriarch looked at him suspiciously. "Yes," Grand Tutor Zhuang said excitedly. "Do you remember now?" The matriarch didn't answer him. Instead, she looked at the old chancellor beside her and asked, "Did you have someone push him? This servant is so unreasonable, he actually shut me out." Grand Tutor Zhuang glanced at the old man beside the matriarch with disgust. He didn't know why, but he was especially annoyed. When he saw him standing with his younger sister, he had the urge to rush up and beat him up. The matriarch looked at him and said impatiently, "What did you just say?" Grand Tutor Zhuang was stunned by her unfriendly tone. "I said, he shut me out?" The matriarch said. The sentence before that. Grand Tutor Zhuang thought for a moment. This servant is so unreasonable? The matriarch nodded, walked to the door, and hooked her finger at Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang walked over. "Younger sister." The matriarch patted his shoulder. "Turn around and face outside." Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't understand, but he still turned around. The next second he felt a pain in his butt. The matriarch had kicked him out. He was caught off guard and tripped over the threshold, falling to the ground. Without waiting for him to react, old mistress slammed the courtyard door shut with a bang. "Servant. Servant your ass. Who are you to bully my man?" Grand Tutor Zhuang was shut out. He knew that he wouldn't be able to see Empress Dowager Zhuang again today. He secretly gritted his teeth and left unwillingly. On the way back he was very puzzled. Why did Empress Dowager Zhuang treat him like this? Did he not know him and treated him as a bad guy? Or was he trying to get revenge for that old man? Ridiculous, when did Empress Dowager Zhuang care so much for a servant? She regarded human lives as worthless. She could even send a princess of an empire to be married off casually. How could she stand up for a servant? Actually, not only was Grand Tutor Zhuang puzzled, the old chancellor was also confused. He would believe it if Zhuang Jins took a knife and cut him into pieces, but he didn't dare to believe that Zhuang Jins would stand up for him. But he didn't believe that it had happened. He wasn't a fool, and he wouldn't deceive himself by thinking, "Oh, she's not doing this for me. She might be wary of strangers." You're already half a foot in the grave. Can you have some shame? The old chancellor touched the bridge of his nose and said embarrassedly that he wanted to say thank you, but he couldn't. Both master and disciple had the same temperament. When they were fooling people, they would talk loudly without being stuck. But when it came to the crucial moment to set off the atmosphere, they would be tongue-tied. The old lady didn't have his kind of awkwardness at all. She only did something that couldn't be any more normal. She walked towards the kitchen carelessly. The glutinous rice cake wasn't finished yet, and it would get cold if she didn't eat it. The old chancellor looked at her anxious back view and guessed that she was going to find food. Was this foodie still that all-powerful demon empress who brought disaster to the country? For the first time, the old chancellor had doubts about his own cognition. Could it be that Zhuang Jin's nature wasn't as bad as what he saw? Or perhaps he had misunderstood Zhuang Jin's in the past. Everything else could be cleared up, but the matter of her using the former emperor's dragon body to make a deal definitely couldn't be cleared up. Other empresses were racking their brains to seize the emperor's favor, but she took the green token to her own palace of earthly tranquility. If one wanted to get the token, they would have to pay first and the highest bidder would sleep. She even set up a reward. If one was pregnant with a dragon seed, they would be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. If one was born safely, they would be rewarded with 2,000 taels of silver. If one gave birth to a prince, they would be able to serve the former emperor for free once. How much silver did she earn? She couldn't even count it. However, what was even more infuriating was that the former emperor had been kept in the dark, and was even complacent that he had such a virtuous empress who would always find beauties for him. That was how Zhuang Jin's title of virtuous empress came about. When the former emperor found out the truth, it was already too late. The power of the imperial court had already fallen into the hands of Zhuang Jin's and the Zhuang family. The former emperor died with hatred. Zhuang Jin's dethroned the crown prince and supported the current emperor to become the emperor. She then began her 20 years of ruling from behind the curtain. Zhuang Jin's, oh Zhuang Jin's, what kind of person are you? If one day you remember who you are, will you return to the original Zhuang Jin's or continue to be the grandaunt of Lu Lang and Zhao Zhao? Chapter 264. Gu Yan kicked off his blanket at night and coughed a little in the morning. Yao Shi was worried about him, so she did not let him go to school. Naturally, she did not go to Master Lu and Nanxiang's place to learn after school. Gu Xiaoshan still went. Lu Quan sent him there. In the past few months, Master Lu basically did not teach Gu Xiaoshan too many technical things. He just let Gu Xiaoshan whittle the wood over and over again. Gu Xiaoshan did not show any impatience, nor did he ask when he would stop whittling wood. Master Lu felt that this child was very calm. Gu Xiaoshan. It's mainly because studying is too boring. In comparison, cutting wood is simple and easy. I don't even need to use my brain. After cutting wood, Gu Xiaoshan went to eat at his master and master's house as usual. The food was usually cooked by Nanxiang. Nanxiang's cooking was not very good. She even disliked eating it. Gu Xiaoshan, however, did not seem to dislike it at all. Whatever Nanxiang cooked, he would eat it. He did not waste a single mouthful of soup. Because of this, Nanxiang also felt that Gu Xiaoshan was very good. Gu Xiaoshan. It's mainly because brother-in-law's cooking is too bad. After tasting brother-in-law's cooking, master's wife's cooking is already at the level of a chef. After finishing today's lesson, Gu Xiaoshan said goodbye to his master and master's wife. He sat on the carriage to go home. At this time the sky was already dark. It was not like the previous days where there would be a sunset glow. Today the sky was gray, as if there was a huge black curtain pressing down. It's going to rain, Lu Quan said. Gu Xiaoshan did not like sitting in the carriage. He liked sitting outside. Hearing Lu Quan's words, he lifted the curtain and sat out. He said to Lu Quan, Master said that if it rains, he won't come. The mountain roads are hard to travel on. He's afraid of accidents. Lu Quan could hear his regret. He smiled and comforted him. It's only going to rain for a day or two. It's not a big deal. You can come again soon. Gu Xiaoshan nodded. The two of them chatted for a while. The air was stuffy, and it seemed like it was going to rain heavily. Gu Xiaoshan was thinking about how many days it would take for them to come over. Suddenly she heard Lu Quan cry out. Lu Quan pulled on the reins and stopped the carriage. What happened? Gu Xiaoshan asked as she looked ahead. She saw a person lying down on the mountain road in front of the carriage. The person was hugging his knees and looked like he was in great pain. That person screamed, my leg was broken by you guys broken. This. Lu Quan wanted to go down to take a look, but Gu Xiaoshan stopped him. This was a scammer. Back when he was a bully in the countryside, Gu Xiaoshan had seen a lot of such tricks. They could fool others but not him. Seeing that Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yuxing did not respond, the man's eyes flashed and he continued to wail. "Aya, my leg." Lu Quan whispered, "It's not good for him to just lie there." Gu Xiaoshan shouted, "Run him over." That person looked at Gu Xiaoshan and saw Gu Xiaoshan take the whip from Lu Quan's hand and whip the horse. The horse was in pain and neighed twice as it galloped forward. That person saw that the situation was not good and did not care about the scam anymore. He quickly got up from the ground and ran away. Lu Quan was stunned. How could it be like this? The matter was far from over. That person saw that the scam was not working. His eyes turned cold and he actually used his qinggong to fly towards the carriage. He directly jumped over the roof of the carriage and pulled Gu Xiaoshan down from the carriage. "Xiaoshan!" Lu Quan was shocked and quickly reached out to pull on the reins. However, that person seemed to have expected Lu Quan to do so. Before he got down from the carriage, he slapped the horse with his hand. This slap was infused with internal energy and it hurt the horse badly. No matter how Lu Quan pulled on the reins, it could not stop. After Gu Xiaoshan was held hostage by that person, he was very unhappy and pulled away the other person's hand that was grabbing his collar. "What are you doing?" Two big men pulling each other. "What a scandal! Don't you have any shame?" The corner of that person's mouth twitched. "You're a big man? Have you grown hair?" Gu Xiaoshan said unhappily, "Do you want to see?" That person said, "If you listen to me, I'll let you suffer less." Gu Xiaoshan retorted, "Why don't you listen to me and let me let you suffer less?" That person. Did he mean it the way he understood it? How old was this kid? How could he speak like a hooligan? Also, how could he tell that he was the one below? Cough. Forget it. This was an important hostage. Before the Empress Dowager returned to the Zhuang family, the hostage had to be unharmed. That person decided to endure it. He grabbed Gu Xiaoshan's shoulder and was about to take Gu Xiaoshan away. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiaoshan wrapped one arm around him and broke free from his grasp. Gu Xiaoshan broke into a run. "Want to run? It's not that easy." That person snorted coldly and lightly jumped up to chase after him. However, just as he was about to use his qinggong and leap up, a silver needle suddenly flew from behind him and pierced through his thigh with a whoosh. He groaned and fell from the air. He looked at his thigh in disbelief and then looked at the silver needle stuck in the ground. His expression changed greatly. Tanghua needle? Someone from the Tang sect? How could someone from the Tang sect appear in the Zhao country? And they were secretly protecting that kid? Wasn't he just a rash kid from the countryside? How could he be related to the Tang sect, which was not part of the 6 countries? That person didn't dare to chase after Gu Xiaoshan anymore. He gritted his teeth and left. After a while, Master Lu and Nanxiang slowly walked out from behind the big tree. Master Lu walked over and wrapped his hand in a handkerchief. He pulled out the Tanghua needle from the ground and said to Nanxiang, "Wife, you like that kid that much? You even use Tanghua needles. I haven't seen you use Tanghua needles in 10 years. Nanxiang reached out her hand wearing a silver glove and took the Tanghua needle. "It's all right. It's quite interesting." Gu Xiaoshan ran forward as if he was reincarnated and finally caught up with the carriage that was parked at the foot of the mountain. He looked back and saw that the other party couldn't catch up. He couldn't help but laugh with his hands on his hips. "Ha ha ha. It's still this young master who runs faster. If you have the ability, then chase after me. Chase after me." His mouth was full of arrogance, but his body was trembling. He jumped onto the carriage. "Uncle Lu, let's go quickly." "Oh, okay." Lu Quan increased the speed of the carriage to the maximum and quickly returned to Bai Shui Alley. The assassin who came to capture Gu Xiaoshan didn't make it back to report to Grand Tutor Zhuang. Although it was only a small silver needle, the Tang sect's hidden weapon could take a life. This was a mistaken strategy. He originally thought that he had picked the weakest persimmon, but he didn't expect that the persimmon had a durian that could kill people. Grand Tutor Zhuang waited for a long time but didn't hear a reply from his subordinates. He guessed that he had made a bad start. He deeply furrowed his brows. This won't do, that won't do. Do we really have to directly capture the Empress Dowager? While Grand Tutor Zhuang was racking his brains to get close to the Empress Dowager, someone had effortlessly seen her. Marquis Xianping had come to find Xiao Lulang again. He had thought about it. Using a frightening method to test him was not advisable, but he could first think of a way to stay with him. Today he wasn't looking for Xiao Lulang. He was looking for his daughter-in-law, whom he had never met. And he was really smart. Chongjing, knock on the door, he ordered. Chongjing let out an "oh" and walked forward. She raised her hand to knock on the door. Before she could knock, the door opened from the inside with a creak. The old chancellor and the old madam walked out. The two were going next door to play cards. Just as they reached the door, the old chancellor stopped. He saw Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping naturally also saw him. Chapter 265. The old chancellor's temples suddenly twitched. It's fine if Marquis Xianping doesn't come, but if he does, he will kill. How did he really recognize the wrong person? He was obviously making the best of it. Empress Dowager Zhuang was recuperating in the temporary imperial residence, so who could say that the woman outside who was his wife was the Empress Dowager? The emperor didn't want to see Empress Dowager Zhuang anymore, but the royal family's reputation was bound together. Even if it was to protect the royal family's reputation and decorum, the emperor wouldn't admit that the woman outside who made the former emperor a cuckold was Empress Dowager Zhuang. Besides, the emperor originally wanted to get rid of Empress Dowager Zhuang, but the emperor had more scruples than Marquis Xianping. In addition, Empress Dowager Zhuang also had something that the emperor always wanted. If Marquis Xianping really killed Empress Dowager Zhuang, the emperor would be angry and regret that he didn't get what he wanted, but he wouldn't really take Marquis Xianping's life. Alright, it wasn't his illusion last time. Marquis Xianping was indeed cunning enough. People always said that Marquis Xianping often won battles because he relied on his bravery. In fact, they were all wrong. Bravery was important, but if Marquis Xianping didn't have any brains, he would have been fooled by the enemy. The old chancellor belonged to the party who was caught. On one hand, he had to endure the confusion brought by his guilty conscience, and on the other hand, he couldn't really let Zhuang Jinsi be killed. He hurriedly said, "Can't they look alike? What's there to pretend to be?" Marquis Xianping sneered, It's fine if my illegitimate son looks like my legitimate son, but what's the relationship between this person and the one in the palace? Sisters? The old chancellor was speechless for a moment. Can't you just be a martial artist and be a quiet martial artist? As a military general, your brain and mouth are so sharp that the civil officials will have no way out. The old chancellor expressed that he could still stay low, and was determined not to lose to a military general. He looked at Marquis Xianping and said sternly, "You can't kill her. She's Liulong's grandaunt." Pausing for a moment, he recalled that his grandaunt was his grandfather's sister. Naturally, Marquis Xianping didn't have such an aunt. The old chancellor's stroke of genius came to him. His elder brother's father's aunt. This big brother referred to the eldest son of Chun Yun's mother, and her ex-husband. If she was really his big brother's grandaunt, then as his half-brother, Xiao Lulang also called her grandaunt. What's more, that big brother treated Lulang very well. It was not wrong for Xiao Lulang to take care of his big brother's grandaunt in her old age. Marquis Xianping snorted. "Do you think this marquis will believe you?" The old chancellor clasped his fingers. "It's absolutely true. If it's a lie, may the heavens strike you with lightning." Rumble. A clap of thunder exploded in the sky. "Old chancellor, are you not giving me any face at all?" It was about to rain. The sky was gloomy and dark clouds rolled. It was as if there was a sea of primal chaos under the sky. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Chongjing wasn't in a hurry to make a move. It wasn't because he was intimidated by the old chancellor's words, but because his marbles were gone. He lowered his head and rummaged through his pocket to find his marbles. Marquis Xianping looked at the old granny, and the old granny also looked at him. Their eyes met. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Their faces were also flickering in the night sky and the lightning. Even if a dragon enters a shallow abyss, it is still a dragon. Even if she had lost her memory and was wearing a coarse hemp garment, the old granny's aura wasn't any weaker than Marquis Xianping's. In fact, under the confrontation of their gazes, there was a faint aura that belonged to Zhuang Jinsi. The old chancellor felt a deep headache. He said to Marquis Xianping, "Listen to me. Perhaps what happened back then was a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? What happened back then? Marquis Xianping and the old granny almost spoke at the same time. The old chancellor looked at the old granny and then looked at Marquis Xianping. He used his hand to block and said softly, "She doesn't remember anything. Don't be like this." Marquis Xianping said coldly, "She doesn't remember, but I do. The hatred of killing my son is absolutely irreconcilable." The old chancellor scratched his head. How can that be called killing? At most it was poisoning, right? It was something that happened when Aheng was 4 or 5 years old. She was poisoned in the palace. It was said that it was done by the Empress Dowager. Marquis Xianping said coldly, "Not killing is not considered killing. My son not dying is my son's luck. It's not an excuse for her to absolve herself." "I harmed your son?" The old granny couldn't remember, but she wasn't in a hurry to absolve herself, because she often felt that she was indeed full of evil tricks. Maybe she really was an evil person in the past. Marquis Xianping didn't care why Zhuang Jin appeared here. He didn't need to ask the reason or the process. He only needed the result. That is, he wants to kill Zhuang Jin. "Changjing, are you deaf or stupid? Do you not understand human language? Why aren't you doing it? Found it." Changjing dug out the marble that fell into her pocket and put it into another pocket that was still intact. Her expression turned cold and she switched to killer mode in a second. "Aya, Lulang, you have returned." The old chancellor looked behind Marquis Xianping. Taking advantage of Marquis Xianping's slight pause, he pulled the old granny's hand and returned to the house. Closing the door with a bang, he locked the door. "Leave through the back door," he said to the old granny. "Did something happen?" Yao Shi heard the movement and came out. Nothing. Quickly returned to the house." The old chancellor waved his hand at Yao Shi. Marquis Xianping's target was Zhuang Jin. He wouldn't kill the innocent. He wasn't worried about Yao Shi's safety. He pulled the old granny and escaped through the back door. The most important thing was to quickly find Lulang. Only he could stop Marquis Xianping. But just as the two crossed the threshold of the back door, they saw Changjing standing in front of them with a murderous look. Old Chancellor took in a breath of cold air. They couldn't go back. Marquis Xianping was blocking the front door. "That little brother, can we discuss?" The old Chancellor smiled and suddenly rushed over to hug Changjing. He said to the old granny, "Quickly go find Lulang. He's at Lin Brat's house." Lin Qingye's house was nearby, and it would only take a quarter of an hour to walk there. But how could the old chancellor hug an assassin like Changjing? Changjing lifted him up. Changjing wasn't interested in people other than his target. After throwing the old chancellor to the side, he stretched out his hand to kill the old granny. He only used his hand to grab the back of the old granny's neck, and with a gentle twist, he actually broke her neck. At the crucial moment, a small figure flashed over and blocked in front of the old granny. He raised his small arm and blocked Changjing's arm. Changjing used his right hand, but no one knew that his dominant hand was actually his left hand. He raised his left hand and slapped towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao received this palm forcefully, and the huge force forced the two of them to move back 2 steps. Changjing looked at Gu Jiao in astonishment and then looked at his own hand. He was actually able to receive a palm from him? Gu Jiao thought, half of my arm is going to be numb. Where did this expert come from? Great-aunt, granduncle, you two leave first. Gu Jiao stopped Changjing and said to the two of them. The old chancellor didn't care about being pretentious and courteous as he pulled the old granny and sprinted towards Lin Qingye's residence. Of course, he didn't forget to turn back and remind Changjing. She's the daughter-in-law of Marquis Xianping. You're not allowed to use your true strength. His words were effective as Changjing's murderous aura was reduced by half. Changjing's martial arts was much higher than those experts in the martial arts school. Even if his murderous aura was reduced by half, it wasn't that easy for Gu Jiao to defeat him. Of course, it was also slightly difficult for Changjing to get rid of Gu Jiao. The two of them started to fight intensely. The old chancellor brought the old granny and sprinted non-stop. The reason why they could still run at this age was mainly due to Gu Jiao's good daily care. Their bodies were much more robust than before, and the old chancellor even faintly felt that they had more black hair. However, misfortunes never come singly. Even though they got rid of Marquis Xianping and Chongjing's evil clutches, they encountered a group of masked men in black. The men in black blocked the entrance of the alley. In order to get to Lin Qingye's house as soon as possible, the old chancellor brought the old granny to take a shortcut which was secluded and almost no one passed by. This also meant that there weren't any officials patrolling nearby. It's over, it's over. This is what it means to have a wolf in the front and a tiger in the back. The other party didn't come with good intentions. It didn't seem good whether they were captured by them or killed by Chongjing when they got back. Who are you people? The old chancellor asked vigilantly. More than 10 men in black opened up a path with a swoosh. There was a carriage parked behind them. Hearing the question, the curtain of the carriage was lifted and Grand Tutor Zhuang walked down from the carriage. Grand Tutor Zhuang put his hands in his wide sleeves with an arrogant and calm expression. He strolled to the front of the two people and took a glance at the old granny and the old chancellor. His gaze turned cold. So it's you. No wonder he felt something was wrong when he saw them at Jade Water Alley last time. It turned out that they were acquaintances. No wonder he closed the door in a panic, and no wonder he didn't have the face to see people. Why are you here? And with the Empress Dowager? Before Chancellor Hu resigned, he fought with the Empress Dowager to the death. They fought for 2 dynasties from the reign of the late emperor to the current emperor. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were sworn enemies. Yet they appeared at the same place at the same time and were even close. There should be something he didn't know, but he couldn't think about it in detail now. The most important thing now was to bring the Empress Dowager back. Grand Tutor Zhuang's gaze landed on the old chancellor's hand, which was holding the old granny's wrist. His expression changed and he shouted sternly, "Impudent! Is the Empress Dowager's phoenix body something an old man like you can profane? Not to mention pulling her wrist, he couldn't even pull the corner of her clothes." The old chancellor withdrew his hand with a guilty conscience. Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't dare to speak sternly to the old granny. He said gently, "Sister, go back with big brother." The old granny looked at him with disdain. "Get lost." Grand Tutor Zhuang was speechless. Grand Tutor Zhuang took a deep breath and told himself that the Empress Dowager had only lost her memory. Her words weren't her original intention, and it wasn't the Empress Dowager's imperial decree. When the Empress Dowager remembered her identity, she would forgive him for what he had done today. He turned his head and ordered the man in black, "Take the Empress away. That person." He glanced at the old chancellor. "Get rid of him." The Empress Dowager of a country actually had an affair with a man outside. Once this kind of scandal was spread out, facing the public censure would be a light punishment. Her reputation and status would probably be lost. The emperor was worried about not having an excuse to pull the Empress Dowager down, so he couldn't give the emperor any chance. The old chancellor said coldly, "Zhuang Boyang, you're crazy. Are you going to kill people on the streets?" Each and every one of them really didn't take human life seriously. Grand Tutor Zhuang said indifferently, "You tried to assassinate the Empress Dowager. I killed the assassin, so what crime am I guilty of?" After saying that, he made a killing gesture and ignored the old chancellor. On the other side, Gu Jiao and Chongjing's 4 hands were tied together. This fellow's martial arts was too high. Gu Jiao's strength had only recovered to 30% of her previous life strength, so she really couldn't beat this fellow to death. Suddenly, Gu Jiao saw the pearls in his pocket. She remembered the first time she saw him. He seemed to be looking for pearls on the ground. Gu Jiao's eyes flashed and she used one knee to hit his lower abdomen. Chongjing instinctively freed his hand to block her attack. Gu Jiao freed her hand and tore off his pocket. His marbles rolled all over the ground. Chongjing thought, his marbles. Chongjing ignored Gu Jiao and went to pick up the pearls. Gu Jiao hurriedly chased after the old chancellor and her grandaunt. It was as if a hole was torn in the sky and it started to rain heavily. The old madam and the old chancellor were separated by the men in black. The men in black didn't dare to be rough with the old madam, and only tried their best to pull her into the carriage. They weren't so polite to the old chancellor. The old chancellor was kicked to the ground and was in so much pain that he almost couldn't straighten his body. Stop! The old madam said to Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang turned a deaf ear. Empress, please get on the carriage. One of the men in black pulled out his sword and slashed towards the old chancellor's neck. Suddenly, a silver needle pierced through the thick curtain of rain and pierced the wrist of the assassin in black. The assassin in black felt a pain in his wrist and the long sword in his hand fell to the ground. The rest of the people saw the situation and looked towards Gu Jiao. The next moment they waved the long sword in their hands and slashed towards Gu Jiao. It was raining heavily. Gu Jiao shuttled back and forth in the rain of swords as several people surrounded her. Gu Jiao leaped and pressed down on the head of one of the men in black. She rolled over his back and pulled out the sword at his waist and cut off a long sword that was swinging towards her. She held the sword and knelt on the ground with one knee. Her eyes were like torches and her whole body was emitting a terrifying murderous aura. These people weren't as skilled as Chongjing. She quickly opened up a path and arrived behind the old madam. However, the moment she pulled the old madam, one of the men in black placed his long sword on the old chancellor's neck. Don't move. Otherwise, I'll kill him. Gu Jiao suddenly threw the dagger in her hand and smashed that man's long sword. Gu Jiao took a few steps forward and caught the dagger that fell from the air. She kicked the man to kneel on the ground and grabbed his hair. She could cut his throat with just one slash. Gu Jiao had been here for a long time and had been very restrained. She didn't use weapons and only used silver needles that didn't have blood because blood would make her excited. Her godfather said that she was the perfect tool to kill. Probably so. She did surgeries not to save people's lives but for her own cultivation. She had to control her ruthlessness. However, her blade had already cut the skin of the other party and fine blood slid down the blade along with the rain. The ruthlessness in Gu Jiao's body began to stir, and her hand that was holding the dagger began to tremble. As long as she killed one, she would kill the last one. Jiao Jiao. Suddenly, the old madam grabbed her hand and wrapped the back of her young hand with her palm that had lost its luster due to old age and was covered with wrinkles. Jiao Jiao, be a good girl and come to Grandaunt. The voice was clearly in her ears, but it seemed to come from above the water. Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. The old madam called her again and again. Gu Jiao finally suppressed the ruthlessness in her blood. The red blood in her eyes faded little by little. She turned her head and threw away the dagger in her hand. Grandaunt, I'll take you home. The old madam nodded. Okay. Grand Tutor Zhuang was directly shocked by Gu Jiao's murderous aura and forgot to stop her. The men in black also looked at Gu Jiao with fear. They pointed their swords at her while carefully avoiding her. Her strength wasn't only in her skills. It was also in her aura that wanted to kill everyone in the world. It was simply too terrifying. Therefore, even if Gu Jiao was following beside the old madam and was obediently letting the old madam hold her hand, no one dared to act rashly. The change happened the moment they turned to leave. The rain was too heavy and a building that was on the verge of collapse couldn't withstand the washing of the heavy rain. The beam snapped and the huge roof tilted down, smashing towards Gu Jiao and the old madam. Everything happened too quickly and old chancellor didn't even have time to pounce over and knock them away. Gu Jiao's ears twitched and she raised her head. The huge roof came pressing down like a glacier and even she couldn't push it away. She turned around and protected her grandaunt's waist with one hand and the back of her head with the other. She then used her elbow to fall to the ground. She protected her grandaunt under her body. The old madam looked at the roof pressing down on Gu Jiao, and she couldn't push Gu Jiao away. She could only stretch out her hand to protect Gu Jiao's head. She protected Gu Jiao's head, but she couldn't protect her own head. A wooden plank suddenly smashed onto her forehead. Empress Dowager, Zhuang Jin's. She felt a sharp pain in her head and a hole seemed to have opened up in the depths of her mind. Countless strange yet familiar images rushed out along with her memories. Jin's, tell father, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a bird. Why? I can fly. That way I won't have to be trapped in the house all day. Jin's, from today onwards, you are the empress of Great Zhao Empire. Zhan and the empress will be together for 100 years and be united forever. His Majesty is resting in Wanfu Palace. Her Majesty doesn't have to wait for His Majesty to admire the moon. His Majesty will come again at the beginning of next month. Jin, in this lifetime have you ever loved Jin? Long live Empress Dowager. Chapter 266. When Gu Jiao woke up, she found herself lying on a dry bed. She raised her head and looked around. She recognized that this was her boudoir in the medical center. She tried to move her body and found that she was in pain all over. "You're awake." Xiao Yulong's voice sounded softly above her head. However, she was lying on her stomach and her neck was limited, so she couldn't see him for a while. "Don't move, I'll come over." Xiao Lulang took a few steps forward and sat down on the edge of the bed beside her. She was sweating a little, so Xiao Lulang took a handkerchief and wiped her forehead carefully. "How do you feel?" he asked. "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt," she said. The physical pain couldn't do anything to her. She was used to it and didn't feel anything. She looked around. Xiao Lulang looked at her restless appearance and couldn't help but speak with a stern tone. "You're seriously injured, don't move." His tone was stern, but his eyes were full of worry. He was originally tutoring Lin Qingye and Feng Lin at Lin Qingye's house today. Suddenly there was a storm, so he felt uneasy. Sure enough, Lu Quan came over not long after and said that something happened to Gu Jiao and the old lady. Lu Quan had also just arrived home. After experiencing Gu Xiaoshan being kidnapped, he hadn't recovered from the incident yet when Gu Jiao and the old lady got into trouble. The person was sent to the medical center by Marquis Xian Ping. Gu Jiao and the old lady were injured and both fainted on the spot. Marquis Xian Ping originally came with Chong Jing to kill the old lady, but he saw Grand Tutor Zhuang. With Grand Tutor Zhuang there, they naturally couldn't kill them. When Marquis Xian Ping arrived, Gu Jiao and the old lady had already been dug out from under the ruins. Two large groups of people surrounded the old lady, but Gu Jiao only had the old chancellor by her side. Marquis Xian Ping sent Gu Jiao, who was covered in blood, to the clinic. The matriarch's injuries were also not optimistic. Her head was bleeding profusely. Imperial Tutor Zhuang was worried that she would not be able to hold on until she returned home, so he followed Marquis Xian Ping and brought her to the medical hall. Gu Jiao's back was hit by the roof. She almost broke her spine. Dr. Song said that if her spine is broken, she will face the risk of being paralyzed and may not be able to stand up for the rest of her life. Hearing this, Xiao Lulang broke out in a cold sweat. However, even though her spine was saved, her back and legs were swollen and bruised, as well as scratches from wood chips. Then there was her elbow. When she fell while protecting the old lady, she should have used at least one hand to support herself. However, she used one hand to protect her grey-tant's waist and the other hand to protect her grey-tant's head. In the end, her knees and elbows hit the ground and they were all swollen. But she actually said that it didn't hurt and even moved around. Xiao Lulang felt that as her husband, even if it was only in name, he should reason with her. He could no longer ignore his own safety and couldn't leave her to recuperate. Gu Jiao looked around blankly. "Where's Great Aunt?" All of Xiao Liulong's words were stuck in his throat. In another room, an old doctor surnamed Lu was bandaging the old lady's head injury. The old lady was still unconscious, but her breathing was not as weak as before. "Is she all right?" Imperial Tutor Zhuang asked. Old Dr. Lu did not know the other party's identity, but he could tell that they were either rich or noble. He cupped his hands in salute and said, "Replying to this master, this old madam's injuries are not serious. The wound is not deep and the bleeding has stopped. She will be fine once she wakes up. On the other hand, our Miss Gu's injuries were too serious." He could not bear to look at her. Imperial Tutor Zhuang felt relieved and gave old Dr. Lu a silver ingot. "You may leave." "Yes." Old Dr. Lu took his medicine box and left. Imperial Tutor Zhuang stood guard by the bed. Thinking about what had just happened, he also felt a burst of fear. He was so worried that the Empress Dowager had suffered a serious injury. Imperial Tutor Zhuang did not wait for too long before the person on the bed slowly opened her eyes. Imperial Tutor Zhuang quickly stood up and looked at her excitedly. "Younger sister, you're awake?" He thought that she had not recovered her memories yet, so it would be easier for her to accept this form of address. But when he met the other party's eyes, his entire person froze. Even though she was ill, her eyes were fierce and domineering. It was a gaze that belonged only to Zhuang Jin's. Imperial Tutor Zhuang took a step back and straightened his clothes. He reached out his hands and his legs gradually moved back. He cupped his hands in salute. This official respectfully welcomes the Empress Dowager. From now on there was no great-aunt in the world, only the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager sat in Imperial Tutor Zhuang's carriage and set off for the Zhuang residence. Before leaving, Imperial Tutor Zhuang had the imperial bodyguards go to the residence to inform the family. The whole family, Imperial Tutor Zhuang's eldest son Zhuangping, his second son Zhuangzhou, his third concubine-born son Zhuangmu, his eldest daughter-in-law Madame Zhen, his second daughter-in-law Madame Feng, his third daughter-in-law Madame Tan, and his children, including Royal Prince N, all stood outside the residence in the wind and rain, waiting for the Empress Dowager's arrival. The carriage stopped outside the residence swaying in the wind and rain. Zhuangping was the first to kneel down. After he knelt down, everyone present knelt down. He cupped his hands in salute and said loudly, "This official respectfully welcomes the Empress Dowager. Long live the Empress Dowager." Everyone kowtowed. "Respectfully welcomes the Empress Dowager. Long live the Empress Dowager." Imperial Tutor Zhuang came down from another carriage and personally held an umbrella for the Empress Dowager against the wind and rain. The Empress Dowager was still wearing the clothes from Bisui Alley, but this did not affect her aura. These people were all her family, but they were all kneeling at her feet. She glanced at the crowd and said, "You may rise." "Thank you, Empress Dowager." Everyone respectfully responded and stood up in a well-behaved manner. Everyone's clothes were soaked, but even the youngest 3-year-old child did not dare to make a sound. Everyone knew that the Empress Dowager valued rules. Imperial Tutor Zhuang smiled and said, "Quickly enter the house. The rain is heavy. The Empress Dowager is injured and should not be drenched in the rain." Imperial Tutor Zhuang walked into the Zhuang residence and entered the courtyard that the Zhuang family had carefully prepared for her. This was Zhuang Jin's courtyard before she was married. Every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, and every tree inside was arranged according to the way she was before she was married. Decades had passed and it still maintained its original appearance. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not even lift her eyelids as she walked up the steps. However, when she passed by a crabapple tree, she took a second look and felt that there was a child missing from the tree. She entered the house. In the Zhuang family, only Imperial Tutor Zhuang, Royal Prince N, and their trusted subordinates knew about the Empress Dowager Zhuang's leprosy. Therefore, Imperial Tutor Zhuang did not even call his own son and only brought Royal Prince N. After the three of them entered the house, Imperial Tutor Zhuang called 2 maids over. The people around the Empress Dowager are all in the summer palace. These are the servants that Hung Er selected. They will stay by the Empress Dowager's side to serve her. "No need. Go out." Empress Dowager Zhuang sat down and waved her hand. "I don't need anyone to serve me." The grandmother and granddaughter were both stunned. Empress Dowager Zhuang was very formal, and usually had at least 7 or 8 palace maids and eunuchs serving her. Empress Dowager Zhuang reached for the teapot on the table and poured tea. Imperial Tutor Zhuang frowned and looked at the 2 maids. "What are you doing?" "Serve tea to the Empress Dowager." The 2 maids hurried forward to pour tea. Empress Dowager Zhuang slammed the teapot on the table with a trace of impatience. The 2 maids were so scared that they fell to their knees. Empress Dowager Zhuang panicked for a moment. She seemed to understand that her reaction was not appropriate for her status. She said lightly, "Pour it?" "Yes." The 2 maids looked at each other and stood up. One poured tea and the other served snacks. Empress Dowager Zhuang had no appetite. She took a sip of tea and let them leave. "What happened during this period of time?" Empress Dowager Zhuang asked solemnly. Imperial Tutor Zhuang and Commandery Prince An exchanged a look and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. It was Commandery Prince An who spoke. You don't remember what happened?" Empress Dowager Zhuang pressed her aching temples. "I only remember that I had leprosy and was forced to be sent to Leprosy Mountain. I escaped when no one was paying attention. After that, I seem to have gone to many places. In the end, I fainted from hunger. I don't remember what happened after that." "Where did you find me? How many days was I unconscious?" "Unconscious? How many days?" The 2 maids couldn't help but gasp. Empress Dowager Zhuang remembered the past, but she didn't remember what happened during this period of time. Her memory stopped at the day she fainted in the village. Thinking of something, Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "By the way, how is my leprosy?" Commandery Prince said, "Your leprosy? You didn't have leprosy. It was a misdiagnosis." Imperial Tutor Zhuang interrupted Commandery Prince and misdiagnosis. Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned. Imperial Tutor Zhuang said seriously, "Yes, it was a misdiagnosis. To be honest, you have been missing for more than a year. If you really had leprosy, it wouldn't be like this." Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her hands and touched her face. "I clearly remember that there were symptoms," Imperial Tutor Zhuang said. "Leprosy can't be cured. You only have similar symptoms, but you don't have leprosy. In Zhao country, leprosy couldn't be cured. It was said that only the most powerful Yan country had the means to cure leprosy." Empress Dowager Zhuang paused and said, "Then where was I when I was missing?" Imperial Tutor Zhuang said, "The Empress Dowager was controlled by His Majesty's people. I don't know what drug they gave the Empress Dowager, but the Empress Dowager lost her memory. This official went to see the Empress Dowager several times, but was mercilessly blocked by them. Today, this official had no choice but to send a secret guard to rob her. As a result, the Empress Dowager was injured." Commandery Prince wanted to say something but stopped. "Great Aunt! Great Aunt!" Zhuang Mengdia's voice suddenly came from outside the room. Empress Dowager Zhuang's expression became absent-minded again. A name flashed through her mind. It seemed that someone had called her that before, but she couldn't remember the name. "It's Mengdai." Imperial Tutor Zhuang smiled. "She should be with her sister. Empress Dowager, do you want to see them?" "Mengdai." The one who called her grandaunt was Mengdai? That's right. Otherwise, which girl would call her grandaunt? Empress Dowager Zhuang nodded. "Come in." Zhuang Mengdai pushed open the door and happily entered the room. "Great Aunt. Call her Empress Dowager." Imperial Tutor Zhuang reminded with a serious face. "Oh." Zhuang Mengdai reluctantly responded and respectfully bowed. Mengdai greets the Empress Dowager. Zhuang Yueshi, who entered the room one after the other, also bowed. Yueshi greets the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang nodded. Zhuang Mengdai sat down beside Empress Dowager Zhuang, held her arm and said intimately, "Empress Dowager, I miss you so much. Why didn't you summon me?" Imperial Tutor Zhuang's face was stern. "Don't be unruly." Zhuang Mengdai snorted. Empress Dowager Zhuang loved the children of the Zhuang family very much. First, she didn't have children of her own. Second, these children were really good at making people happy. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at Zhuang Mengdai beside her, and then looked at the gentle and demure Zhuang Yueshi. In fact, Empress Dowager Zhuang used to dote on Zhuang Mengdai. A crying child would get milk. Zhuang Mengdai knew how to act spoiled, so she naturally got more love. But today, Empress Dowager Zhuang inexplicably wanted to get closer to the quiet Zhuang Yueshi. She looked at Zhuang Yueshi in a daze. Imperial Tutor Zhuang gave Zhuang Yueshi a look. Zhuang Yueshi understood and walked over to sit on the other side of Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang raised her hand and touched Zhuang Yueshi's left cheek. "No more?" "No more?" Zhuang Mengdai asked strangely. "Yes, no more?" Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't know herself. Medical Center. Gu Jiao stood quietly at the entrance of the hall. She was still injured and the cold wind blew in, carrying with it the cold rain. Xiao Lulang held an umbrella above her head. Great Aunt left. Xiao Lulang said. "Will she come back?" Gu Jiao looked back and stared at him. At this moment, she finally had the naivety and hesitation of a 15-year-old girl. But Xiao Lulang couldn't feel comforted. Xiao Lulang sighed, looked down and said in a low voice, "Jiao Jiao, she is no longer Great Aunt. She won't be Great Aunt in the future." Gu Jiao stared blankly at the pouring rain. Her small body was a little lonely. Xiao Lulang put down the umbrella, turned her body and gently pressed her into his arms. Her head rested on his firm chest. She shook her head, opened her eyes and said seriously, "I don't feel bad." Xiao Liulang's hand around her waist tightened. His large palm gently held her head. Yes. In the courtyard, Gu Yan was sleeping. Suddenly he woke up and sat up. Yao Shi was given a fright by him. "What is it?" Gu Yan didn't speak. A drop of tear fell from his eyes. He wiped the tear with his fingertips and looked at it. Yao Shi also saw it. She was surprised. Why are you crying? Gu Yan, I am not crying. These weren't his tears. They were Jiao Jiao's tears. Chapter 267. Empress Dowager Zhuang talked with the Zhuang family for a while and felt tired. Grand Tutor Zhuang left with the children. He let Zhuang Mingdai and Zhuang Yueshi go back to their own courtyards to rest. Then, he said to Prince An, "Come to my study." Yes. Prince An went to Grand Tutor Zhuang's study. There was an oil lamp in the study. The light was not too dim but not too bright. The wind and rain outside continued without any signs of abating. Grand Tutor Zhuang waved his hand and dismissed the servants. Only he and Prince An were left in the room. The Empress Dowager was found, but Grand Tutor Zhuang found that his grandson was not as excited as he imagined. In fact, he had been like this since the court examination. This made Grand Tutor Zhuang suspect that Prince An lost his confidence after one failure. Grand Tutor Zhuang said sincerely, "One imperial examination is no big deal. In the future, you will have a meteoric rise in the officialdom. You can still beat him. To be exact, you will definitely beat him." Life was very long. A small victory or loss was nothing. The most important thing was to look forward and not look back. The Empress Dowager and the Zhuang family are behind you. Prince An did not do this because of the imperial examination results. At least not completely. In his opinion, he lost to Xiao Lulang because the emperor wanted to suppress the Zhuang family. It was reasonable for him to lose. But on the day they paraded through the streets on horseback, Gu Jiao treated Xiao Lulang differently from how she treated him. This truly hurt his heart. However, he could not say this. "I understand. If there is nothing else, I will leave first." He bowed and was about to leave. The Empress Dowager's matter. Grand Tutor Zhuang stopped Prince An. His eyes were full of meaning. "You should know what to say and what not to say." Prince An asked numbly, "Grandfather, what do you think should be said and what not to say?" Grand Tutor Zhuang was dissatisfied with his attitude. His eyes turned cold. "You are young. I allow you to be a little emotional. But don't go overboard." Royal Prince An laughed at himself. Is the Empress Dowager really controlled by His Majesty? Then why did Your Majesty personally go to Jiangnan to find her? Grand Tutor Zhuang said, "Xiao Lulang has thrown in his lot with Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping is the Emperor's trusted official. Who knows if the Emperor's trip to Jiangnan is a smokescreen to fool us?" Royal Prince An sneered. She cured the Empress Dowager's leprosy. She even saved the Empress Dowager's life. Does grandfather think that she is using her? Grand Tutor Zhuang said in a heavy voice, "The Empress Dowager does not have leprosy. Leprosy cannot be cured. Also, there was no need to save her. They just needed the Empress Dowager and couldn't let anything happen to her. If it was any of the Zhuang Manor's guards, they would do the same. They are all willing to die for the Empress Dowager." Royal Prince An did not argue with his grandfather anymore. He lowered his eyes. If grandfather says so, then so be it. With that, he bowed and turned to leave. Grand Tutor Zhuang looked at his back and said, "Remember your status. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions." "Got it." A low reply came from him in the night. The rain was very heavy. Gu Jiao's injury was also very serious. She couldn't return to Bishui Alley. Tonight, she would rest in the small courtyard of the medical center. Dr. Song boiled a bowl of calming soup. Xiao Lulang fed it to her. The medicine took effect and she quickly fell asleep. Marquis Xianping was under the eaves. Beside him was the depressed old chancellor. Chongjing was playing with marbles on the floor at the end of the corridor. Marquis Xuanping's hands were in his wide sleeves. He unconsciously frowned and looked at the heavy rain that was like the Milky Way. So the Empress Dowager fainted in front of Lulang and that girl's house? I heard so. The old chancellor said dejectedly. Marquis Xianping said. Then do they know it's the Empress Dowager? The old chancellor looked at him coldly. You are setting a trap for me. Marquis Xuanping's expression didn't change. I didn't. This old guy looked like he had lost his soul after losing his wife. He thought it would be easy to get information out of him. Of course, that girl wouldn't know it's the Empress Dowager. The real Xiao Lulang also wouldn't know the Empress Dowager. Only Aheng would know. So if the old chancellor hesitated and said, "How do I know?" then he would be exposed. Marquis Xianping had a toothache. Old man, he's not easy to fool. But then again, that ugly girl was actually Xiao Liulang's wife? The first time she saved him, he gave her the smallest silver nude. The second time she saved the emperor, he gave her the second smallest silver nude. Thinking of his stingy behavior in front of his daughter-in-law, Marquis Xuanping's toothache became even more painful. Fuck, I was too careless. Lu Quan went home to deliver a message, saying Gu Jiao's situation. Xiao Lulang was taking care of her in the medical center. He told the family not to worry and not to go see her in the rain. Taking care of her body was the most important. These were Xiao Liulang's original words. Yao Shi was pregnant, Gu Yan had a heart problem, and little Jing Kong was too small. It was best if they didn't go out. Only Gu Xiaoshan was sturdy enough. But because of this, he should stay and take care of the family. How did she get hurt? Gu Yan asked. It's because the rain was too heavy and the roof slipped, Lu Quan said embarrassedly. There were some things that couldn't be said in front of the children, but he had explained the details to Yao Shi. Only now did Yao Shi know that she hadn't heard wrongly. That young guard called Wu Yang had indeed called Grandaunt the Empress Dowager. Her feelings were very complicated. On one hand, she was very shocked by her grandaunt's past. On the other hand, she felt a deep sense of reluctance towards her grandaunt's departure. She was a woman of the boudoir, and was often away from the capital. She hadn't heard many rumors about Empress Dowager Zhuang. She understood that the person was the children's grandaunt. She seemed to be heartless, but she was very protective of everyone. Are they all right? Yao Shi asked. Lu Quan smiled and said, they're fine. They're all external injuries. Gu Jiao's injuries were more serious, but her life wasn't in danger. She just needed to rest for a long time. Little Jing Kong looked around and stuck his head out. After looking around for a long time, he didn't see anything. He walked into the room, spread his hands and asked, "Where's Grandaunt?" Lu Quan didn't know how to answer. Gu Yan seemed to have sensed something, but he didn't say anything. Yao Shi paused and gently pulled little Jing Kong, whose head was soaked by the rain, into her embrace. She used a handkerchief to wipe his little bald head and said, "Grandaunt went home." Little Jing Kong tilted his head and had a puzzled expression. "No, I didn't see her." Yao Shi held back the bitterness in her heart and stroked his little bald head. She went back to Grandaunt's home. Little Jing Kong spread his hands. "Isn't this Grandaunt's home?" The heavy rain continued for several days. The nearby rivers were flooded. It didn't clear up until the 6th day of the 5th month. The Ministry of Works was busy controlling the flooding in the streets of the capital and unblocking the underground pipes to restore the citizens' normal mobility. The Imperial College and the major academies also resumed school. In the 5th month, a major event occurred in the capital. The Empress Dowager, who was recuperating in the temporary imperial residence, suddenly announced that she had recovered. She also proudly returned to the palace with the Empress Dowager's ceremonial procession. The citizens all came out to watch. They wanted to see the Empress Dowager's elegance. This was not inferior to the parade of petitioners. After all, petitioners paraded through the streets once every 3 years, but the Empress Dowager only went out a few times in her lifetime. The Empress Dowager went to the temporary imperial residence to recuperate secretly. The citizens did not know. The last time they saw the Empress Dowager's ceremonial procession was when the late emperor passed away. Chapter 268. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. Your great-aunt? Is she in the palace? Yes. I saw her just now. They said she lives in the palace. Qin Chuyu was confused. Lives in the palace? Only the masters of the palace, such as the Empress Dowager, the imperial concubines, and the princes, lived in the palace. However, there were many maids and nannies in the palace. Maybe one of them was his great-aunt? What's her name? Qin Chuyu asked. My great-aunt's name? Little Jing Kong remembered that he didn't know his great-aunt's name. I don't know. Well, Qin Chuyu sighed. If you don't know her name, it'll be hard to find her. There are more people in the palace than in the Imperial College. Little Jing Kong carefully recalled, and a thought flashed in his mind. He said, "They call her Empress Dowager." Cough. Qin Chuyu choked. The Empress Dowager? Your great-aunt is the Empress Dowager? Are you a member of the Zhuang family? Little Jing Kong thought for a while and said seriously, I was a farmer in the countryside. Now that we moved to the capital, I don't farm anymore, so I'm not a farmer anymore. Qin Chuyu thought, what does that have to do with farming? Why aren't you a member of the Zhuang family after moving to the capital? Can this be changed at will? The two kids talked for a long time, but Qin Chuyu still didn't know if little Jing Kong was a member of the Zhuang family. He was only 8 years old. He didn't understand, but he also knew that his mother and noble consort Zhuang didn't get along. Qin Chuyu said seriously, if you're a member of the Zhuang family, I can't play with you anymore. Little Jing Kong widened his eyes and said, but I'm not a farmer anymore. You can play with me. Well, okay. He didn't want to leave his little friend, but I can't take you to the palace today. My sister-in-law is sick recently, and my brother is in a bad mood. I'll make him unhappy if I take you to the palace. Wait for 2 days, I'll take you to the palace. Little Jing Kong thought that's the only way. Empress Dowager Zhuang returned to Renshou Palace after more than a year. Everything in the Renshou Palace was the same as before. Even the palace servants were the same as before she left the palace. Empress Dowager, Empress Dowager, Empress Dowager, she didn't inform the emperor in advance. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat on the phoenix chair above the steps of the main hall. She wore a black robe embroidered with golden phoenixes and a golden phoenix crown on her head. She looked graceful and luxurious but also domineering. The emperor stood on the white marble floor in front of her, his face full of respect and filial piety. Mother Empress Dowager's phoenix body is in good health. It is truly a great fortune for the country. Empress Dowager, Empress Dowager, Empress. Empress Dowager, Empress Dowager, Empress Dowager. The light in the emperor's eyes moved. He smiled at Empress Dowager Zhuang and said, the road to the temporary residence is long. Imperial Mother must be tired. Aken brought Imperial Physician Liang to check Imperial Mother's pulse. Present. Imperial Physician Liang, who was over 50 years old, walked forward with a medicine box. He knelt down and kowtowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang. This official respectfully welcomes the Empress Dowager. Long live the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang sneered. She stretched out her hand and casually said, the emperor is filial. I won't reject the emperor's good intentions. The emperor gave Imperial Physician Liang a meaningful glance, indicating that he should take Empress Dowager Zhuang's pulse. Imperial Physician Liang walked on his knees to the Empress Dowager's feet and placed the medicine chest on the ground. After opening it, he took out a clean silk cloth and placed it on the Empress Dowager's wrist. Then he took the Empress Dowager's pulse through the silk cloth. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Imperial Physician Liang, how is Aijia's pulse? Imperial Physician Liang withdrew his hand and put the silk cloth away. He cupped his hands and said, the Empress Dowager's pulse is stable and seems to be more healthy than before. The emperor furrowed his brows. Empress Dowager Zhuang faintly raised the corner of her lips. The emperor is very disappointed? The emperor hurriedly said, how could that be? This son has always hoped that mother will recover soon. Live a long life and live a long life. Empress Dowager Zhuang sneered. With the emperor's auspicious words, Aijia will live a long life. Aijia also wants to see Zhao country grow stronger day by day, the people have enough food and clothing, and return the world to a peaceful and prosperous era. The emperor's hands, which were hidden under his wide sleeves, clenched into fists. Empress Dowager Zhuang smiled and said, Aijia knows of the emperor's filial piety. If there is nothing else, the emperor should be busy. Aijia is not here. Presumably the emperor is very busy. These words were somewhat meaningful. What was the emperor busy with? It was unknown whether he was busy dealing with state affairs or busy cutting off the Empress Dowager's henchmen. The emperor said, this son will leave first. Mother, take care of your phoenix body. This son will come to visit mother another day. No need. Empress Dowager Zhuang said. The emperor was slightly stunned. The next second, he heard Empress Dowager Zhuang say, "You will be able to see tomorrow morning. Why make another trip?" This meant that the emperor was going to hold court again. The emperor didn't know what kind of mood he had when he walked out of Runshou Palace. He asked eunuch Wei to dismiss the servants and asked imperial physician Liang, "Is the Empress Dowager's pulse really okay?" Imperial physician Liang said, "Yes, Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager's pulse is indeed better than before she left the palace. Her body is much stronger." The emperor suspiciously said, "How can she still be strong after wandering among the people for so long? What about her leprosy?" Imperial physician Liang shook his head. "There is no leprosy." The emperor frowned. "There is no leprosy. Does that mean she has recovered? Or did she not have it at all?" This Imperial physician Liang didn't know how to judge. He was the one who diagnosed Empress Dowager Zhuang with leprosy. He was sure that he did not make a mistake. Leprosy was an incurable disease, but the Empress Dowager was no different from a normal person. Could it be that there was a divine doctor who cured the Empress Dowager's leprosy? No, leprosy could only be cured in the Yin Kingdom. Forget it, it was useless to delve into this now. Empress Dowager Zhuang had returned safe and sound. The situation was worse than the emperor had expected. He thought that the emperor had secretly eliminated or subdued many of Empress Dowager Zhuang's henchmen during her absence for more than a year. But she had just returned to the palace this morning, and the situation in the imperial city was reshuffled in the afternoon. The emperor urgently summoned several senior officials, but half of them said that they were sick and couldn't come. Most of the few who came were just playing dumb with him. They had sworn to be loyal to him the day before. The emperor was furious, but he couldn't really kill them. If he did, Empress Dowager Zhuang would definitely come forward to save them, and they would be more loyal to Empress Dowager Zhuang. The emperor was so angry that his heart ached, so he summoned the old chancellor overnight. The old chancellor had left a servant in the rented room. The emperor sent someone to summon him, and his servant would come to Bai Shui Alley to inform him. In fact, the emperor had summoned him several times before. When the emperor was in power, he didn't come. When the emperor was in decline, he came. The emperor was naturally moved. He walked out from behind the desk and held the old chancellor's hand. "I knew it. You are the one I can truly trust." The old chancellor's mood was very complicated. He knew that the time he had been waiting for had finally arrived. If he returned to the imperial court now, he would definitely gain the emperor's absolute trust and respect, but he couldn't be happy. Not only for himself but also for Lu Lang. When Lu Lang entered the imperial court as an official, it meant that he would be the enemy of the entire Zhuang family. It was impossible for him to leave Lu Lang alone. But could he still treat Zhuang Jin's as the former Empress Dowager Zhuang? The emperor said excitedly, "I hereby confer you as the Chancellor of the Imperial College. The Imperial Edict will be announced to the world tomorrow." The old Chancellor knelt down and bowed deeply. "I thank Your Majesty for your grace." Eunuch Wei sent the old Chancellor out of the palace. When they passed by the Imperial Garden, they met Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't have a good appetite, and her mood was somewhat irritable. It was the same palace, but somehow Empress Dowager Zhuang felt lonely. Deep in the palace, it wasn't that she had never been lonely, but this time there was some desolation. "Empress, why don't you eat some more desserts? You ate too little for dinner." A little palace maid held a plate of delicate and delicious rose cakes and said. Empress Dowager Zhuang had no appetite. The old chancellor stood behind the flower bushes and looked at her fixedly. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was wearing a phoenix robe, had a fierce aura. Her gaze was like a knife, and even when she didn't speak, she was like an unsheathed sword. No one dared to go against her. Eunuch Wei stopped beside the old chancellor, looked at the old chancellor, and then looked at the Empress Dowager. He whispered, "Is Lord Hu going to see the Empress Dowager?" The old chancellor shook his head. So what if he saw her? She didn't remember. She would no longer hold a knife to his neck to rob him of his secret stash, nor would she force him to go to the kitchen to make brown sugar glutinous rice cakes for her, nor would she hide the half-eaten candied fruits in his room, nor would she bring him along to serve her tea when she went to play cards with Yi Zi. "Let's go." The old chancellor said disappointedly. Eunuch Wei looked at the back of the old chancellor. Why did he feel that Lord Hua and the Empress Dowager were a little depressed? Chapter 269. The news that Empress Dowager Zhuang could not eat quickly spread to the Zhuang family. Imperial tutor Zhuang was worried that the Empress Dowager's body was not in good condition, and quickly asked the imperial physician to check her pulse. However, the Empress Dowager's pulse was not much of a problem. The imperial physician guessed that it was a heart disease. Maybe. The Empress Dowager has been away from the palace for too long, and is not used to returning suddenly, Imperial tutor Zhuang said coldly. She has lived in the palace all her life. She would not be used to it if she went out. She had returned home. What was there to not be used to? Maybe we can let her family accompany her more, the imperial physician suggested. Imperial tutor Zhuang thought that this was feasible and sent Zhuang Yueshi and Zhuang Mingdai to the palace that night. When Empress Dowager Zhuang saw Zhuang Mingdai, she did not feel much relief. However, when she saw Zhuang Yueshi behind Zhuang Mingdai, her expression suddenly froze. Zhuang Yueshi's clothes were still her gorgeous dress from before, but there was a red peony on the left side of her face. This was the most popular makeup in the capital. Since the court case, the girls in the capital began to put cinnabar on their faces. At first, Zhuang Yueshi did not like this kind of rustic makeup. However, that day, the Empress Dowager touched her left face and said that something was missing. She guessed that it was the current cinnabar makeup that was missing. Thus, she put it on before the Empress Dowager. It seemed that the effect was good. The Empress Dowager really liked it. Empress Dowager Zhuang waved at Zhuang Yueshi. Zhuang Yueshi obediently sat down beside the Empress Dowager. She could feel that the Empress Dowager's attitude towards her was different from before. Since young, she did not like to be spoiled. Although she was excellent in every aspect, it was her idiot sister who was the most favored at home. Even when her eldest brother brought her sister to Jiangnan, he also brought the idiot Zhuang Mingdai. What did you eat for dinner? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked while holding her hand. Zhuang Yueshi was flattered and said, I had some grain porridge for dinner. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, that is not good. You are still growing and should eat more. Servants, serve the food. The palace servants were overjoyed. It was still Grand Tutor Zhuang who had a way. After sending the two young misses into the palace, the Empress Dowager immediately had an appetite. A dazzling array of dishes was presented on the table. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not let the palace maids serve her. Instead, she personally filled Zhuang Yueshi's bowl with food and said, You should eat more. You are too thin. You can't even give birth to a grandson for me. Zhuang Yueshi blushed. Empress Dowager. She wasn't even married yet. Zhuang Mingdai asked in surprise, Empress Dowager, are you going to arrange a marriage for my sister? Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned and looked at Zhuang Yueshi. Arranged marriage? Aren't you married? Ah! Zhuang Yueshi was stunned. Empress Dowager, I didn't. Empress Dowager Zhuang was in a trance. Then who was it that got married? Where was her little grandson? Empress Dowager, are you okay? Zhuang Yueshi held Empress Dowager's hand with concern. Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't remember. She shook her head and said, It's okay. Maybe I remembered wrong. Speaking of which, you're 16 this year, and you'll be 17 in half a year. It's time to arrange a marriage for you. Zhuang Yueshi whispered. Yueshi doesn't want to get married. Yueshi wants to stay at home and serve my parents. I also want to accompany you. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, You can go back to your family after you get married. No one dares to wrong the daughter of the Zhuang family. Zhuang Yueshi picked up her chopsticks again and didn't say anything. Empress Dowager Zhuang still didn't eat much. The joy that Zhuang Yueshi brought to the Empress Dowager when she entered the palace seemed to fade when Zhuang Yueshi said that she wasn't married. Zhuang Yueshi didn't understand what was going on. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't understand either. The next day, Empress Dowager Zhuang went to the imperial court and listened to the state affairs behind the curtain. The emperor announced the imperial edict to confer the old chancellor as the imperial college's chancellor. Mother, do you have any objections? The emperor turned sideways and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang behind the bead curtain. Empress Dowager Zhuang's thin lips curled up slightly. You're my old friend. I haven't seen you for a few years and I miss you very much. The Imperial College will be handed over to Minister Hua. The old chancellor held the ceremonial tablet and knelt on the throne room. It was only a dozen steps, but it seemed to be a distance of thousands of rivers and mountains. Long live the emperor! Long live the Empress Dowager! Empress Dowager Zhuang smiled faintly. I also have an imperial edict to announce. Here it comes. The emperor clenched his fingers. Neither too fast nor too slow, Empress Dowager Zhuang said. The position of the Great Marshal of the world's armed forces has always been vacant. After discussing it with the ministers, Ijia felt that it would be more appropriate to establish one. The great general of agile cavalry is brave and good at fighting, courageous and astute. He has the military armor in his belly. He has the stratagem of the world's armed forces and horses. He is loyal to His Majesty. What do you think, Your Majesty? The world's marshal of Zhao country, wouldn't it be above Marquis Xianping? Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't object to him conferring the position of the Imperial College's chancellor, which gave him enough face. If he rejected the Empress Dowager's imperial edict, Empress Dowager Zhuang would have a way to stop the old chancellor from taking office. There was a delicate balance between them, but Empress Dowager Zhuang was too greedy this time. The world's marshal of Zhao country? Why didn't she just abolish him and become the emperor herself? Empress Dowager Zhuang said. If Your Majesty has any objections, we can discuss it another day. The emperor's fingernails dug into his palms. Zhan has no objections. The Empress Dowager's intentions are Zhan's intentions. After court, the emperor returned to the palace with an ashen face. Empress Dowager Zhuang also returned to Renshou Palace. Everyone thought that Empress Dowager Zhuang had won, but only Empress Dowager Zhuang knew that she was not happy. The moment she entered the Renshou Palace, the arrogance and willfulness on her face completely disappeared, and she once again fell into endless loneliness. Zhuang Mengdai used to be the closest to the Empress Dowager. In fact, she had noticed something strange about the Empress Dowager. In just 2 days, the Empress Dowager had lost weight. She still remembered that stormy night when the Empress Dowager arrived at the Zhuang family with injuries. At that time, the Empress Dowager's face was rosy, but these days, as long as there was no one around, her eyes would lose their luster. This kind of Empress Dowager made her heart ache. After the emperor angrily returned to Pure Flower's palace, he locked himself up in his bedroom and sulked. Anyone who heard about the court didn't dare to provoke the emperor, but there was one person who didn't hear about the court's bloody storm. Qin Shuyu. These days, Qin Shuyu had been thinking of ways to fulfill his promise to his little classmate, but his older brother the Crown Prince and sister-in-law the Crown Prince Consort didn't have the time to take care of him. He had no choice but to beg his imperial father. Imperial father, little Qi misses you. One of little Jingkong's great methods of acting cute. Don't say anything, just say a few sweet words first. As expected, the emperor's expression softened. He looked at his chubby youngest son and asked, "Why are you here? Don't you need to go to class today?" The Imperial College is on holiday today. Qin Shuyu sat down next to his imperial father. He was still young, so the emperor didn't restrict him too much. However, he wasn't like this in the past. It was only when he saw how little Jingkong interacted with his family that he imitated him. Other than the eldest prince, no other son was this close to the emperor. They were like a normal father and son. Qin Shuyu hugged his imperial father's hand. "Imperial father, can I ask you for a favor?" "Emperor, speak." "Qin Shuyu, can I bring my classmate to the palace to play?" Usually, the emperor wouldn't refuse such a small thing. However, he had suffered too much in front of the Empress Dowager today, so he said, "Your grandmother went back to the palace. You know that she doesn't like noise and doesn't like people making noise in the palace. If you guys offend her, I can't take responsibility for you." Qin Shuyu said softly, "Oh, imperial father, you can even take responsibility for your country. Why can't you take responsibility for us if we get into trouble?" What a flatterer. The emperor was annoyed and amused at the same time. "You know that you guys get into trouble every time." Qin Shuyu hugged his imperial father's arm and said coquettishly, "Please, imperial father, little Qi loves you." The emperor felt goosebumps all over his body. You're already 8 years old. Do you really think you're 4 years old? The emperor would never agree. At this point, he couldn't let the Empress Dowager have any evidence against him. Qin Shuyu didn't understand these schemes. He only knew that he had promised his friend, so he had to do it. He clung to the emperor like a long tail. When the emperor went to the imperial study, he went to the imperial study. When the emperor went to the imperial garden, he also went to the imperial garden. In the end, the emperor went to the outhouse. Qin Shuyu quickly followed behind her. The emperor. Once the emperor made up his mind, he couldn't change it. Qin Shuyu tried his best but still couldn't make his father change his mind. Let's go back. We have to wake up early for school tomorrow. Qin Shuyu walked forward listlessly. At this moment he happened to be next to the imperial liquid pool. He didn't notice and slipped, falling into the pool. The emperor quickly tried to catch him. However, Qin Shuyu only fell on the edge of the pool. The emperor missed him and fell into the pool. Qin Shuyu. He didn't do it on purpose. Eunuch Wei was shocked. Your Majesty, although the emperor was saved quickly, he choked on a lot of water and was shocked. He started to feel unwell at night. First he had a high fever, night sweats, coughs, and then he felt dizzy and nauseous. Eunuch Wei went to find Imperial Dr. Liang, but he was told that Imperial Dr. Liang was out of the city. Zhang, Imperial Dr. Zhang. The emperor said with difficulty. Eunuch Wei sent someone to the Zhang family, but Imperial Dr. Zhang wasn't home either. All of this was too much of a coincidence. Eunuch Wei said, Your Majesty, why don't we go find Imperial Dr. Li? The emperor said with a pale face, Imperial Dr. Li works for the Empress Dowager. Do you think I will trust him? Eunuch Wei was worried. Then what should we do? How about Imperial Dr. Chan and don't find an Imperial Doctor? The emperor's eyes turned cold. Go to the Miracle Doctor Hall and ask him to come here. Remember, don't be too flamboyant. Go there yourself. Yes. It was already so late. He didn't know if the doctor was at the clinic. Eunuch Wei left the palace and went to the Miracle Doctor Hall. The Miracle Doctor Hall was already closed, but there was a doctor on duty in the Miracle Doctor Hall. If there was an emergency at night, he could ring the bell outside. Eunuch Wei rang the bell. The one who opened the door was Dr. Song. Dr. Song yawned and asked, Where are you feeling unwell? Eunuch Wei hurriedly said, It's not that I'm feeling unwell, it's my master. Is Miss Gu here? Dr. Song had seen Eunuch Wei before and knew that he was a servant of an official. Moreover, the master and servant seemed to know Gu Jiao. Dr. Song said, Miss Gu has rested. I'll go with you. No, it has to be Miss Gu. Eunuch Wei insisted. Dr. Song explained, Miss Gu is injured. It's so late, she can't go on a house call. What happened? It was Xiao Liulang's voice. Dr. Song looked at Xiao Lulang and said, His master is sick and wants to ask Miss Gu to go on a house call. When Eunuch Wei saw Xiao Lulang, his expression froze. Xiao Zhuangyan, why are you here? Dr. Song was surprised that the other party actually knew Xiao Lulang, and also knew Gu Jiao. However, he didn't know that they were husband and wife. He said, He is Miss Gu's husband. Eunuch Wei was stunned. Xiao Zhuangyan is actually Miss Gu's husband? Miss Gu is married? Her partner is the new top scholar Xiao Lulang? When did this happen? Xiao Lulang looked at Eunuch Wei and said, I know. I'll go and tell her. Eunuch Wei's consciousness returned. He didn't have time to think about the relationship between the two. He bowed and thanked, Thank you. Thank you, Xiao Zhuangyan. The movement outside had already woken up Gu Jiao. When Xiao Lulang entered the room, she had already opened her eyes. Are you going on a house call? She asked. Xiao Lulang paused and said, The emperor is sick. Everyone knew that the emperor should find an imperial physician when he was sick. Since he didn't find one, it meant that he had reached a point where he had to find Gu Jiao. I'll go. Gu Jiao nodded. If she went, she would be involved in a quarrel. If the emperor couldn't find an imperial physician that he trusted, then there was only one possibility. The Empress Dowager wanted to kill him while he was sick. Xiao Liulang's thoughts turned, but he didn't stop her. He only asked, Your injury? It's just a superficial wound. I'm fine now. It was really fine, at least in her opinion. Xiao Lulang took her outer shirt and said, "I'll go with you." Gu Jiao thought for a moment and nodded, "Okay." Chapter 270. The two of them rode Eunuch Wei's carriage to the imperial palace. Eunuch Wei was the head steward of Pure Flower's palace, so no one dared to stop him from inspecting his carriage. The group smoothly entered the palace. Strictly speaking, Pure Flower's palace didn't belong to the imperial harem. Men outside could enter, but Eunuch Wei had to inform the emperor that they weren't summoned. However, by the time he went to inform the emperor was already close to losing consciousness. His condition was very bad. His face was swollen and he had difficulty breathing. It was as if he wouldn't be able to breathe at any moment. "Your Majesty." Eunuch Wei couldn't care less. He hurriedly went out to invite Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang in. This was the first time Xiao Lulang had seen Gu Jiao save a patient. The scene at Jadewater Alley when she operated on Gu Chunglin was too bloody, so Gu Jiao closed the door and didn't allow Xiao Lulang to enter. Gu Jiao carried her medical kit to the bright yellow dragon bed. Her expression was calm and unhurried. "Light the lamps. Quickly light the lamps." Eunuch Wei hurriedly instructed. All the candles were lit and the oil lamps were adjusted to the brightest. The dim bedchamber was suddenly brightly lit. Gu Jiao was dressed in green. Her slender figure stood in the vast and spacious hall. She was as small as a chestnut, but she emitted a dazzling radiance and aura. Xiao Lulang stared at her. This was a serious expression that he had never seen before. It was a little unfamiliar, but also a little hard to shift his gaze away. "Zhuangyuan Xiao, my apologies." Eunuch Wei smiled embarrassedly at Xiao Lulang. It was time to undress His Majesty. He couldn't let people watch anymore. He had the palace servants place a screen in front of the bright yellow dragon bed. Xiao Lulang could only vaguely see the figure projected on the screen. "Is His Majesty all right?" Eunuch Wei asked worriedly. He was fine just now. Why did it suddenly become so serious? Isn't it just a few mouthfuls of water? This was dry drowning, which was a type of drowning. Usually, people would choke on a few mouthfuls of water, and be no different from ordinary people when they came ashore. However, when they returned home, they would have difficulty breathing, cyanosis of the mouth and lips, drowsiness, fatigue, coma, suffocation, and even drowning. This kind of situation mostly occurred in young children and people with weak bodies. It also happened occasionally in people with strong bodies. The main reason was that there wasn't much water in the lungs, so it didn't affect the air exchange between the alveoli. However, there would be convulsions in the throat, closure of the glottis, and hypoxia in the brain. Gu Jiao stepped onto the dragon bed, took off His Majesty's sleeping clothes, and knelt beside His Majesty. She cleaned up the residue in His Majesty's mouth and nose, and then performed chest compressions for His Majesty. After doing this, she opened the small medicine box and found a portable bottle of pure oxygen inside. There are more and more things other than medicine. Gu Jiao put the oxygen mask on the emperor. The emperor slowly opened his eyes after a short while. His blurry vision slowly became clearer. The moment he saw that it was Gu Jiao, the emperor's heart calmed down. He opened his mouth. "Miss Gu." Gu Jiao held his oxygen mask. "Don't talk first. Take some oxygen." His hypoxia was very serious. She didn't know if it had caused cerebral edema. Without the precision detection of instruments, she could only judge by observation. She had to observe him for a night and judge if he had passed the danger tomorrow morning. Hearing this, the emperor could only nod slightly. Eunuch Wei walked forward and saw that the emperor opened his eyes. He couldn't help but wipe away his bitter tears. "Your Majesty, you scared me to death." Fortunately, His Majesty made a prompt decision to invite Miss Gu over. Otherwise, the imperial doctors would be helpless in such a serious situation. Soon the emperor fell asleep. Eunuch Wei intended to ask Gu Jiao to rest in the side hall, and he could stay by himself. However, he suddenly didn't know how to address her. When he first met her, he thought that she was not married. It became a habit to call her Miss Gu, mainly because the second boss and the people in the medical center also called her that. The second boss called her that because he felt that the two of them were not real husband and wife. The people in the medical center called her that because their boss called her that. In short, everyone now called her Miss Gu. Even if they knew that she had a husband, it seemed that this name had become a part of her identity. Everyone did not change it and did not feel that it was out of place. This was a very strange thing. The screen was taken down. Gu Jiao returned to Xiao Liulang's side and sat down. Xiao Lulang looked at the thin layer of sweat on her forehead and took out a handkerchief to pass to her. He intended to give it to Gu Jiao to wipe herself. However, he didn't know if he handed it too high. But Gu Jiao misunderstood that he wanted to wipe it for her. Gu Jiao leaned forward across the small tea table in the middle. Xiao Lulang was stunned and pinched the handkerchief. In the end, he didn't withdraw his hand and gently wiped her forehead. Eunuch Wei prepared a side room for the two of them and invited them to rest in the side room. I don't need it. You go and rest, Gu Jiao said to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang paused. I don't need it either. Gu Jiao stayed by the patient's side for the whole night. Xiao Lulang stayed by her side for the whole night. Deep in the palace, the silhouette of the cold window, the clouds and the moon on the branches, the night was quiet. Early in the morning, Empress Dowager Zhuang went to the court to continue her great task of listening to politics behind the curtain. Among the officials of the cultural relics, except for Marquis Xianping who liked to sleep in, were basically all present, including the newly appointed Chancellor of the Imperial College and the Marshal of the World. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat behind the curtain of black beads, luxurious and graceful. The time for the morning court gradually passed, but the emperor still didn't appear. The officials gradually began to whisper. Why hasn't the emperor come yet? Did he forget the time? Or is the emperor out of harmony? It couldn't be that he lingered in the harem, so the emperor didn't attend the morning court. After all, everyone knew that the emperor had recently been addicted to elixirs and wanted to clear his heart and restrain his desires for 2 years. Or was he angered by Empress Dowager Zhuang? It wasn't strange to think about it. On the first day Empress Dowager Zhuang returned to the court, she conferred the title of Marshal of the World and forcibly took away the military power that should have belonged to Marquis Xianping. It would be strange if the emperor didn't fall ill from anger. But the more the emperor acted like this, the more the courtiers felt the power of Empress Dowager Zhuang and unconsciously surrendered to her. Just as the courtiers' emotions were complicated, Eunuch Wei's voice sounded outside the throne room. The emperor has arrived. The civil and military officials knelt on both sides of the room with their ceremonial tablets. The emperor strode through the center of the hall with his head held high and came to the top of the stairs. He stood in front of the dragon throne and bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang behind the curtain. Mother, I came late. I hope Mother doesn't blame me. Empress Dowager Zhuang calmly looked at him, a trace of astonishment flashing through her eyes. It's good that the emperor is here. The emperor smiled. Mother seems to be very disappointed. Empress Dowager Zhuang raised her chin and calmly said, The emperor is worrying too much. I Jiao would be disappointed if the emperor didn't come. Since the emperor's body is fine, let's begin the morning court. The emperor coldly laughed and turned around to sit on the dragon throne. The pressure of the Son of Heaven shook the surroundings. Morning court. On the other side, Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao had a simple breakfast in Pure Flowers Palace, and then left the palace. Xiao Lulang took her small medicine box and held it in his hand. The small box clearly wasn't heavy, so he really didn't know how she could take out so much medicine. The two of them passed by the throne room. The carriage was parked near the throne room and Eunuch Wei personally sent them back. There wasn't anything important in the morning court, so it was quickly dismissed. Empress Dowager Zhuang came out of the throne room and sat on her phoenix carriage. Her phoenix carriage was carried by 8 palace experts and was surrounded by muslin curtains. Outsiders could vaguely see a graceful figure, but it wasn't very clear. Gu Jiao and Xiao Liulang's carriage headed east while Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage headed west. They were both on the same central axis. The moment the carriage turned around and headed towards the inner palace, Empress Dowager Zhuang suddenly raised her hand as if she had sensed something. The female official kneeling beside her hurriedly said, "Stop the carriage." The carriage stopped. The female official asked, "Empress Dowager, what's wrong?" Empress Dowager Zhuang slightly paused and looked behind the carriage. However, before she could take a look, Zhuang Yuexi's voice came from the front. Great Aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang was slightly startled by this great aunt. She stopped looking back and had someone lift the curtain. She looked at Zhuang Yuexi. Today, Zhuang Yuexi was wearing a simple green dress with narrow sleeves. This was also a popular style in the capital. She was puzzled as the capital had always been beautiful with wide sleeves and gorgeous dresses. The richer the family's daughter, the bigger the sleeves. Only the daughters of poor families would wear narrow sleeves to make it easier to work. Last time, Empress Dowager Zhuang liked the trendy cinnabar makeup, and wondered if Empress Dowager Zhuang would also like trendy dresses. In the end, she made the right bet. Empress Dowager Zhuang liked it very much. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes were gentle as she said to her, "Come up." Zhuang Yuexi was overjoyed. Could she sit on Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix carriage? Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix carriage was something that even the princess had never sat on before. Zhuang Yuexi was flattered and sat on it. The floor of the phoenix carriage was covered with a soft velvet carpet, which was said to be made of the best snow fox fur. It was as if one was stepping on clouds and had a sense of supreme glory. This was much more magnificent than a carriage and sedan. Zhuang Yuexi sat beside Empress Dowager Zhuang. From this height, she felt that the palace's scenery was different. Zhuang Mengdai was still sleeping and missed the opportunity to sit on the phoenix carriage. After arriving at Renshou Palace, Empress Dowager Zhuang asked people to open the storeroom and take out all the good things. She calmly chose a few for Zhuang Yuexi. There was the Donghai Luminous Pearl Shisha Purple Smoke Pot, Dongjin Dynasty's Black Iron Dagger, the previous dynasty's Taizong Ancient Sword, the Old King of War's Armor. The first two were still acceptable, but why did the latter feel a bit wrong? What dagger, ancient sword, armor were they for a girl? A talented girl like her actually liked famous calligraphy and paintings more. However, since they were given to her by Empress Dowager, she was still very happy. Empress Dowager Zhuang kept giving her gifts, even jade beads, gold pichio, and wood tools. Zhuang Yuexi was confused. These were all things for a child to play with. Is it too much? She calmed down and asked. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "For Jiao Jiao, it's not much." After saying this, Empress Dowager Zhuang was stunned. What did I just say? Zhuang Yuexi was stunned and said, "Nothing, you said it's for me, it's not much." The Empress Dowager was really too much. How could she even call her name wrong? She had a pet name, Yu. Gu Jiao returned to the courtyard of the medical center, and Xiao Lulang immediately changed her bandages. She lay on the soft bed and Xiao Lulang gently lifted her clothes. This time he did not have any other thoughts because she was seriously injured. When she tried to save the emperor, she tore her wound. A few scabs had split open and blood had seeped into the gauze. After it dried, it stuck to the gauze. Xiao Lulang took a deep breath and calmed down. He said to her, "It might hurt a little, bear with it." The person on the bed did not move. Xiao Lulang bent down to take a look and saw that she was already asleep. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her long eyelashes cast a thin shadow on her cheeks. The tip of her nose was slightly sweaty, and she was probably enduring the pain in her sleep. It was not that it did not hurt, it was that she did not care about it. Was it because she had been in more pain before? Xiao Lulang frowned and changed her bandages even more gently. By Shui Alley, the family sat together to eat. At the table there was no Gu Jiao, no Xiao Lulang, and no great aunt who always asked them what they did today. The food was not fragrant anymore. On the 10th of May, the results of the imperial examination came out. Du Ruhan was on the list and ranked 7th. Feng Lin and Lin Qingya were ranked 80 and 79 respectively. There were a total of 72 grand scholars who participated in the imperial examination. The rest were all top 3 grand scholars. Feng Lin and Lin Qingya were top 3 grand scholars. It was not easy for them to beat many of their peers in the imperial examination. Therefore, even though they were at the bottom, Feng Lin was still so excited that he cried. He had seen too many people who fell behind in the examination. Everyone had set off from their hometown, but every time there was an examination, a few would fall behind. There was even no one who could walk to the end, or they could only walk to the end alone. It was rare for them to all stay in the capital. This was really a blessing from the heavens. From today onwards, they were all scholars of the imperial court. Scholars of the imperial court were not officials in the formal sense. If one insisted on giving them a title, they would be preparatory officials of the imperial court. They would study in the imperial court of the Hanlin Academy for 3 years. After 3 years, the court would close and those with excellent results would become true scholars of the Hanlin Academy. At that time, the examination would not be as high as 80 out of 200. In previous years, the court would only accept 3 people. The rest would be sent to become local officials or teachers based on their results and daily performance. Even though the examination was cruel, there were still 3 years to go. Xiao Lulang was not too surprised by this result. Feng Lin and Lin Qingya were both hard-working people, and had received a lot of guidance from the old chancellor. The top scholar of the imperial court had personally taught them. It would be unreasonable if they still did not pass the examination. On the 11th of May, Xiao Lulang reported to the Hanlin Academy. Along with him were the second-place commandery Prince N and the third-place Ningzun. According to the laws and traditions of the Zhao country, the top scholar of the previous examinations would be given the position of a 6th-rank scholar in the Hanlin Academy. The main responsibility of a 6th-rank scholar in the Hanlin Academy was to record the emperor's words and deeds, lecture on history, and draft manuscripts related to ceremonies. The 2nd place and the 3rd place were given the position of a 7th-rank scholar in the Hanlin Academy. The editors of the Hanlin Academy were mainly responsible for drafting edicts, editing history books, and lecturing on the Confucian classics. They were new editors and editors. These important tasks were temporarily not for them to do. Their main responsibility was still to study. In addition to continuing to study the original classics, they also needed to familiarize themselves with the laws, court affairs, regulations, agriculture, mathematics, history, astronomy, and so on. It could be said that the things they needed to learn were more and more complicated than when they took the imperial examinations. Those who were not Jinshe could enter the Hanlin Academy, and those who were not Hanlin could not enter the cabinet. But was it that easy to enter the cabinet? Those who thought that they could sit back and relax after passing the 3 tripod tests were too naive. They had an exam every 3 months. At the end of the year, there was also the annual examination. If they failed the annual examination, they would be given a warning. If they failed the annual examination twice, they would be demoted. Commandery Prince An's injuries had healed. He had regained his handsome appearance. Although he was a 7th-rank scholar, the office he was given was bigger and more spacious than Xiao Liulang's. This was not strange. After all, the cabinet was Grand Tutor Zhuang's territory. Most of the Hanlin Academy was also controlled by Grand Tutor Zhuang. However, the office Ning Xiong was given was also better than Xiao Liulang's. This was somewhat thought-provoking. No way you. Ning Xiong was helping Xiao Lulang move things. As soon as he arrived at the door, he smelled an indescribable smell. He whispered, "Why is your office near the stable?" It was fine in the winter, but when the weather was hot, that smell. It was too overwhelming. Ning Xiong continued to whisper, "You said you were going to make things difficult for me. I think you're being made things difficult for by someone else. I heard about what happened to the Zhuang family. That Empress Dowager Zhuang is back. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to be so brazen. Just bear with it for a while. When this is over, maybe His Majesty will find an opportunity to give you a place." Xiao Lulang had expected that after returning to the capital, what awaited him would not be a bright future. He said carelessly, "Don't come to my office all the time. Do you think I want to come here?" Ning Xiong whispered, "They told me to come here and laugh at you. Don't take it to heart." Ning Xiong was well versed in the ways of an official. On the first day, he was pulled into a camp. Before he could protect himself, he could only pretend to defect to the enemy. In fact, he was on His Majesty's side. He was also willing to become friends with Xiao Lulang. "I've put down the things. I'm leaving." Ning Xiong gently put a stack of books on Xiao Liulang's desk. He walked to the door, hesitated for a moment, then turned back and picked up a few books. "Sorry, brother." After saying this, he threw the books on the ground with a loud bang. Then he picked them up, patted them, and quickly wiped them clean with his sleeves. Then he ran out as if he was escaping. Xiao Lulang shook his head in self-mockery. Being isolated was only the first step. There was also Ning Zuan, who helped him in his hour of need. It was not as bad as he had imagined. Recently, several major events had happened in the capital. The most eye-catching one was naturally the high-profile return of Empress Dowager Zhuang, who had been recuperating for more than a year. As soon as she returned to the palace, everything in the capital changed. The second thing was also related to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang was going to build a mansion in the capital, which was surrounded by mountains and rivers. Since Empress Dowager Zhuang returned to the palace, the people in the capital had been talking about her, whether they hated or despised her. Is the Empress Dowager building a summer palace for herself again? Isn't it enough that she has 3 summer palaces? Is she still tormenting? It's not for herself. I heard that it's for her niece. It's her niece, not her grandson. Everyone knew that Empress Dowager Zhuang had no children of her own. The one she loved the most was her eldest brother's grandson, Zhuang Yuheng. Wasn't she building a prince's mansion for him? He was almost at the age of marriage, wasn't he? It was time to build a mansion for him. It's not for Prince N, it's for Prince N's younger sister. Which younger sister? Of course it's not for that idiot younger sister. It's for the eldest daughter of the Zhuang family, who ranked first in the girls' school. My brother-in-law is a craftsman there. I heard from him that the Empress Dowager ordered it to be built according to the specifications of the princess's mansion. When the people in the tea house heard this, they couldn't help but gasp. Building according to the specifications of the princess's mansion? Were they trying to raise the Zhuang family's daughter to the heavens? But then again, this Miss Zhuang is both talented and has a peerless appearance. She is indeed worthy of the Empress Dowager's love. When the Empress Dowager came back from recuperating in the temporary imperial residence, she brought her to the palace to stay for a while. She's really comparable to our princesses. If the princesses of the imperial family were not loved, they were just empty titles. Miss Zhuang, who had the Empress Dowager's support, was the real uncrowned princess of the Zhao kingdom. For a moment, the people were envious of Zhuang Yueshi. Zhuang Yueshi was already in the limelight. With this, even a 3-year-old child would know. Zhuang Yueshi was also very happy. She didn't expect the Empress Dowager to love her so much. Today, she changed into a red dress to enter the palace. She wanted to brighten the Empress Dowager's eyes. Who knew that the Empress Dowager's expression would fade? It's not pretty. The Empress Dowager shook her head. Zhuang Yueshi was slightly stunned. This was her prettiest outfit. Her mother and servants all said that it was better than the green dress. But in order to please the Empress Dowager, Zhuang Yueshi changed back to the green dress. Only then did the Empress Dowager's eyes soften. She didn't know if it was an illusion. The Empress Dowager seemed to be looking at her, but also seemed to be looking at someone else through her. That afternoon, it was the day to visit the emperor in the palace. Last time the emperor was drowning. Although he forced himself to go to court, he collapsed as soon as he returned to Pure Flower's palace. Fortunately, Gu Jiao left some medicine for him. After he finished the medicine today, Eunuch Wei came. Little Jing Kong came to the medical hall to find her after school. Seeing her packing her medicine box, he asked Jiao Jiao, where are you going? A house call. Gu Jiao said. Where are you going? The Imperial Palace. Gu Jiao said. For Gu Jiao, whether it was the Imperial Palace or a private residence, it was just a place to work. There was nothing to make a fuss about or hide. The Imperial Palace. Little Jing Kong blinked his big eyes. He stepped forward and hugged Gu Jiao's hand. With a cute face he said, Jiao, can you take me with you? I haven't been with you for a few days. I miss you so much. If the emperor was here, he would be able to tell from whom his chubby son learned to be so mushy. Gu Jiao had no resistance to little Jing Kong's cuteness. In addition, little Jing Kong was an obedient child who never caused trouble for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao thought that it wasn't impossible to take him with her. But there really was no one at home today. Xiao Lulang and the old chancellor went to the Imperial Academy and the Imperial College. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshun went to learn martial arts. Madame Yao and senior servant Fong went to the temple to make a wish. Gu Jiao nodded in agreement. Okay, but you can't run around. Little Jing Kong patted his small chest. I promise I won't run around. Gu Jiao brought little Jing Kong onto the carriage. When he saw the little Jing Kong, Eunuch Wei's eyelids twitched. Why did this little ancestor also come? Hello, Eunuch Wei. Little Jing Kong greeted him politely. Eunuch Wei smiled embarrassedly. Okay. Nothing should happen, right? In the past, the three of them always fooled around together. Today, His Highness the Seventh Prince wasn't in the palace, and Minister Su's son wasn't there either. As a little child, he shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Moreover, no matter how he looked at it, this little child was the most obedient of the three. The pasting of walls and gang fighting were definitely done by His Highness the Seventh Prince and young Master Su. Little Jing Kong was very obedient along the way. He sat next to Gu Jiao and was as cute as a porcelain doll. This made Eunuch Wei completely relieved. After entering Pure Flower's palace, Eunuch Wei led Gu Jiao to the Emperor's follow-up examination, and left the little fellow to play in the small garden. He brought some snacks and fruits for him and also arranged for a gentle-looking palace maid to watch over him. Once Eunuch Wei and Gu Jiao left, the little fellow immediately cheated. Big sister palace maid, let's play hide and seek, he said cutely. Then he disappeared. Nyohulu little Jing Kong smiled mischievously and slipped out of Pure Flower's palace. He wanted to find his great-aunt. The imperial palace was so big that he actually didn't know where his great-aunt lived. However, he had asked Little Chi before and found out that the Empress Dowager lived in the inner palace. He just had to pass through the imperial garden. He promised Jiao Jiao that he wouldn't run around, so he really didn't run. He just hopped and hopped. He hopped into the imperial garden and saw a familiar figure. Jiao Jiao? You're also here? He hopped over and hugged the other person's leg. The other person was shocked and pushed him away. Little Jing Kong fell on the grass. It didn't hurt, but he was confused. He raised his head and looked at the other person strangely. You're not Jiao Jiao. Why are you wearing Jiao Jiao's clothes? I've seen you before. You're the big sister who gave me candied haws. When Zhuang Yueshi heard this, she also recognized little Jing Kong. Wasn't this the little fellow she met when she went to Jade Water Alley to find Gu Jiao? Her neck was pecked by the little fellow's gerfalcon and it hurt for a few days. Wait, what did he call her just now? Jiao Jiao? Gu Jiao's appearance suddenly flashed across Zhuang Yueshi's mind. She was dressed in green and had a red birthmark on the left side of her face. Zhuang Yueshi's expression changed. Miss Zhuang. A palace maid came over with a basket. You need a basket and scissors. This palace maid was sent by the Empress Dowager to serve her. She went to get the tools for picking flowers for her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be alone. Zhuang Yueshi faintly had an absurd guess in her mind. She thought it was impossible. However, she shuddered when she thought of all the strange things that happened after the Empress Dowager returned to the palace and the coarse clothes that the Empress Dowager wore that night. She didn't take the basket from the palace maid. Instead, she took a few steps back and looked at the little fellow in front of her in horror. Her lips trembled and she turned around and walked away. Little Jing Kong scratched his head. What's going on? Zhuang Yueshi stumbled back to Rensho Palace in a daze. The palace maid chased after her with the basket. Miss Zhuang, are you okay? Are you not feeling well? Or are you frightened by something? Although the imperial garden was taken care of by craftsmen, it was not impossible for insects and rats to appear in May. It can't be. Zhuang Yueshi murmured in a daze. The Empress Dowager doted on her, not a lowly palace maid. She was the Empress Dowager's niece. What was that palace maid? She wasn't even fit to carry her shoes. Pure Flower's palace. Gu Jiao finished examining the emperor. She took off the stethoscope and said, Your Majesty is healthy. There's nothing wrong. That? The emperor's eyes flashed. He wanted to say something but stopped. Gu Jiao said, Your venereal disease has also been cured. You have to insist on a follow-up examination within 2 years. You can have intercourse. Great, his disguise was really gone. He had nothing to live for. The emperor cleared his throat. Cough, it's not like I have to. Great, he could pamper the harem. He was quite happy. Who wasn't a normal man? Gu Jiao packed up and prepared to leave. When she went outside, she found the palace maid looking around. Little Jing Kong was gone. "What are you looking for?" Gu Jiao asked. The palace maid said, "This servant is playing hide and seek with Mrs. Younger brother. You've been played, little girl." Gu Jiao glanced around and knew that little Jing Kong wouldn't hide here. He would only hide in a stove or a rice jar. The little guy had slipped away. Gu Jiao didn't mention her great aunt's identity to little Jing Kong. Therefore, he didn't know that he was looking for her. However, the little guy skipped around and left a lot of tracks in the grass. Little Jing Kong was determined not to run away. He hopped around outside Pure Flower's palace like a little rabbit. He knew that the Empress Dowager lived here because he asked the palace maids on the way. But what made him angry was that the two guards outside didn't let him in. Little Jing Kong said angrily, "You can't stop me. I want to see my great-aunt." One of the eunuchs said, "Which palace are you from?" "This is the Empress Dowager's palace. Go back to where you came from." There were many concubines in the palace. Relatives would visit from time to time. Among them, there was no lack of children the size of little Jing Kong. However, this was the Empress Dowager's palace. Not to mention a relative of a concubine. Even His Highness the 7th Prince couldn't trespass. Little Jing Kong couldn't enter in the end. However, if he couldn't enter through the main entrance, what about the dog hole? He heard from Little Chi that there were many dog holes in the palace. What a coincidence. His great-aunt also had one here. He knelt on the ground and crawled over. However, the eunuch who stopped him just now stood behind the dog hole with a small whip in his hand. Little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong crawled back silently. It was a sunny day today. Little Jing Kong wouldn't give up. "Fine, I can't go in. I'll wait for my great-aunt to come out." Perhaps he was lucky. Empress Dowager Zhuang came out after her afternoon nap. She sat on the Phoenix sedan and planned to go to the Imperial Garden to relax. Zhuang Yueshi accompanied her in the comfortable and luxurious sedan. Little Jing Kong climbed up the tree and stood on the high trunk. He looked at the Phoenix sedan passing by below. He squinted his eyes, stretched out his small arms, and slammed himself down. "Great-aunt, I'm coming. Catch me." Empress Dowager Zhuang was sitting on the Phoenix sedan with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she heard a loud bang. Her body shook and she opened her eyes. She frowned and said, "What hit the ground?" Yes, little Jing Kong misjudged and missed the Phoenix sedan. He fell into the grass and couldn't dig himself out for a long time. It's a child. Maybe he's a relative of one of the concubines. A eunuch outside the Phoenix sedan said, "Send someone to send him back." Empress Dowager Zhuang was not interested in other people's children. "Yes," the eunuch replied. Gu Jiao followed little Jing Kong's footprints and found a place nearby. Then she heard the noise and hurried over. However, she bumped into Empress Dowager Zhuang's Phoenix sedan. Chapter 271. Who are you? How dare you stop the Empress Dowager? Get out of the way. The steward who served the Empress Dowager was surnamed Qin. He looked at Gu Jiao and said sternly. Gu Jiao didn't look like a noble in the palace, but she didn't look like a palace maid either. Her clothes were not luxurious, and her temperament was very cold. Gu Jiao didn't get out of the way. She looked at the golden phoenix carriage about 10 steps away. The huge golden phoenix embroidery was shining and dazzling in the light. Behind the long gauze curtain, several figures could be vaguely seen. The figure in the middle was wearing a black robe embroidered with golden phoenixes. He sat upright and still, looking both familiar and strange. Great-aunt. Little Jing Kong finally dug himself out of the ground. He endured the little pain and jumped toward the Empress Dowager's carriage. He jumped from the back of the carriage to the front, and saw Gu Jiao standing in the middle of the path. He said, "Jiao Jiao." "Jiao Jiao?" Empress Dowager Zhuang's heart was slightly shocked. Little Jing Kong was covered with mud and grass. He jumped over and dropped the grass as he jumped. He said solemnly, "Jiao Jiao, I didn't run away." Gu Jiao came back to her senses. "Yes, you didn't run away. You just jumped and jumped." Gu Jiao raised her hand to remove the grass on the little guy's head and body. Then she took out a handkerchief to wipe the mud on his face. Eunuch Qin wanted to pull the two people away, but when he looked back, he saw that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't look unhappy at all through the gap of the gauze curtain. Not only that, but the Empress Dowager Zhuang was also in a daze. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't like children, which was known by all 6 palaces. Even the 2 daughters of Prince Ning rarely went to Empress Dowager Zhuang. But now, Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't feel bored at all when she looked at the little girl and the dirty little bald head. She couldn't even take her eyes off him. An indescribable emotion suddenly rose from the bottom of her heart. She didn't know what was going on either. Zhuang Yueshi sat beside the Empress Dowager and looked at the Empress Dowager's face. She could not help but feel nervous. When Gu Jiao was almost done, little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at the Phoenix sedan. He thought for a while and called out, "Great Aunt." Eunuch Qin's expression changed. He strode forward and said, "How dare you? Who's your great aunt?" Little Jing Kong pointed at her and said seriously, "She is." Eunuch Qin's temples throbbed. "That's the Empress Dowager." "Yes, great aunt." Little Jing Kong looked at the Phoenix sedan and asked in confusion, "Great aunt, why did you come here to be the Empress Dowager?" "Aren't you coming back with us?" Empress Dowager Zhuang was suddenly stumped by the question. She did not know this child, so why was it so difficult for her to answer the child's question? Also, that strange feeling was getting stronger. She was the Empress Dowager, but when she looked at the 2 children, her heart was suddenly in a mess. She lifted the curtain and wanted to take a closer look at them. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Something big has happened." Eunuch Wei rushed into Pure Flower's palace in a hurry. The emperor glanced at him. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Eunuch Wei exclaimed. "Miss Gu and her younger brother have been stopped by the Empress Dowager." "What?" The emperor stood up and strode out. "Imperial Mother." Just as Empress Dowager Zhuang lifted the curtain, the emperor rushed over, panting. He stood in front of Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong and said breathlessly to Empress Dowager Zhuang, "These 2 are guests that we have invited into the palace. If they have offended Imperial Mother in any way, I hope Imperial Mother will be magnanimous enough to forgive them." Hearing that they were the emperor's people, Empress Dowager Zhuang lost interest. Her gaze turned cold and she lowered the curtain. She said indifferently, "Since they are the emperor's people, then the emperor will take them away." She had no intention of punishing them, but who would believe her? In everyone's eyes, she was that vicious, merciless, unscrupulous demon empress who had no regard for human life. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not explain. "See you off, Imperial Mother," the emperor said. "Prepare the carriage," Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently. The Phoenix carriage slowly passed by Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong. At the moment when the carriage passed by, Empress Dowager Zhuang could not help but lift the curtain and see the thin and tender face under the sun. Her eyebrows were delicate, her skin was like porcelain, and there was a red birthmark on the left side of her face. The girl was expressionless and looked cold. However, Empress Dowager Zhuang did not know if it was her illusion, but she felt that the girl was wronged. What was she wronged about? She had not punished her yet. Empress Dowager Zhuang lowered the curtain. For the whole afternoon, her mind was filled with the girl's face and the heart-wrenching grievance. The relationship between the emperor and the Empress Dowager was tense. He had been worried that Gu Jiao would be implicated, so he was very cautious. Unexpectedly, Empress Dowager Zhuang still met her. To be cautious, he asked Eunuch Wei to personally send her out of the palace. After leaving the palace, Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong got on the carriage to go back. Little Jing Kong was a little depressed. "Jiao Jiao, Grandaunt doesn't want us anymore?" Gu Jiao touched his little bald head. She did not know either. However, Grandaunt seemed to really ignore them. Little Jing Kong climbed onto Gu Jiao's lap and jumped into Gu Jiao's arms to seek comfort. Gu Jiao held him and stroked his little back. Little Jing Kong fell asleep sadly. The coachman was Xiao Sanzi. He waved the whip and the carriage started to move. However, after a few steps, they were stopped by a familiar voice. Wait! It was Zhuang Yueshi. She caught up with Gu Jiao's carriage and stopped it, forcing Xiao Sanzi to tighten the reins and stop the carriage. Xiao Sanzi felt that this girl looked familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen her. Zhuang Yueshi ignored him. She walked to the window and said to Gu Jiao, "Miss Gu, Grandaunt asked me to tell you something." She had never called her Grandaunt in this way even in front of the Empress Dowager. However, she called her Grandaunt intimately in front of Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain indifferently. Zhuang Yueshi's eyelashes trembled. She looked at Gu Jiao coldly and said, "Grandaunt hopes that today's incident will not happen again. Don't come to the palace to look for her in the future. She is the Empress Dowager. What happened before was just an expedient measure. Don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have." Gu Jiao looked straight at Zhuang Yueshi. Zhuang Yueshi felt her scalp tingle from that direct and sharp gaze. However, she did not show it on her face. She calmed herself down and took out a pouch from her wide sleeve. She threw it to Gu Jiao and said, "I'm returning this to you." This pouch was personally embroidered by Gu Jiao for her Grandaunt. Her embroidery was not very beautiful, but it was very durable. Grandaunt always carried it with her to store small amounts of money. When Grandaunt left, she did not take anything from Bisui Alley. She only took a simple set of clothes and this pouch that had never left her side. This was the only thing that Gu Jiao left at Grandaunt's place. Now my great-aunt had returned it. Gu Jiao smoothed the creases on the pouch. She did not say anything and quietly put down the curtain. Looking at Gu Jiao's abandoned expression, Zhuang Yueshi felt an indescribable pleasure. The person who blocked her in the alley and threatened her that she would not be able to pay the price finally had a day like this. Her brother was hers and so was her Grandaunt. Zhuang Yueshi returned to Renshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang was tidying up her set of coarse clothes. She was already the Empress Dowager. These clothes were not presentable and should have been thrown away long ago. However, she did not throw them away. Instead, she brought them back to the palace and kept them in a box. Today, she took out the clothes and laid them on the large and luxurious bed. She flipped and turned in her pockets as if she was looking for something. The little palace maid asked, "Empress Dowager, what are you looking for?" "I am looking for." Empress Dowager Zhuang was stunned. Yes, what was she looking for? Did she feel that something important was missing? But what was it? Zhuang Yueshi's eyes flashed as she walked into the room. "Empress Dowager." Empress Dowager Zhuang asked, "When you sent the clothes here, did you see anything else?" Empress Dowager Zhuang stayed at the Zhuang family for a night. The clothes were washed by the servants of the Zhuang family, and were sent by Zhuang Yueshi herself. Zhuang Yueshi lowered her eyes. No, only this set of clothes. That night, Empress Dowager Zhuang did not sleep well. As soon as she closed her eyes, she saw the little girl's wronged eyes. She tossed and turned for most of the night and finally fell asleep. However, she dreamed of the little monk again. The little monk tearfully questioned her. "Grandaunt, why did you come here to be the Empress Dowager? Aren't you going back with us? Aren't you going back with us? You are our Grandaunt." The next morning, through the thick bead curtain, the courtiers felt the Empress Dowager Zhuang's aura of, "Don't provoke me or I will kill your whole family." The courtiers were all silent and did not dare to breathe loudly. After the court, Empress Dowager Zhuang called Grand Tutor Zhuang aside. In the corridor outside the side hall, Grand Tutor Zhuang bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang. "Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang. I have something to ask you." "Grand Tutor Zhuang, please ask." Empress Dowager Zhuang. "Who was I with when I was missing for more than a year?" Grand Tutor Zhuang was surprised. "Why did you suddenly ask this?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, "You only need to answer my question." "Yes." Grand Tutor Zhuang cupped his hands and said, "After the Empress Dowager escaped from Leprosy Mountain, she wandered among the common people and moved to a small village. She was found by His Majesty's people, and was temporarily put under house arrest." Empress Dowager Zhuang impatiently said, "I'm asking, who are they?" Grand Tutor Zhuang said seriously, "The new top scorer Xiao Lu Lang." "Xiao Lu Lang?" Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned. This name was very familiar, but she could not remember where she had heard it. However, if she had lived in his house, it seemed to make sense. Grand Tutor Zhuang continued, Xiao Lulang is His Majesty's person and has been in contact with His Majesty since he was in the village. Later, he went to the capital to take the exam. On the surface it was to take the exam, but in reality it was to deceive people and bring the Empress Dowager into the capital. In fact, Heng had already found the Empress Dowager's whereabouts in the county, and had even gone to meet her. Unfortunately, the Empress Dowager did not know Heng at that time and even injured him. Heng did not dare to act rashly, and could only return to the capital to discuss countermeasures with me. I could only contact my subordinates and force His Majesty to reopen the Imperial College. Since Xiao Lulang wanted to enter the capital, he would not leave the Empress Dowager in the village. In fact, the situation at that time was not like this. They were clearly using Xiao Lulang, but when Grand Tutor Zhuang thought about it, he felt that Xiao Lulang had premeditated. If Grand Tutor Zhuang was lying to deceive Empress Dowager Zhuang, Empress Dowager Zhuang might have seen through it. However, he really felt that way. Empress Dowager Zhuang withdrew her gaze from his face and said, "There are more people in the family. Did no one suspect?" Grand Tutor Zhuang said, "Xiao Lulang was originally a poor kid from outside. He declared to the outside world that the Empress Dowager was his great-aunt. Since no one in the family came to seek refuge with him, no one suspected anything. The Empress Dowager suddenly asked about them. Was it because they came to find the Empress Dowager?" Zhuang Yueshi had already sent a letter to Grand Tutor Zhuang about what happened in the palace yesterday. Of course, she did not mention that she went to find Gu Jiao. She only told him about the encounter in the Imperial Garden. Grand Tutor Zhuang said, "They drugged the Empress Dowager and made her lose her memory. They took the opportunity to get close to the Empress Dowager and captured her heart. The Empress Dowager must not be deceived by them. The grandaunt was fake. They were only using her." This knowledge made Empress Dowager Zhuang feel very uncomfortable. But wasn't it strange? Shouldn't she feel angry and humiliated? Shouldn't she give an order to kill their whole family? But why was she only sad? The weather was good and there were no clouds in the blue sky. Marquis Gu had not been to Bai Shui Alley for some time. Today, he was going to the supervisor of the manor built for the Empress Dowager. He passed by Bai Shui Alley and decided to visit Yao Shi. When he reached the gate of the courtyard, he met Gu Jiao, who was carrying little Jingkong back. Little Jingkong was asleep in Gu Jiao's arms. There were still tears on his eyelashes. Gu Jiao's expression was even colder than usual. Marquis Gu had not seen this unfilial daughter for some time. She seemed to have grown taller and her eyebrows were more like Yao Shi's. "Where did you go?" he asked in a bad mood. Gu Jiao ignored him and walked into the courtyard. Marquis Gu gritted his teeth. "I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Gu Jiao looked at him coldly. "You better not provoke me today." Marquis Gu felt a knot in his heart because of her cold eyes. His hand trembled and the drawing fell out. Gu Jiao was not interested in his things, but it was placed there. She did not want to see it. Then she stopped in her tracks. Marquis Gu quickly picked up the drawing and patted the dust off. He glared at Gu Jiao and said, "What are you looking at? It's not like I built a manor for you." Then he remembered that it was rare for him to show off in front of this girl. He brushed the drawing and said to her, "Do you know what this is? It's a manor built for Miss Zhuang by the Ministry of Works." "What's this?" Gu Jiao held the sleeping little Jingkong in one hand and pointed at a smalt on the drawing with the other hand. Marquis Gu raised his eyebrows. "An ancient well? What about this? Crabapple tree. It has to be tall. Tie a straw mat to the tree. It's said that it can hold a child." "Why does it need to hold a child?" "How would I know? You can ask the Empress Dowager if you have the ability." It was rare for him to be angry. His tone was very arrogant. But after saying that, he subconsciously raised his hand and covered his head. But Gu Jiao did not beat him. It was quite unexpected. Gu Jiao continued to ask curiously, "What's this?" Today was probably the longest conversation between father and daughter since they met. They had said so many words, but this girl still did not beat him. Is this girl finally becoming filial? Life was so good. This is bamboo, this is a doghouse, this is a chicken coop, there is a birdcage, this is a vegetable field, this is the east room, this is the west room. Marquis Gu's eyebrows danced as he spoke. However, as he spoke, he sensed that something was wrong. He looked at the drawing and then at the yard in front of him. What was going on? Wasn't this the manor? Gu Jiao also saw it. She took out the money bag and looked at it carefully for a long time. I don't want you anymore. She wanted to hear it from her grandaunt. The next day, Gu Jiao went to the imperial palace again with the opportunity of seeing the emperor. This time it was her turn to disappear. She went to the room and disappeared. There were guards in the imperial palace, but it was not too difficult for her to escape. She went to the imperial garden. Maybe it was the good weather, or maybe Empress Dowager Zhuang did not want to stay in Renshou Palace. In short, she often sat alone in the garden in a daze recently. When Gu Jiao came, she was in a daze in front of a potted crabapple. Who is it? Eunuch Qin saw the shadow on the ground and looked back at Gu Jiao. He said vigilantly, "It's you again." Empress Dowager Zhuang heard this and also turned her head. At first sight of Gu Jiao, Empress Dowager Zhuang's mood actually jumped for a moment. But the next second, she thought of something and her heart became cold again. What are you doing here? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked in a low voice. Gu Jiao said, I came to find my grandaunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, there is no grandaunt here. There is. Gu Jiao said with a trace of grievance. Empress Dowager Zhuang's heart suddenly clenched. She clenched her fingers and said coldly, don't play this little game with Aijia. When Aijia killed a bloody path in the harem, you weren't even born yet. These are the leftovers of Aijia. Do you really think Aijia will be fooled by you? Gu Jiao didn't rush to refute. Instead, she stretched out her hand and spread out her fingers, revealing the purse in her palm. Empress Dowager Zhuang originally didn't know what she had lost. But when she saw the purse, she instantly knew that it was what she had been looking for. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes became colder. Why are Aijia's things in your hands? Gu Jiao lowered her eyes and said in a very wronged and very obedient manner, someone gave it to me and said that you returned it to me. They said that you didn't want me anymore. How could Aijia not want you? You are Aijia's Jiao Jiao. These words suddenly flashed through Empress Dowager Zhuang's mind. Chapter 272. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. Even she herself was stunned. She was stunned for a while. She moved her mouth in disbelief, but no sound came out for a long time. Oh, Jiao Jiao? The name that came out of her mouth carelessly. Did it belong to this little girl? Why did she? Empress Dowager. Zhuang Yuexi's voice suddenly appeared. She saw a familiar little figure standing beside the Empress Dowager from afar. She was suspicious and walked over to take a look. It was indeed Gu Jiao. Her heart skipped a beat. Then she saw the small purse in Gu Jiao's hand and her face changed. She tried to hide her uneasiness and told herself that the Empress Dowager had already forgotten about this girl. Now that the Empress Dowager favored her, this girl's efforts would be in vain. Her thoughts turned and she calmed down. She looked at Gu Jiao and asked with a face full of doubt, what are you doing here? Is the palace a place where you can come and go as you please? Of course not. But since Gu Jiao could come in, it meant that she had a way. Gu Jiao only knew the emperor and the Empress Dowager in the palace. The Empress Dowager did not give her the right to come and go freely, so she could only be the emperor. Zhuang Yuexi's words were undoubtedly reminding the Empress Dowager that Gu Jiao was the emperor's person. The Empress Dowager's expression became colder. Zhuang Yuexi continued, I heard that the emperor's body is not well. You are treating the emperor. I don't know how you are doing. Everyone in Zhao country knew that the Empress Dowager and the emperor were enemies. Grand Tutor Zhuang helped the emperor ascend the throne in order to train a puppet emperor. Once the emperor grew up, he would not be willing to be a puppet. The competition between the two had never stopped. The Empress Dowager wanted to kill the emperor when he was sick. However, the appearance of Gu Jiao gave the emperor a chance to live. Would the Empress Dowager like Gu Jiao? Those words were still echoing in Empress Dowager Zhuang's mind. However, she was no longer confused but cold. This girl got close to her under the emperor's instructions. She let her take the opportunity to enter her heart, most likely because she had lost her memory. She was just careless and fell into this girl's trap. It wouldn't happen again in the future. Leave the things behind and you can go. Empress Dowager Zhuang raised her chin and looked at the flowers in the imperial garden. Oh, Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and glanced at Zhuang Yueshi. So it was not Grandaunt who asked someone to return it to me? Only then did Empress Dowager Zhuang realize that this girl seemed to have said the word return from the beginning. She frowned and looked at the wrinkled money bag. It was really a very strange money bag. The threads were all left outside. Did this girl personally make it for her? It's obvious that you stole the Empress Dowager's things and came here to talk to yourself. Zhuang Yueshi clenched her fingers and turned to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager, you must have accidentally dropped it on the road and this girl picked it up. Gu Jiao looked at Zhuang Yueshi. You gave it to me? Zhuang Yueshi denied flatly, I didn't. She turned to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager, don't listen to her instigation. Enough. Empress Dowager Zhuang interrupted Zhuang Yueshi. Zhuang Yueshi was too noisy today, which made her a little irritated. In fact, Gu Jiao spoke more than Zhuang Yueshi today. However, Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't realize that she only felt that Zhuang Yueshi was very noisy. Gu Jiao looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang with grievance. Do you really want me to go? Then tell me personally that you don't want me anymore. Empress Dowager Zhuang took a deep breath and opened her mouth. She couldn't say it. When she thought of telling this girl that she didn't want her anymore, her throat felt like it was blocked by a huge stone. Boring. Empress Dowager Zhuang stood up coldly and left the imperial garden. Gu Jiao touched the money bag in her hand. When Empress Dowager Zhuang was far away, Zhuang Yueshi said coldly, don't ask for a snub. You know very well what your family has done to my great-aunt. She is kind and didn't argue with you, but you shouldn't take advantage of her. Do you really think that she cares about you? She just mistook you for me. I'm her real grandniece. Oh, Gu Jiao answered indifferently and didn't take Zhuang Yueshi's words to heart. This woman didn't speak the truth. She didn't want to listen. Bastard. Zhuang Yueshi saw that she didn't care and felt that she punched cotton. She felt weak. She was actually a smart person, but when facing Gu Jiao, it was easy for her to be provoked to the point of forgetting her propriety. She steeled her heart and blurted out, you should weigh your own weight. Stop daydreaming. She doesn't remember you anymore. Gu Jiao was stunned. She didn't remember her. Gu Jiao believed her. Gu Jiao was about to leave the palace, but she turned back and walked forward. Where are you going? Zhuang Yueshi scolded. Renshou Palace. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said without looking back. Zhuang Yueshi stomped her feet angrily. You. Gu Jiao caught up with Empress Dowager Zhuang. The palace servants were used to seeing Empress Dowager Zhuang's face. She caught up and Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't order her to chase her away, so the palace servants didn't dare to say anything. When they arrived at Renshou Palace, Empress Dowager Zhuang stepped in. Gu Jiao also slipped in. Eunuch Qin gritted his teeth. Why was this girl like a ghost? Empress Dowager Zhuang finally stopped in the small garden in the front hall. She looked at Gu Jiao expressionlessly. Why are you always following me? Gu Jiao thought for a while. I want to follow you. Empress Dowager Zhuang was speechless. She should be angry, but why was she secretly happy? Was she poisoned by this girl? How many bewitching potions did this girl give her during the year she was under house arrest? Empress Dowager Zhuang returned to her bedroom angrily. Gu Jiao naturally followed her in. She looked at the dazzling bedchamber and asked curiously, Great-aunt, is this where you live? Are you lonely? It looked luxurious, but it was big and empty. Every part of it was cold. Empress Dowager Zhuang heard this and was in a daze. No one had ever asked her whether she was lonely or not. The father who sent her to the palace never asked, the husband who left her in the palace never asked, and the people who wanted her to climb higher and higher never asked. While she was in a daze, a white hand reached over. The hand was holding a paper bag that had just been opened. There were 3 candied fruits inside. These candied fruits were obviously from the common people. The dried fruits from the palace were much more exquisite. How dare you? How can you give the Empress Dowager these dirty things from the common people? Zhuang Yueshi came over with a fruit plate. There were freshly cut fruits and a few dried fruits from the palace as decoration. It looked much better than Gu Jiao's candied fruits. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes fell on the candied fruits in Gu Jiao's hand. She swallowed hard and said with a dignified expression, "Jia won't eat it." Oh. Gu Jiao began to eat by herself. Empress Dowager Zhuang ate the fruits that Zhuang Yueshi gave her without tasting the food. Gu Jiao went to the small kitchen and made a bowl of sugar eggs for Empress Dowager Zhuang. Zhuang Yueshi looked at the sugar eggs in the bowl with disdain. You give the Empress Dowager this kind of thing? The palace also had eggs, but that was shrimp egg custard, shark fin egg custard, abalone egg custard, osmanthus, wolfberry and pearl egg custard. Who would eat this kind of sugar eggs? Gu Jiao ignored her and walked over. She put a bowl of steaming hot sugar eggs on the table next to the Empress Dowager's hand and whispered, I added half a spoon of brown sugar. She added more sugar. Empress Dowager Zhuang refused in her heart. She was the Empress Dowager of a country. How could she eat something so unrefined? She turned her face away coldly and tears flowed uncontrollably from the corner of her mouth. Empress Dowager Zhuang was about to take a nap. Gu Jiao and Zhuang Yueshi were invited to the side hall next door to rest. Gu Jiao's background was a bit unclear, but as long as the Empress Dowager didn't chase her away, the palace people didn't dare to do anything to her. You can leave too. Jia doesn't like to have people serving me when I'm sleeping. Yes. The two little palace maids who were close to her also left. Empress Dowager Zhuang was the only one left in the huge bedroom. She was lying on the large and luxurious phoenix bed with her eyes half closed and her back facing the table. The window was wide open and a gentle breeze blew in. Gu Jiao put ginger in the sugar eggs. The smell of ginger mixed with brown sugar filled the entire bedroom. Empress Dowager Zhuang tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. Finally, she steeled her heart, sat up and sat down at the table. She hugged a bowl of sweet and sour eggs and started slurping it. Suddenly, a small green figure hung down from the beam. Her head hung upside down outside the window and she called happily, "Great Aunt." Empress Dowager Zhuang trembled and almost choked to death. There was no one else who had been caught eating sweet and sour eggs. Gu Jiao hung upside down. Blood rushed to the top of her head. Her little face was red and she looked cute. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her, and then looked again. Gu Jiao didn't hang for long. She put her hand on the windowsill and jumped in through the window. Empress Dowager Zhuang said without changing her expression, Jia just didn't want to waste it. Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Every grain is hard work. Empress Dowager Zhuang finished eating and wiped her mouth. She said seriously, it doesn't taste good. Gu Jiao looked at the bowl without any residue. Gu Jiao said again, Great Aunt. Do you not remember what happened in Bai Shui Alley? Empress Dowager Zhuang was slightly startled. Then she said seriously, Jia never remembers unimportant things. Oh. Gu Jiao came to Empress Dowager Zhuang's side. She knelt down on one knee and took her hand. She looked up at her. Great Aunt, I'll take you out of the palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly. What are you doing? Gu Jiao said. You're not happy in the palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang thought she would say, I'll take you out of the palace to help you find your past memories. This girl didn't care whether she would be remembered or not. Was she just thinking about whether she was happy or not? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked away and said coldly, Who said Jia was not happy? Jia is the most honorable woman in Zhao country. I am the Empress Dowager who has the power to overturn the court. In this world, Jia can get whatever Jia wants. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She looked at her with heartache. She thought that she would be the most upset if her great-aunt forgot. But in fact, it was her great-aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't dare to look into Gu Jiao's clear eyes. She looked out the window and said coldly, Did the emperor send you again? What good to Jia? You're just trying to bewitch Jia again. Jia might as well tell you the truth. Your trick. Before she finished speaking, she felt a warm and soft touch on her palm. She lowered her head and saw that the little girl had opened her hand and was burying her face in her palm. Her cheeks were soft, and there was baby fat that had yet to fade. His eyelashes were long and slender. Every time they fluttered, they swept across her palm and her heart. An hour later, Eunuch Qin came to wake Empress Dowager Zhuang up as usual. Empress Dowager Zhuang had been in the harem for decades. She was very strict with her work and rest. She didn't waste a moment. Empress Dowager, I'll come in to help you change. After Eunuch Qin finished reporting outside the door, he pushed the door and came in with a stack of gorgeous clothes. But when he came to Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix bed and saw the person on the bed, he was shocked. Before he could say the word, he felt two sharp eyes. He quickly turned around and bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was already dressed neatly. Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't wearing a phoenix robe or an ordinary palace dress. Instead, she was wearing a set of coarse clothes. Eunuch Qin was dumbfounded. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at Gu Jiao, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and said calmly, Ija has to go out of the palace. You should also change your clothes. Yes. Eunuch Qin agreed. As an old man by Empress Dowager Zhuang's side, he naturally didn't need Empress Dowager Zhuang to teach him what clothes to change into. Eunuch Qin often went out of the palace to buy things. He also had clothes outside the palace. He told Empress Dowager Zhuang to practice calligraphy in the study and not to disturb her. Then he secretly took Empress Dowager Zhuang out of the palace. In the carriage outside the palace, Eunuch Qin asked Empress Dowager Zhuang, Empress, old lady, where are we going now? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the vast sky outside the palace and breathed in the air that didn't belong to her. She murmured, Clearwater Alley. That girl seemed to have said so. Clearwater Alley was near the Imperial College. It was quite famous and Eunuch Qin happened to know it. At this time the night had fallen, and the streets were lit up with lights. This was her peaceful era. But this excitement didn't belong to her. It's in front. Eunuch Qin slowed down and was about to turn into the alley when Empress Dowager Zhuang suddenly said, Stop here. Yes. Eunuch Qin got out of the carriage and asked a young eunuch to watch the carriage. He helped Empress Dowager Zhuang down. The road in Clearwater Alley was originally a bit bumpy, but now it was filled with all kinds of strange materials. It seemed that every house had filled in a little bit. Huiyuan Road. Empress Dowager Zhuang suddenly said. Eunuch Qin was stunned. Empress Dowager, are you going to give this road a name? I don't know. Empress Dowager Zhuang shook her head. It was just a momentary thought, and she didn't understand why she said so. She continued to walk forward, walking very slowly. Suddenly, someone opened the courtyard door and walked out of a house on the right. When she saw her, her eyes lit up. Aunt Hua, I haven't seen you for a few days. You're back from visiting your relatives. Why were you gone for so long? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her in a daze. Aunt Lu walked forward and took her hand. You came at the right time. We need one more person. How dare you? Eunuch Qin gritted his teeth. Aunt Lu noticed Eunuch Qin. Who is this? Is he your nephew from your maternal family? Eunuch Qin almost knelt down. He was a servant. How could he be related to the Empress Dowager? Wasn't this too much for him? Coachman, Empress Dowager Zhuang said. Strangely handsome. Aunt Lu's eyes lingered on Eunuch Qin's body. Eunuch Qin clamped his legs together. I'm a eunuch. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the hand holding her wrist. In the palace, even the emperor didn't dare to touch her clothes. Aunt Lu didn't notice Empress Dowager Zhuang's strange behavior. It was mainly because she used to act like she was the best in the world and not to be trifled with. Everyone was used to it. She was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Hey, Aunt Zhao. Aunt Hua's back. Aunt Hua's back? Aunt Zhao came out of the house and saw Empress Dowager Zhuang. She called into the house, Liangge, go call your grandmother. Grandma Hua's back. Hey! A child called Liangge quickly ran out of the Zhao house and returned to his own house. Grandmother. Grandma Hua is back. For a moment the entire Clearwater Alley was shocked. The days without the old lady to play cards with them were as lonely as the snow. A large group of people surrounded Empress Dowager Zhuang and asked her why she had been gone for so long. The children in the family were very anxious. They saw the little one looking at the door several times and asked him if he missed his great-aunt. He said no, but tears were rolling in his eyes. His aggrieved little appearance made them feel very distressed. The little one? Empress Dowager Zhuang pondered. That little bald head? Speak of the devil. Little Jing Kong happened to come out and look outside again. He stuck his little head out and looked innocent with his big watery eyes. He didn't know what happened in the alley. Why did everyone come out? Then he saw a person walk out of the crowd. It was his great-aunt. Little Jing Kong's eyes lit up. He was about to call out Grandaunt when he suddenly thought of something. Then, he pursed his lips and ran back into the house. Aunt Zhao hurriedly said, Okay. Go and coax her. I'll call you to play cards another day. Empress Dowager Zhuang was almost surrounded by people to the door. She was born to be a cut above others. She entered the palace at the age of 16 as the empress. Wherever she went, she was surrounded by thousands of people, and admired by tens of thousands of people. However, they surrounded and admired her as the daughter of the noble Zhuang family, the virtuous Empress Dowager who was the mother of the world, and the powerful Empress Dowager. They were her many identities, but they were not her. Empress Dowager Zhuang entered the courtyard. A familiar smell came to her. She almost immediately concluded that she had lived here before. The bamboo in the front yard, the vegetable field, the small fish pond, the begonia tree, the doghouse, and the chicken coop in the backyard overlapped with the scene that lingered in her mind. Woof! Little Eighth happily pounced on her. Eunuch Qin's face changed. He opened his arms in front of her and said, Protect the Empress. Little Eight rolled its eyes at him and jumped at the feet of the old lady. Soon the little eagle also flew down from the roof. Ah! Eunuch Qin was scared to death. That was an eagle. The little eagle fluttered its wings and landed on Empress Dowager Zhuang's shoulder. Who has come? Yao Shi came out of the room and saw Empress Dowager Zhuang dressed the same as the day she left home. Yao Shi's voice suddenly stopped. She was pregnant. It was not that she could see it. She should have known. You have returned? Yao Shi did not know how to address her, nor did she know why she had come here. Yao Shi was a bit nervous. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at a room in the corridor. Yao Shi looked back and quickly said, Xiao Shun and Yenner have gone to learn. They have not returned yet. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the room across from her. Yao Shi said, I have been tidying your room the entire time. Her room? Empress Dowager Zhuang calmly walked over. Eunuch Qin quickly walked forward and opened the door first. The sky was dark and there were no lamps in the room, but it was clear from north to south. It could be seen that it was a pretty good room, but it was a bit too small. It was not even as big as the phoenix bed in Ranshou Palace. Eunuch Qin's heart ached. Had the Empress Dowager been living in this kind of nook during this period of time? But Empress Dowager Zhuang did not dislike this place. Her fingertips brushed past the paint on the furniture. A deep sense of familiarity came from her fingertips and spread throughout her limbs. Little Jing Kong shut himself in his room. After a long time, his grandaunt did not come to coax him. He was worried that his grandaunt might have left again. He hurriedly opened the door of the west room a small crack and stuck his little head out to look around. As a result, he met Empress Dowager Zhuang's gaze. Little Jing Kong suddenly pulled his little head back and closed the door with a hum. Empress Dowager Zhuang went to the little guy's room. The little guy had his back to her, and was hiding himself in the corner of a closet. Come out. Empress Dowager Zhuang said. I'm not coming out. Little Jing Kong angrily said. After saying this, he turned around and sneaked a glance at her. You will come out after feeding me. Once he acted spoiled, his words came out. 15 minutes later, Empress Dowager Zhuang and the little guy sat in the courtyard. There was a bowl of hot millet porridge on the small wooden table in front of the two. Eat it yourself, Empress Dowager Zhuang said. Little Jing Kong's little mouth twitched. He raised his head and shouted at the top of his lungs, Wah! Empress Dowager Zhuang trembled and grabbed a spoonful of millet porridge and stuffed it into the little guy's mouth. The old chancellor and Xiao Lulang returned from the Imperial College and the Hanlin Academy. You don't have to care about the Zhuang family. I'll think of a way to deal with them later. Before they finished speaking, the old chancellor and Xiao Lulang walked through the hall. He saw the old lady sitting on a small stool and feeding little Jing Kong. Why was it the old lady and not Empress Dowager Zhuang? Because she was wearing the old lady's clothes. The old chancellor had just received some money today. His first reaction was to pinch the money bag and say, "I didn't hide any money." Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at him gloomily. The old chancellor fell to his knees. Little Jing Kong smacked his lips. "Granduncle, why did you fall?" "Granduncle?" Empress Dowager Zhuang's expression turned cold. The old chancellor's hair stood on end. "Ah, little monk, how can you deceive your granduncle like this?" "No, I'm not your granduncle." "No, she's not your grandaunt." It seems that he didn't get to the point. The late emperor. The relationship between the Empress Dowager and I is pure bang. The old chancellor was dragged into the small dark room by Empress Dowager Zhuang. It was a bit loud. Everyone thought, "We don't know and we don't dare to ask." Nanny Fong and Lu Quan were so scared by Empress Dowager Zhuang that they couldn't hold their knives. Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshun weren't here, so this dinner was made by Xiao Lulang. Empress Dowager Zhuang instinctively rejected it. She couldn't tell why, but she still raised her chopsticks and tasted it. This guy looked like a human, but why was his cooking so bad? Empress Dowager Zhuang's entire body trembled from the unpalatable taste. Her qi and blood surged, and the top of her head seemed to be about to be blown open by the chaotic qi and blood. Her head hurt again and sweat seeped out of her forehead. At this time, Xiao Lulang looked at her deeply and suddenly said, "Has Grandaunt's injury recovered?" "Jiao Jiao hasn't. She was seriously injured and almost lost her life." "She was seriously injured. She almost died. Old lady, where are you from? Do you still remember what illness you had?" "So little, only 3. Candied fruit is very expensive. If you don't want to eat it, then forget it." "Is this how you talk to your grandaunt?" "I'm going to sell mountain goods." "I've heated the food in the pot. If you're hungry, eat it yourself. There's also medicine. If you throw it away, I'll know." "Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, be good and come to Grandaunt." "Grandaunt, I'll take you home." "Okay." Renshou Palace. Zhuang Yueshi wandered outside the Empress Dowager's bedroom for a long time, but she didn't see the Empress Dowager come out. There were 2 strong eunuchs guarding the door. She hesitated for a moment, walked forward and asked, "Eunuchs, it's late. We should remind the Empress Dowager to eat." One of the eunuchs said, "The Empress Dowager ordered that no one is to disturb her unless she comes out herself. Otherwise we can't disturb her." Zhuang Yueshi asked, "But it's so late. What if the Empress Dowager is hungry?" The other eunuch smiled and said, "Miss Zhuang, don't worry. If the Empress Dowager is hungry, she will send for the food. Moreover, there is no shortage of food inside. How can those snacks fill the stomach?" Zhuang Yueshi looked worried. What Zhuang Yueshi didn't say was that she was really worried about the girl surnamed Gu. That girl was also in Renshou Palace, but in the blink of an eye, she disappeared. She seriously suspected that the girl had entered the Empress Dowager's bedroom. What would she do in the Empress Dowager's bedroom? What would she say to the Empress Dowager? Would she rack her brains to remind the Empress Dowager of the past year's events? She was not stupid. How could she not see that the Empress Dowager gave her things that she didn't really like? The way the Empress Dowager liked her was also not her original. How many bewitching potions did the girl feed the Empress Dowager? She didn't believe that the girl didn't have any ulterior motives. Zhuang Yueshi said softly, "Eunuchs, please help me pass the message. The Empress Dowager loves me so much. If she knows that I have been worrying about her outside, she will be unhappy." As soon as she said this, the 2 eunuchs hesitated. Empress Dowager Zhuang was a very principled person. However, they all saw how much the Empress Dowager doted on Zhuang Yueshi recently. Not only did she give her the best treasures, but she also built a mansion for her. She obviously treated her like a princess and loved her dearly. If Miss Zhuang was really tired out outside, Empress Dowager Zhuang would blame them, the servants, who would suffer. However, they didn't dare to openly disobey the Empress Dowager's order. Zhuang Yueshi said, "Or you can let me in directly. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Please don't worry. With me around, I will not let the Empress Dowager make things difficult for you. The two eunuchs exchanged a look and nodded in agreement. Zhuang Yueshi carried a plate of freshly baked rose pastry into the bedroom. The palace servants in the bedchamber had all been dismissed. The palace hall was quiet. The moonlight poured down like water and hung on the floor. It was beautiful and dazzling. A slightly bulging figure could be faintly seen on the bed. Zhuang Yueshi was about to go forward and bow when she saw the other person's face clearly. She gasped and was so shocked that she almost dropped the plate in her hand. How could it be her? Why was she sleeping on the Empress Dowager's phoenix bed? She had never slept on it before. She didn't even dare to touch it. This girl was so daring. She dared to secretly climb onto the Empress Dowager's phoenix bed. There would be a good show to watch now. Zhuang Yueshi wasn't so kind to remind Gu Jiao. She hoped that Gu Jiao would continue to sleep. It would be best if she could sleep until she called the Empress Dowager over. However, Zhuang Yueshi didn't expect that when she turned around, she stepped on her skirt. She lost her balance and fell towards Gu Jiao, who was on the phoenix bed. The plate in her hand fell to the ground and smashed into pieces. The crisp sound woke Gu Jiao up. Before Gu Jiao could understand what happened, she saw a shadow coming towards her. Gu Jiao instinctively slapped the shadow. Suddenly, there was a loud slap in the bedchamber. Zhuang Yueshi was sent flying by the slap. She crashed into the cabinet of treasures on the opposite side. The porcelain and jade items on the cabinet fell to the ground, including the Empress Dowager's phoenix seal that was hidden in the makeup box. Empress Dowager Zhuang was powerful. Her phoenix seal was as valuable as the imperial jade seal. Destroying the phoenix seal was a death sentence. It was much more serious than climbing onto the phoenix bed. Zhuang Yueshi was stunned when she saw the phoenix seal break into two pieces in front of her. At this moment, Empress Dowager Zhuang returned to the palace. She had changed her clothes in the side hall. The dignified and solemn black phoenix robe was slowly reflected on the floor. It made her look even more domineering. Aya! Phoenix seal. Eunuch Qin looked at the mess on the floor and changed his expression. Zhuang Yueshi rushed over and knelt in front of Empress Dowager Zhuang. She pointed at Gu Jiao, who was on the phoenix bed, and said, "Empress Dowager, it's her. She climbed onto your phoenix bed when you were not around. I kindly asked her to get up, but she slapped my face. I was slapped by her and hit the cabinet. That's why the phoenix seal fell off." Empress Dowager Zhuang narrowed her eyes. "You mean she hit you?" Zhuang Yueshi heard the dangerous tone and was happy. "Yes, Empress Dowager. My face is swollen because of her." It was indeed swollen. It was very swollen. His mouth was also broken and bleeding a little. Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at Zhuang Yueshi's swollen face and looked at Gu Jiao. "Who hit you?" Zhuang Yueshi was secretly happy. "You are dead. Just wait for Empress Dowager to break your hand." Gu Jiao raised her right hand pitifully. She used the back of her hand to slap her, and there was a red mark on it. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the back of her hand that was slightly red, and her eyes became cold. Chapter 273. Zhuang Yueshi noticed that Empress Dowager Zhuang suddenly became cold. She thought that the girl was really dead. The Empress Dowager was really angry. Even the emperor could not save her today. However, what Zhuang Yueshi did not expect was that Empress Dowager Zhuang did not get angry. Empress Dowager Zhuang stared at Gu Jiao's outstretched hand. After a while, her eyes became colder and colder. "But why don't you get angry?" Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes and took a deep breath to suppress her anger. Zhuang Yueshi was excited. It was coming, it was coming. "Who allowed you to come in?" Empress Dowager Zhuang shouted. "Yes, who allowed you to come in?" Zhuang Yueshi was proud, but she soon noticed that something was wrong. Why were Eunuch Qin and the others all looking at her? Her heart skipped a beat for no reason. She looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang and realized in hindsight that those words seemed to be directed at her. Empress Dowager. Was she blaming her for trespassing? Why? Wasn't the girl the one who trespassed first? She even climbed onto Empress Dowager's phoenix bed. That girl was still on the bed and hadn't come down yet. Empress Dowager did not punish her but scolded her own grandniece? What kind of logic was this? Before Zhuang Yueshi could figure it out, Empress Dowager Zhuang spoke again. Her voice was dignified and cold as usual. Who is guarding the bedroom today? Eunuch Qin quickly said. Empress Dowager, it's Xiao Li and Xiao Da. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not even lift her eyelids and said mercilessly, flog them 20 times and kick them out of Renshou Palace. I don't want to see them again. Zhuang Yueshi's body trembled. It was she who asked Eunuch Li and Eunuch Da to let her in. She also promised them that if anything happened, she would take responsibility. But in the end she got them into trouble. Empress Dowager Zhuang might not know that she asked them to do this, but Empress Dowager Zhuang still did it. This was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Empress Dowager, please, outside the bedchamber. Before the two of them could utter a complete sentence, they were gagged by Eunuch Qin and dragged away to be executed. This was the imperial palace. There was no room for any mistakes. The Empress Dowager had done the same in the past. Everyone only saw her glorious side, but they didn't know how hard it was for her to take every step of the bloody road. Was the Empress Dowager born so decisive and fierce? It was only because she had suffered too many losses and many people had died that she stepped on the bones and ascended to the Empress Dowager's phoenix throne. Did Eunuch Qin sympathize with them? No sympathy. Today, they only listened to Zhuang Yueshi's words. If they were to listen to their opponent's bewitchment one day, who would be the one to die? Outside there was the sound of beating. With every beat, Zhuang Yueshi's face turned paler. In the end, when Eunuch Qin returned to report, Zhuang Yueshi's face was completely pale. She looked at herself kneeling by the Empress Dowager's feet, and then looked at Gu Jiao sitting comfortably on the Empress Dowager's phoenix bed. For a moment, she didn't understand what had gone wrong. She was the daughter of the Zhuang family. That girl was just the mud in the dust. Empress Dowager Zhuang spoke in a deep voice. Why are you standing here? Do you still need me to teach you what to do? You trespassed into my bedchamber and broke my phoenix seal. What? Are you still waiting for me to reward you? You should be glad that your surname is Zhuang. Otherwise, even if you had 10 heads, it wouldn't be enough for me to chop them off. Empress Dowager. Zhuang Yueshi was so scared that she knelt on the ground. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked away and said indifferently, go back to the Zhuang family. Reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors. Zhuang Yueshi felt wronged. Isn't the phoenix seal? Empress Dowager Zhuang interrupted her coldly. It's you who are dead. These words were too hurtful. In front of the palace servants in Gujiao, Zhuang Yueshi felt like she was slapped in the face. The punishment of closing the door was not terrible. What was terrible was losing face in front of the people who looked down on her. Gu Jiao's slap only landed on Zhuang Yueshi's face. The Empress Dowager's slap landed on Zhuang Yueshi's self-esteem. Zhuang Yueshi felt wronged to the extreme. Tears began to roll in her eyes. Yes, Yueshi will leave now. Empress Dowager, please take care of your body. Yueshi will visit you another day. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, don't come without my summons. Zhuang Yueshi thought I was just being polite. Is it necessary to be so ruthless? Zhuang Yueshi left the palace awkwardly. The Zhuang sisters entered the palace a few days earlier to serve the Empress Dowager. Because the Empress Dowager only favored Zhuang Yueshi, Zhuang Mengdai felt bored. She packed up and went home early, which saved her from embarrassment. Eunuch Qin brought the cleaning maids in and cleaned up the mess on the ground. A lamp was lit in the bedchamber. Maybe it was because there was a little girl on the phoenix bed. Although it was out of place, it unexpectedly made people feel that there was a trace of vitality in the cold and strict palace. Gu Jiao sat on the bed and played with her fingers. She did not know whether she should get down or not. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat on the bed and stared at the back of her red hand. She did not speak. Eunuch Qin walked over with sharp eyes and said to Gu Jiao with a smile, Miss, your hand is injured. I have some medicine for wounds here. Apply some for you. Gu Jiao looked at her hand strangely. Where is it injured? I don't have it. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes were cold. Gu Jiao looked at her and then at Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin winked at her. Gu Jiao said, "Oh." She stretched out her little hand. "Okay." Eunuch Qin made a gesture of wanting to apply medicine for Gu Jiao, but he suddenly seemed to think of something. He patted his head and said, "Look at this servant. I just finished cleaning. My hands are not clean. I will have to trouble the Empress Dowager to apply medicine for the miss." Look, this was what it meant to be a smart person. Eunuch Qin did not seem to be embarrassed at all. He had spoken harshly to Gu Jiao. His face was not worth anything to him. Eunuch Qin gave the medicine to Empress Dowager Zhuang, and then left with the palace people. The Empress Dowager also knew how to care for people. Why didn't she know before? But it seemed that the Empress Dowager did not want her unknown side to be known. Only Gu Jiao and Empress Dowager Zhuang were left in the room. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and handed her hand to Empress Dowager Zhuang. "Quickly apply the medicine. It would be better if she did not apply it." Empress Dowager Zhuang. The back of Gu Jiao's hand was really fine. After Empress Dowager Zhuang applied some cooling ointment, she said to her, "Turn around." "Huh?" Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. Empress Dowager Zhuang said in a deep voice, "I just said, turn around." "Oh." Gu Jiao obediently turned around. Empress Dowager Zhuang gently lifted her nightgown. Gu Jiao's little body stiffened. She was about to turn around when she heard Empress Dowager Zhuang say, "Don't move." Gu Jiao did not move. Gu Jiao's back was covered with scars. The swelling had disappeared, but there were still large patches of blue and purple. The scars had formed a thick scab, and the skin around the scab was slightly red. If she did not scratch it, it would itch. If she scratched it, it would hurt. Gu Jiao usually endured it. She did not say a word about how the scars came about. She also acted as if nothing had happened in front of Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang thought about how she would cook and hang upside down on the roof. She would laugh in front of her without a care in the world. Her heart inexplicably felt suffocated. She dipped her fingertips in medicine and gently applied it to her scars. "Aya!" Gu Jiao's body trembled and she unconsciously dodged to the side. "Does it hurt?" Empress Dowager Zhuang asked nervously. "It itches," Gu Jiao said. The scabs were the most itchy when they fell off. Empress Dowager Zhuang could not help her with this. She could only apply more ointment to cool her down. Gu Jiao sat cross-legged on the phoenix bed, letting her grandaunt apply the ointment. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked, "Great, have you remembered something?" Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand paused and she said seriously, "No." "Oh." Gu Jiao was disappointed. After applying the ointment, Empress Dowager Zhuang had someone bring in the food. Gu Jiao was indeed hungry. She rarely took an afternoon nap, but unexpectedly, she slept until night. She looked at the exquisite and delicious dishes on the table. There was a plate of meat with sesame scattered on it. She and her grandaunt were the same when it came to loving sesame. This was clearly the meat that Xiao Lulang took from his fellow students at the Imperial College. The taste was the same. "Grandaunt, you really don't remember?" Gu Jiao ate the meat and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang with some suspicion. This was clearly her favorite food. Empress Dowager Zhuang lightly said, "Eat your food, why are you talking so much?" Gu Jiao continued to eat. The dishes in the palace were very sumptuous. Gu Jiao even ate crab. The crab meat and crab paste were all removed and then put back into the crab shell. The organs that should be removed were all removed. With a chopstick it was full of crab paste and crab meat. "Grandaunt, why aren't you eating?" Gu Jiao asked. "Jia has already eaten," Empress Dowager Zhuang said. She had indeed eaten, and it was Xiao Liulang's dark cuisine. Empress Dowager Zhuang was really disgusting. She didn't want to eat for the next 3 days. Gu Jiao thought about it and took out a small paper bag from her purse. After opening it, there were 3 candied fruits. "Grandaunt, do you eat this? Eat a little after a meal. You won't get indigestion." Empress Dowager Zhuang cleared her throat and took it with a look of disgust. She didn't want Gu Jiao to see her saliva. It was the taste in her memory. It was sweet and sour with a faint plum fragrance. It was different from the candied fruits in the palace. It wasn't as sweet, but it was unexpectedly delicious. After eating the 3 candied fruits, Empress Dowager Zhuang still wanted more. Gu Jiao blinked and asked, "Is it a familiar taste?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said seriously, "There are only 3. How can you tell?" "That's true." Gu Jiao hesitated and took out a small paper bag from her purse. There were still 3 candied fruits inside. Empress Dowager Zhuang silently looked at the candied fruits and then looked at Gu Jiao's purse. That purse was personally embroidered by Empress Dowager Zhuang. It was Gu Jiao's 15th birthday present. It was embroidered with 2 quails and a few quail eggs. In fact, she wanted to embroider mandarin ducks. However, the embroidery was not satisfactory and ended up with quails. How did she give away such a stupid thing? Empress Dowager Zhuang disliked it very much. Sure enough, when a person's brain was damaged, they would do stupid things. This was the dark history of Empress Dowager Zhuang's life. Empress Dowager Zhuang also finished the 3 candied fruits. When she was still an old lady, Gu Jiao only allowed Empress Dowager Zhuang to eat 3 candied fruits a day. She was only allowed to eat 5 during the new year. If she wanted to eat more, she had to find a way to hide it. However, she couldn't hide too much because little Jing Kong loved to investigate her. If he found out, he would complain. Empress Dowager Zhuang was still not satisfied after eating 6 candied fruits. She snorted and said, "What familiar? I didn't taste anything. Try a few more." Gu Jiao looked at her suspiciously and said, "Great aunt, you didn't do it on purpose just to get a few candied fruits, did you?" Empress Dowager Zhuang choked and said, How is that possible?" In the end, Empress Dowager Zhuang did not manage to eat the 7th candied fruit. Not only that, but before Gu Jiao left, she instructed Eunuch Qin not to allow Empress Dowager Zhuang to eat sweets. She could not eat fruits with high sugar content. She had to abstain from certain foods. Eunuch Qin agreed with a smile. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face turned black. After Zhuang Yueshi returned to the Zhuang family crying, Grand Tutor Zhuang asked her what happened. Did something happen to the Empress Dowager? Why did she cry like this? When the Empress Dowager was sent to the palace to recuperate, Zhuang Yueshi didn't shed a single tear. Zhuang Yueshi felt wronged and said, the Empress Dowager drove me out of the palace." Grand Tutor Zhuang was puzzled and asked, "Why?" Zhuang Yueshi told him about how she caught Gu Jiao climbing onto the phoenix bed, and how she was slapped by Gu Jiao and broke the seal. She was the one in the wrong. She was the one who hit me, so I bumped into her. But the Empress Dowager blamed me. Grand Tutor Zhuang frowned and asked, "Doesn't the Empress Dowager love you? How could it be? How could Zhuang Yueshi say that the Empress Dowager didn't love her, but that girl?" But it was strange. The Empress Dowager was not so obvious during the day. At night, the Empress Dowager seemed to be a different person. Something must have happened. She told him her doubts. Grand Tutor Zhuang was silent for a long time and said, "I know. You go back to your room first. I will go to the palace to see the Empress Dowager tomorrow." "Yes." Zhuang Yueshi agreed and went back to her room with red eyes. The next day, after the morning court, Grand Tutor Zhuang followed Empress Dowager Zhuang and said, "Empress Dowager." Empress Dowager Zhuang raised her hand. The palace maid who was kneeling beside her understood and said softly, "Stop." The phoenix carriage stopped near the throne room. Grand Tutor Zhuang bowed and said, "Empress Dowager, can we talk in private?" Empress Dowager Zhuang flicked her wide sleeves and said, "Speak. There is no one here who cannot listen." "Yes." Grand Tutor Zhuang looked at the expressionless palace servants and Eunuch Qin. He stepped forward and approached the high and mighty Feng Ai and said, "She caused trouble in the palace. I have already taught her a lesson when she came back." "Empress Dowager, please calm down. Speak human language," Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not like to beat around the bush with people unless it was necessary. But it was clear that there was no need to do so with her own brother. Grand Tutor Zhuang sighed and said, "I have asked Shir about yesterday's matter. She was indeed wrong and should not have barged into the Empress Dowager's bedroom. However, she is the Empress Dowager's niece. Empress Dowager punishing her in front of so many servants and a commoner girl, isn't this not giving her a way out?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said. She is not a commoner girl. She is the daughter of Marquis Ding, and Fu and the wife of the new top scorer. Grand Tutor Zhuang. Is this the main point? Empress Dowager Zhuang continued. Also, she dared to fake Aijia's imperial edict. How can Aijia give her a way out? Grand Tutor Zhuang did not know about the fake imperial edict. If it was real, then it was not a small matter. This was the same as faking the emperor's imperial edict. It was an unforgivable crime. Empress Dowager Zhuang. She dared to tell Jiao Jiao that Aijia did not want Jiao Jiao. Why doesn't she go to heaven? Grand Tutor Zhuang had originally come to denounce Zhuang Yueshi, but he ended up being checkmated instead. It was extremely awkward. Naturally, he blamed Zhuang Yueshi for not telling him the truth, but he was also very curious about the girl's ending. Grand Tutor Zhuang looked at the Empress Dowager in the Phoenix sedan and said, "May I ask how the Empress Dowager dealt with that girl?" He did not care about the wife of the top scorer. He did not care about the daughter of the Marquis Fu. The main point was that she climbed onto the Phoenix bed and smashed the Phoenix seal. She deserved to die. Does Aijia need to tell you what she does? Empress Dowager Zhuang shot him a cold gaze. Grand Tutor Zhuang instantly did not dare to speak. He squeezed his fingers and said, "Then this official will leave first." Wait. Empress Dowager Zhuang stopped him. You came at the right time. Aijia remembered something. Aijia recently gave your granddaughter a lot of things. Return them all to Aijia. Grand Tutor Zhuang staggered and almost fell. Did he hear wrongly? She actually wanted them to return the things that the Empress Dowager gave out? You are the Empress Dowager of a country. Can you do this? The original Empress Dowager Zhuang naturally would not do such a disgraceful thing. But she was now the Empress Dowager Zhuang who had lived a hard life. Her Jiao Jiao had even gone to the market to buy mountain goods to support her family. What was her status? Could it be eaten? She earned money with her own ability. Why should she give it to someone she should not give it to? She wanted it back. So what? Grand Tutor Zhuang almost spat out blood. So why did he come to find her? If he did not look for her, she would not have remembered. Grand Tutor Zhuang returned to the mansion. Zhuang Yueshi was full of joy as she waited for her grandfather to seek justice for her. She did not expect her grandfather to hesitate. Grandfather, what happened? What did the Empress Dowager say? She asked. Grand Tutor Zhuang coughed lightly and said, The Empress Dowager wants you to return the things she gave you. Zhuang Yueshi's face turned pale. What? Grand Tutor Zhuang also felt that he was wronged. He said embarrassedly, Didn't you say that you don't like it? When did she say that she did not like it? She only said that it was different from her previous preferences. Furthermore, it was one thing to not like it. It was another thing for the Empress Dowager to take it back. Zhuang Yueshi thought of something and said in shock, Then what about the princess mansion in the south of the city? The Empress Dowager will not take it back, will she? Eunuch Qin, who was ordered by the Empress Dowager to take the things, heard this at the door. He turned to the eunuch accompanying him and said, Go back and ask the Empress Dowager if she wants to take back the new mansion? Zhuang Yueshi. Why did she have to say that? Chapter 274. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are available here. The news that Zhuang Yueshi was humiliated by the Empress Dowager was not spread out so quickly. However, the Empress Dowager's phoenix seal was broken. The phoenix on it fell and Eunuch Qin took it to the imperial palace to fix it. In addition, Zhuang Yueshi moved out of the palace at this time. Everyone guessed that she might have broken the phoenix seal. However, it was not easy to find out about the Runshou Palace. The Zhuang family also kept quiet about it. Therefore, there was no confirmation. Xiao Lulang knew nothing about the palace. He left the palace and his expression was not good. It was not because he was ostracized by his colleagues, nor was it because the chancellor secretly made things difficult for him. It was because he saw Lu Quan waiting by the roadside when he left the Hanlin Academy. What's wrong? He remembered that he told Lu Quan that he would walk back on his own without picking him up. Lu Quan said awkwardly, "It's Jing Kong." Something happened. To be exact, the little guy's parents were called again. Xiao Lulang had a toothache. How many times had this happened this semester? It had only been a few months since the incident of a big bird eating a small bird. Why was he in trouble again so soon? Xiao Lulang took a deep breath and said slowly, "Which classmate was bullied by him again?" He was clearly the youngest in the elementary school, but every time he could bully those who were a few years older until they cried. It was not entirely true that he did it on purpose. In short, this little thing had a kind of invisible talent to make people cry. Lu Quan said embarrassedly, "No, not a classmate. It's a teacher." Teacher Sunday. Xiao Liulang's eyebrows twitched. The little guy bullied a teacher? Was he trying to betray his teacher? Xiao Lulang also understood why Lu Quan came to the Hanlin Academy. This was indeed a serious matter. Lu Quan could not explain the specific situation. Xiao Lulang went directly to the Meng School and met the governor in charge of the school. His surname was Ouyang. Xiao Lulang was this year's top scorer, and he had studied at the directorate's easygoing hall. Ouyang Shuezheng had long heard of him, so he greeted him politely. Xiao Lulang put down his walking stick and cupped his hands. "What is it this time?" Ouyang Shuezheng wanted to say something but hesitated. After a long while he said helplessly, "You go take a look for yourself." Xiao Lulang was led by Ouyang Shuezheng to Teacher Sun's office. This was the place where Teacher Sun dealt with school affairs. It was not far from the classroom of the prodigy class. After passing through a corridor and turning a corner, they arrived. Before Xiao Lulang arrived, he heard the shouts inside. At first he was stunned, but then he realized that it was Teacher Sun who was shouting. Xiao Liulang's temples twitched again. What on earth did his brat do to be able to agitate Teacher Sun to this extent? "Little Jing Kong is in the classroom. Let me take you to see Teacher Sun first." Ouyang Shuezheng said awkwardly and raised his hand to knock on the unlocked door. The shouts in the room stopped abruptly. After a while the door was opened. The person who opened the door was the former teacher of Little Jing Kong, Teacher Jiang. After Teacher Jiang was transferred to the 6th hall of the directorate to teach, he almost never came to the elementary school. Just now, he was comforting Teacher Sunday. Obviously, the effect of the comforting was not satisfactory. Teacher Sun could vent his emotions in front of his old friends, but he could not lose his self-control in front of Ouyang Shuezheng and the students' parents. He tidied up and came out from behind the screen with eyes swollen like walnuts. Teacher Jiang knew Xiao Lulang. When Little Jing Kong first got into trouble, Teacher Jiang was there. At that time he tried his best to protect Little Jing Kong and did not hesitate to offend Qin Chuyu, who was a prince. This made Xiao Lulang have a good impression of him. Xiao Lulang saluted him with one hand in the other. "Teacher Jiang." Teacher Jiang politely returned the salute. He did not beat around the bush with Xiao Lulang and directly told him what happened. It turned out that today's lesson was arithmetic. Teacher Sun explained a problem and expanded it to the ancestral ratio. Little Jing Kong said that Teacher Sun was wrong and said it in front of all the students. In fact, he was not wrong, Teacher Jiang said. The ancestral ratio was 22:7, and the secret law was 355/113. It was accurate to the last 7 digits of the derivative. This was recorded in the 10 Sutras of Arithmetical Classics. Xiao Lulang had also been studying the 10 Sutras of Arithmetical Classics recently, so he knew that the ancestral ratio was indeed this number. Why did he say that Teacher Sun was wrong? Did Teacher Sun show him the 10 Sutras of Arithmetical Classics? Little Jing Kong was a strict child. As long as he found the source, he would not pester endlessly. That was the problem. Teacher Sun took out the 10 Sutras of Arithmetical Classic and showed it to him, but he said that it was not accurate enough. He said a long string of numbers in one breath, at least 17 or 18 digits of the derivative. He directly stunned Teacher Sunday. Teacher Sun thought that he was disrupting the class. Little Jing Kong said that Teacher Sun was misleading the students. In order to prove his point, he dug a hole for Teacher Sun and threw 10 arithmetic problems at him in one breath. In the end, Teacher Sun could not solve a single problem. If he could not solve it, It meant that Teacher Sun's knowledge was not good enough. If his knowledge was not good enough, it meant that there was also a problem with the ancestral ratio that Teacher Sun taught. Teacher Sun was misleading the students. This was little Jing Kong's logic. In fact, one could not generalize like this. Teacher Sun could not solve those problems because those problems were beyond Teacher Sun's knowledge. One could not say that the points within Teacher Sun's knowledge were also wrong. However, little Jing Kong was the king of the children in the class. Everyone in the class responded to his call. Little Jing Kong gave 10 questions, but Teacher Sun could not solve a single one. After that, Teacher Sun gave little Jing Kong another 10 questions, and little Jing Kong solved at least 5 of them. Then little Jing Kong said indifferently, "What's so strange about me not being able to solve the remaining questions? I'm a student. I came here to study because I don't know how to solve them. If I know how to solve them, why do I still need a teacher?" Listen to his infuriating tone. Teacher Sun lost all his face. He grabbed the ferrule and hit little Jing Kong's palm. In the end, he did not hit him and fell down. The whole class roared with laughter. The scene was like a large-scale car accident in the Imperial College. It was said that the students from the other 4 classes all came to watch. The whole school knew about Teacher Sun's embarrassing appearance. It was no wonder that Teacher Sun was so angry that he cried. It was really embarrassing. Teacher Jiang said earnestly, "Don't be in a hurry to scold Jing Kong. Although he was wrong to target Teacher Sun, he did not use you to support himself. He is different from those rich playboys." "Thank you, Teacher Jiang. I will talk to him." Xiao Lulang thanked Teacher Jiang sincerely. Then he apologized to Teacher Sunday. He turned around and went to the classroom to bring the little fellow out. "Tell me, why did you bully Teacher Sun?" Xiao Lulang asked. The two of them stood behind a large tree, the thick and solid tree trunk perfectly blocking their figures. Little Jing Kong said seriously, "Brother-in-law, what you said is wrong. How can this be called bullying? He said it wrongly. He is not knowledgeable, but he doesn't admit it. He doesn't humbly ask for advice. Doesn't he know that there is always someone to learn from? If he is wrong, then he is wrong. Can't he just admit it? If he knows he is wrong, then he can change for the better." When scholar Xiangshan wrote a poem, he knew to read it to the shepherd boy and the old woman. He would not look down on children. When it came to reasoning, he quoted from many sources. Xiao Lulang was originally very angry, but when he heard this, he suddenly felt like laughing. Perhaps this was the difference between his own child and other people's children. He was clearly wrong, but he was still pleasantly surprised by his every bit of improvement. Xiao Lulang asked, "Who told you the story of scholar Xiangshan?" Little Jing Kong snorted, "Son-in-law. He could learn and use it flexibly." Okay. However, Xiao Lulang knew him very well. This kid was a bully. He said, "This is not a reason for you to bully Teacher Sun in front of everyone. Are you going to tell me yourself? Or do you want to tell me in front of Jiao Jiao later?" When Gu Jiao was mentioned, little Jing Kong became listless. Xiao Lulang was very good at poking at people's weak spots. After little Jing Kong was caught, he obediently confessed his motive. The cause of the incident was that little Jing Kong brought the baby eagle to school and almost bit off Qin Chuyu's manhood. Teacher Sun did not protect him like Teacher Jiang did. Instead, he timidly handed him over. He was very disappointed in Teacher Sunday. From then on, he already felt that Teacher Sun was not worthy of being his teacher. Xiao Lulang did not expect the little guy to be so vengeful. Xiao Lulang considered his words carefully and said to him, "Teacher Sun did do something wrong. He should not have lowered his head to power. However, have you ever thought that not everyone has to be as brave as Teacher Jiang? Why not?" Little Jing Kong did not understand. Xiao Lulang didn't know how to explain it to him. Perhaps it was because the people he came into contact with were all extremely brave people, so he had an established understanding. Everyone should be righteous, brave, and fearless. However, in fact, self-protection was a person's instinct. One day, when he left Gu Jiao in his home and went to a wider place, he would find that people like Teacher Sun were the people he met the most. Teacher Sun did not mean to harm him. He also worked hard to teach him. To be fair, he was an excellent teacher in all aspects, except for his incompetence in dealing with the baby eagle. Xiao Lulang patted his little bald head and said, "You can have higher standards for yourself, but lower standards for others. Why?" Little Jing Kong still did not understand. Xiao Lulang thought for a while and said, "Because they may not be as good as you." This was the first time that the bad brother-in-law praised Little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong's numerous words of debate were stuck in his throat. His throat was dry, his palms were hot, and his cheeks were red. Who is good? The little guy looked up at the sky and walked away with his hands and feet. Finally, under Xiao Liulang's mediation, Little Jing Kong came to Teacher Sun and apologized for his provocation. In fact, he felt a little wrong because he was right about the ancestral rate. Teacher Sun accepted Little Jing Kong's apology. Just when he thought that Xiao Lulang was finally going to take the little bastard away, Xiao Lulang suddenly said seriously, "About the ancestral rate, I will try my best to verify it. If Jing Kong is right, then I hope Teacher Sun can also apologize to Jing Kong, because you have wronged him." As soon as he said this, Teacher Sun was stunned. Who would stand up for a child like this? Was he crazy to calculate the ancestral rate? Who did he think he was? Even little Jing Kong did not expect his bad brother-in-law to say this. Although he did not know whether it was difficult to calculate the ancestral rate, his bad brother-in-law was willing to believe him. Teacher Sun gradually recovered from the shock. He did not believe that Xiao Lulang could calculate the ancestral rate to 7 digits, so he accepted the bet without any pressure. After sitting in the carriage, little Jing Kong curled his lips and said, "What if I am wrong?" Xiao Lulang did not care and said, "Then I will go and apologize to Teacher Sunday." What's the big deal? What's the big deal? How embarrassing. Little Jing Kong was silent for a moment, then suddenly moved closer to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang looked at him and said, "What's wrong?" Little Jing Kong took a deep breath, clenched his fists and said, "I will let you hug me." His bad brother-in-law stood up for him because he was obsessed with his charm and could not help himself. Then he would sacrifice himself. Xiao Lulang looked at him strangely. "Thank you, but I don't want to hug you." When Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong returned to Bisui Alley, Gu Jiao, Gu Yan, and Gu Xiaoshan were not back yet. Gu Jiao took a job at the clinic, so she went to see patients. As for Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan, they were learning at their master's house. When they were eating at his master's house, Gu Yan felt that his master's wife looked at Gu Xiaoshan strangely. He wanted to say something, but Gu Xiaoshan was so engrossed in eating that he did not notice it at all. After getting on the carriage, Gu Yan asked Gu Xiaoshan, "Do you feel that your master's wife treats you differently recently?" Gu Xiaoshan was shocked and said, What's the difference? Master's wife doesn't like me anymore?" Gu Yan thought obviously she likes you too much. That look in her eyes is as if she wants to pack you up and bring you back to her house, never letting you go again. Gu Yan said seriously, "I think she likes you. You have to be careful. I am afraid that master will get jealous and take revenge on you." Gu Xiaoshan. The novel is updated faster. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.